Draft stream is live. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? We are here for what has been a draft in the making. So much controversy, so many differing opinions, so many trades leading up to this draft, and we are here breaking it all down right here, right now. Over the next like 7 hours or so, we're gonna be right here in this stream covering all the breaking trades as they happen, all the draft picks as they come, and all the surprises. So make sure you guys stick with us today. If you're watching on the replay, we'll have a bunch of timestamps as well. There's gonna be a lot of reactions in the future, so do not go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, grab some soda, and join us today for the Grav 2026 NHL Draft live stream presented by PrizePicks. Oh boy, we already got 120 in the chat. How are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Let me give a shout out to everybody here so far. As of right now, we got Brandon Plays, Chiz444, Darkness, J. Cole, Merkut Enjoyer, Steady the Memer in here already, Connor K, Xbolt, we got Yorkie coming by, Liam, good to see you guys in the chat. Say hello if you guys haven't already. We are gonna be here all throughout tonight. Oh, it's coming down to this, man. I am so nervous. Let me know in the chat down below on a scale of 1 out of 10, how nervous are you? I am especially nervous, even more than usual, because of Jason Robertson potentially being dealt. I gotta say like a 9 out of 10, honestly. I might be going a bit crazy in this live stream, a bit kooky, but we're gonna see what happens here today, folks. With every single pick, every single trade as it comes, we'll be live reacting. We already got 270 now in the chat. Thank you guys for coming by. And you guys already know the most electric draft stream out there is right here. But it's great to have you guys. We got open card hits. Let's see. Smoking Gun, Mr. Boylan. We got Hockey 88, the Skaz. Ari Cohen. We got Dominic Sonine coming in. JN, Andrew Doyler. Jahoops 10, James Holloway. Welcome. Good to have you guys in here. Who else we got? We got Chris, we got Danny Shibley, my bad. A Canadian Loves Hockey. We got Kirk Bender, Noah LaRock, Jacob ZJM. Good to see you today. Draft Day Grav. Bye Robo. Don't say it. Don't jinx it, brother. Or I guess that's the opposite. I don't really know. If I can survive today and Jason Robertson is still on the Dallas Stars, I will be a happy man. Though that's the thing, like, we have seen so many rumors, just all throughout the last 24 hours. Allegedly, the Seattle Kraken offered Jason Robertson $15 million on a long-term deal, and he rejected that contract. There was also another team, apparently, in St. Louis that was really close to a deal, but didn't end up actually going for it. So there's a lot of contenders in the J-Rob sweepstakes, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be quieting anytime soon. Danny, thank you so much for the membership, brother. I appreciate it. Good to have you on part of the member gang. Crims, hello from the UK. Good to see you over in Britland. What do you think of the Olen Zellweger trade? Actually, that's a good point because we do have it pulled up here. Buffalo, a couple hours ago, made the pretty big Olen Zellweger trade here, which does kind of complete the Bowen Byram deal for them. If you guys haven't seen already, this coming from Frank Cervelli, the trade details, Olen Zellweger is off to the Buffalo Sabres. In exchange, the Flyers get the Flyers. I saw the fly together hashtag. I'm like, Flyers? The Ducks get 45th overall, as well as forward prospect Anton Wahlberg. And this one is fascinating. The Sabres get rid of that second rounder they got in the Byram trade. They also get rid of Anton Wahlberg, who I think could be a decent physical, especially with his skill set, offensive fourth liner, but not sure how he fits into the Ducks' plans, but some interesting depth, especially for the AHL to start. And maybe in a year he could be a fourth line guy for them someday. But I think for the Sabres, this is an excellent trade, folks. Excellent trade. Philip with a $5 donation, starting us off today with a bang. Thank you so much, buddy. Love to see it. Let me get you up there.
I wouldn't go to Seattle either. I wouldn't spend the weekend there, much less 8 years. Shushing face grin.
Oh my goodness. Philip with the shade on Seattle. Thank you for the $5, brother. I personally have not been to Seattle. I've heard kind of mixed things, but some good, some bad. But I feel like Robertson just wants to go to a good team. I feel like that's kind of what we're seeing right now. But thank you for the $5, Philip. I appreciate it. And yeah, man, poor Seattle, poor St. Louis, apparently. Welcome, bro. Your streams have been a blast, especially this year's deadline. Thank you, Danny. Well, we're going to keep going with it. Hello from Slovenia, from Primos. Thank you so much for coming in. Good to see you today. Sports Card Mania subscribed. Welcome to the Grav Gang. It's good to have you here today. Dave says, love the content, Grav. Ducks fan and nervous about what's to come with McTavish. Not loving the Zellweger trade, but do you think that was a cap move to perhaps open up more room for a bigger move? Yeah, I mean, we can get into it now. I want to know your thoughts down below, guys. Who do you think wins this trade? Now, for me, it's pretty easy. I think it is. I think it is the Buffalo Sabres. For me personally, I think it is an absolute steal and a half, personally. Galen with the 4-month membership. You think the Habs make a splash today? Honestly, I'm like 50-50. Because if you told me yesterday, or asked me yesterday, I probably would have said no. I think they are kind of trending towards something. Apparently, they've been super in on Kirill Marchenko, especially. So I'm curious about that for sure. And then Main Bugs with a $2 donation. Thank you, buddy. If Robo is dealt, what do you think the return is?
If Robo is dealt, what do you think the return is?
I'm not really sure, because it seems like Dallas was going towards a pick. They wanted to get that 7th overall pick from Seattle, maybe use that to flip for something else. So maybe it's more pick based. I personally would want at least a roster player though. Like, give me a right D, or give me like a younger piece, younger forward, something like that. I would try, and I'm a draft guy. I would rather go for like the more young pieces that you could put up immediately. That's what I would do. We got 650 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for jumping in. We're going to be bringing the hype and the excitement and the breakdowns all throughout tonight, so you do not want to go anywhere. As these picks get made, we're going to be giving you live scouting reports and analysis on every single pick, which ones might be great, which ones might not be so great, and we're going to be giving you the live reactions and all of the chatter here, so make sure to stick with us. Now, with the Olin Zellweger trade, I think this is an absolute steal for Buffalo. I know the initial first impression, some people were kind of questioning what the role is there. You already got Darlene, you already got Power as lefty. But as we saw last year, Buffalo was very prominent in putting Byram in that lefty position, having Byram as a right shot D, and kind of rolling with that. And I think that's exactly the position that Olin Zellweger is going to bring. With his speed, with his transition ability, this is somebody that's going to bring so much skating ability to the table. And I think he fits perfectly into this Buffalo system that's kind of all been about defensemen stepping up into the play. That's what Byram was able to excel at last year. I think that's exactly what Zellweger is going to do. Kind of putting the same position that Byram was in last year. So I think for the Sabres, you get younger, you get cheaper, and you still get that 4th overall pick. And you count it all together, it's like 4th overall, Olin Zellweger, Louis Crevier for Byram and Greenway, and Wallstrom, and 45th overall. I'm taking that all day of the week if I'm the Sabres, personally.
2023 feels like 10 years ago as a Kraken fan. Why did you have to be that?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Egginator. I am so sorry. I mean... Oh, and then we got another donation here from Noah coming in with the 2 Canadian.
We know where Robo is going. BGK Min Cats are kings.
Okay, first things first, for the Egginator, 2023 feels like 10 years ago as a Kraken fan. I don't know what has happened with that team. It feels like they doubled down and just have not been able to recapture that same magic. I agree. I mean, I think Seattle, the biggest problem has been their lack of development in the young guys. I think that has truly capped the potential of that team. So many guys have just stalled out there, and I think that's the big reason why you're seeing these the hesitancy from a lot of these forwards that I think could end up going there, is that they've seen what Seattle has done with a lot of these other guys, and it's just not really been much success. And then Noah, where do you see Robo going? And we know where Robo is going: Vegas, Minnesota, Carolina, or the Canes. Hey, it's bold for you to think that there's a 4-team trade, a 4-team list as opposed to a 3-team list. We all know it's Vegas, Minnesota, and Florida. Or maybe it's Vegas, Carolina, and Florida now at this point. Honestly, I think the whole Robertson situation is infuriating to me, because he is a great player, but for the Stars to give up what he wants, which is more than $14 million, it just doesn't make any sense at all. And I think especially for a team that's a contender that would want a Robertson, that Robertson would actually want to go to, these teams don't have the money for him. And I just don't understand. You can make $12.5 million in Dallas and get still a great pay cut from that and a great take-home amount. Or you could try for Vegas. They're not going to have the cap to get you, though. And I just don't think he's going to get both things that he wants, a contending team and the money. And I think he's going to have to settle at some point. If I'm the Stars, I call his bluff. Personally. I give him $12.5 million long-term deal, and I say you take it or you don't. And if he doesn't, then I'll take his bluff and then see where it goes from there. Because I think for the Stars, they aren't able to afford more than like 12.5, 13 million. Maybe they can find a way to bridge the gap in some ways, but there's no way the Stars can go up to like 14 million per year. And at that point, I would just trade him almost immediately. Like if there's a situation where he will only take $14 million and you know that, and he's never going to bend, I would have traded him already, honestly. And I think for the Stars, they're in a real tough spot, but we'll see what happens. Noah, the draft will be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. So in about 2.5 hours, the draft will be beginning, but we're going to be giving you all the preview here, all the trade chatter, all the new rumors, so make sure you stick with us here, Noah, and everybody else in the chat. It's great to have you today. The best day of the year, folks. Can we get some W's in the chat? We made it to draft day. Summer is here. The sun is shining. Well, the weather is beautiful, unless you live in Madison, Wisconsin, and the NHL draft is about to begin. We are so close. So close, man. And it's almost here. But get some W's if you guys are excited and hyped for this draft, which is shaping up to be a chaotic one with the trades, the action that we could see, and how chaotic I think the top of this draft really is. After you get the Gavin McKenna pick out of the way, it really still could go any direction. I mean, we do have a belief that Stenberg will be the pick at 2, but that's not locked in by any means. And I feel like this is a real intriguing top 8. And especially with San Jose at 9, St. Louis wanting to trade up in the draft. The Pittsburgh Penguins reportedly are really actively trying to get into the top end of this draft. There is just so much here that I think could really become interesting. Robertson to the Blackhawks. I would have seen it more if they still had 4th overall, but I think now that they don't have that pick, I think it becomes a lot less likely that they're actually able to make it happen, I will say. Also, Noah, let me get you as the last donator. Completely forgot about that. Here we go. There we go. We got Noah up on the board. Love to see it. Yeah, also, on top of the Olin Zellweger trade, we got Frank Cervelli confirming that the Blackhawks trading Andre Burakovsky to the Sens for a 2027 6th-round pick. Now, Burakovsky is a weird one. He had some good chemistry with Bedard to start out last year, but it just kind of completely evaporated, and his play in the second half was brutal, man. I don't expect this to be it for Ottawa, but I'm still kind of curious about Burakovsky being the guy for them. I hope that that's not the only forward acquisition, but it might be more of a safety measure if a Claude Giroux doesn't end up resigning, right? So I could see something like that. B. Holians with a $2 donation. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Which big names most likely to be traded tonight?
I would say are the most likely options. Robertson is definitely up there. Nyes is definitely up there. I wouldn't be McTavish. It feels like is a foregone conclusion, but we haven't seen him yet. But I think we will see him tonight. And then Harold with the 5.
Making a splash and trade up from 908 to secure RHD. Rudolph seems to
Yeah.
be on the rise
Yeah.
the past few days.
By the way, thank you for the donation, Harold. I do want to ask you guys in the chat, is the audio good? The music? Is the text-to-speech too much? I can try to tune it as much as I can here, but from what I could tell before the stream, the audio was pretty good, all things considered. So just let me know if we're all good there. But Harold comes with the 5. Let's see. Let's put him up here before I get to his great question. Yeah, I think for trading up from 9th overall on top of already getting 9th overall would be wild to me. I just don't see it as very likely, mostly because it takes so much to move up into these spots. And I feel like if I'm San Jose, I'd rather just take my chances. Like, the worst comes to worse, and we see the run on defensemen, especially the right shots. You could still have like an Albert Schmitz available. This is what's interesting to me about this draft, is that worst comes to worse for San Jose. All the defensemen are taken. You get like a Vigo Bjork available at 9. Like, that to me is the difference. Like, even at the worst case, you're still getting a fantastic player. And even if he doesn't solve your defensive issues, Bjork is like the perfect middle 6 player for them. So I feel like they're in a spot where they don't need that urgency to make a move. I would rather stand pat, go with the pick that you've got. And hey, maybe an Albert, even if all the right D are taken, maybe an Albert Schmitz falls. There's probably not going to be like Carson Karls that falls, but maybe Rudolph is the guy at 9. And even though he's not my ideal favorite guy, I think he fit pretty well into that San Jose system. Okay, good to know that the audio is all good. Armpit Lover with the 279, John Pork, #1 overall, traded to Ohio, Oregon. Honestly, this is a sad day for the John Pork fans out there. Thank you for the nation, armpit lover. I love you, buddy. Love you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. And loving those armpits on this great, beautiful Friday night. But yeah, I mean, I like Columbus. I think Columbus is a good town, but Ohio is a little bit different, I will say. Schmoothie, bring back the NHL meme review. I might have to this offseason. You never know. If the trades dry up. Hey, Grav, been watching you for the past year and you helped me out with hockey, so thank you. This offseason has already been crazy, and I don't think it's slowing down. I mean, you're true, JP. You're true. It's not slowing down at all. But that's great. Thank you for the kind words, brother. I appreciate it a ton, especially with how crazy this offseason is. It's a good time to be a hockey fan, that's for sure. Oh, $10 donation coming in from Cammy. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Let's get some love in the chat for Cammy there. How you doing? I'm doing beautiful. I'm doing beautiful this Friday evening, man. Oh, it's draft day. It's draft day, Cammy. So you know how I'm doing. You know how I'm doing. I will say this. I'm really glad I'm not a draft eligible prospect. I am personally a pretty anxious guy, all things considered. Even for a draft like this, I'm like, are people going to enjoy it? Are people going to have a good time? If you guys are having a good time, I really do appreciate it. But if I was a draft prospect, I think I would be losing my mind. Like, you ever think about that? Your entire life has been building to this day, and you could be going all across the country in a variety of different spots. And that's not even factoring in if you're not even like a top prospect. Like, McKenna probably knows where he's going. But like, if you're like
Seattle could circle back to Robo.
I don't know. Like, if you're like an Adam Gollier, like you've been working your whole life, you have no idea what range you could end up going. You just want to be drafted. Like, imagine how stressful that is. Imagine how stressful that is for them. I just hope for everybody that it works out well and that the draft goes exactly how they want it to. Charlie with the $2 nation, though. Do you think Seattle could circle back to Robo? The problem is, if he doesn't want to sign there, then there's not really a reason to, right? Like, it seemed like, from what we could tell, Seattle, as you guys might have seen, offered $15 million on a long-term contract for Robertson, but he declined that deal. So it didn't seem like, and from what we heard, Dallas accepted whatever trade was in the works. So it wasn't an issue of Seattle having just not the picks or the assets to get Robertson. They did in a trade. It was just that Robertson didn't want to sign there. That was the big issue. So that's what I think is very interesting. Dark Ruler, the draft starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central. Regurgitator just got off work. What's up, nerds? Good to see you tonight. Welcome to the stream. Grav, have you paid much attention to the 2028 draft? A little bit, True Nye, not a ton. Mostly been working on this draft, of course, in 2027. By the way, 2027 mock draft will be coming out probably in about a week or so after this draft class ends. So make sure you guys stick around for that. If you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button as well on the stream. We just hit 100 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. We got this stream going. If you guys are excited, hit that like button. Stick with us today. The NHL draft is here, baby. I'm so excited. Oh, I mean, we're still like 2 hours away, but I'm over the mood, man. This draft has been so chaotic for me. But as just a personal aside, this has been the most I've ever watched a draft class, ever paid attention to one. You guys know this whole channel has revolved around prospects in the draft for a while, but this is the one where I've seriously dedicated my life to it. If you guys don't know, we cover the draft a lot here on the channel, but especially when it comes to the mock drafts, the reports and everything. For a lot of the top prospects, I've watched them so many times, over and over again, watched not just the game tape and the shift by shifts, but just and then the highlights and then the big moments and just all over the place with so many of these players. And even though I only put out a top 80, I watched at least a couple hundred of them at least once and trying to do my due diligence as much as I humanly can. If you're somebody that maybe is a bit pissed off when somebody tries to act like an expert, they've only watched like 2 games or they've only watched highlights, that's not me. For better or for worse, I put a lot of hours into this draft, a lot of hours watching these guys, and you're going to see it with all the analysis, all the game-breaking reports as we go throughout this draft class and as the picks get made. So hopefully you guys stick with us today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I did see the article, Matt. Good to see you, by the way. Matt Townsend, good to see you in the chat. I didn't know that he put out an article. Is there more news on that from him? I'll make sure, just in case. Because, yeah, the whole Robertson situation is going to keep me up at night right now, guys. It truly is. Hey, Cristiano. Thank you for the 2 Canadian. Hopefully I didn't butcher that name. Hopefully.
What moves do you think my Canadians make, if any?
Yeah, I would say, or just Chris in general. I would say for the Habs, you're looking at a second line center. I think that's the big thing. If you don't see a second line center move, then I think it's more maybe like a second line wing. But we've heard that Montreal has been very much into Kirill Marchenko, so I would not be surprised if that's the direction they go. Let me know in the chat. Apparently, Frank Cervelli was saying earlier that Montreal put out an insane, in his quotes, insane offer for Marchenko. What do you guys think it was? Was there Michael Hayes a part of that deal? I saw some people speculating Caden Gooley. No, I'm not growing it out. This is how it goes after like one day of not shaving it. You know, the last donator, we just have to put him up there. We have to put him up there. Shout out to my boy. The Sharks should draft The Rock instead of Stenberg. That would be I think Blackhawks fans would appreciate that, I will say. Must stick to be a Hawks fan. All you got is Bedard. I mean, Byram is a good player, but I think it's not enough, I don't think, personally. But we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so this is the report coming from Robert Tiffin. Where did it go? Where did it go? There we are. There we are. Oh, and then a $5 donation from Ryan. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Let me get you up there.
You're all heart Grav. 5 years from now, when Sharks are dynasty, this draft will be remembered as the one that gave them championship.
And then Cammy. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys have been killing it so early on. My goodness gracious, man. Come on. Okay, first, on the question from Ryan, or actually, the question from Cammy is easy. We'll be streaming throughout the entire first round, so likely until around 10, 11 p.m. Central tonight, if not a bit longer than that. Danny with the $5 as well. Holy crap, guys. Oh my goodness. I can only take so much. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, first things first with Ryan. All heart Grab. 5 years from now, when Sharks are the dynasty, this draft will be remembered as the one that gave him the championship level depth. I think there's a real chance of that, honestly. Like, you get your perfect guy for in Stenberg. I think you could have it. Like, if it is the case where it's Stenberg and Beerhoff at 2 and 9, that is unbelievable. That is automatic winners. I think I tweeted it out. If the Sharks get Stenberg 2, Beerhoff 9, they could trade every other pick in this draft, and they'd probably still be the winners for me. Like, it's genuinely that good. But yeah, I think the Sharks have a real chance. And then Danny, hey buddy, for the Sharks, if we get Reed at 9, if he's available, would that be a good pick? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be like saying if McKenna was available at like 6. Yeah, it would be. I don't see any chance at all that Reed falls that far, but who knows? But yeah, dude, if San Jose got Stenberg at 2 and Reed at 9, just give them the Stanley Cup now. Like, genuinely. Like, they don't need to do anything else. It's that good already. Hey, talk to Slayer with the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much, dude. Let me get you up there now. We're grooving, baby. We're grooving.
Robo to AVS, and then he gets a hat-trick against Dallas in Game 7 from a salty AVS fan.
I will say the Avs moved a lot of cap getting rid of the Shushkin deal. So, but that's the thing. They only have like 10.9 million to work with. So it's like, if the Stars can't sign him, I don't know if the Avs will be able to. I will say that. But yeah, this week coming from Robert Tiffin. Don't know what that have gotten everything, but there are enough reports out there to believe that Dallas was offered packages for Robertson with 3 first-round picks from both Seattle and St. Louis. Rantanen-esque indeed. So, according to Tiffin, both Seattle and St. Louis gave the equivalent of 3 first-rounders for Robertson, which makes sense, especially for St. Louis, considering they had 4 first-rounders in this class. But that's intriguing. I mean, from what we can tell, the Stars have accepted both deals for Seattle and St. Louis. It's just that Robertson doesn't want to re-sign in St. Louis or Seattle. So that's been the hang-up so far. The Stars have been willing to deal him. They've had offers and options on the table that they've accepted. It's just that Robertson hasn't accepted them. So this is what's going to make things very interesting on draft night. Do we see Robertson actually dealt? And if so, it's seeming like it'll be a massive haul. Let me know in the chat. if Robertson does get moved, what are you thinking? Where are we thinking? Is it St. Louis somehow? Does he end up saying yes to a place? He's just like, I might as well at this point. Hey, Flynn, good to see you, Annie. Today, Davidson reportedly shopping his next 3 first-round picks for Logan Stanley. Don't let this man cook. Just don't let this man cook, I will say. Scott with the $2 donation. Thank you, man. Will, if you take Liam Ruck, I mean, there's an opportunity. That's kind of why I feel like they have to go together. But I could see, again, I still feel like Marcus could end up dropping in this draft for me. I'm just thinking it. All right, so we're going Carolina for Robertson, LA for Robertson from Eric. Robert, LA or Anaheim. Yeah, I know that because he's from Cali, I could see him accepting there. But I'm just curious, which of those teams could actually make the deal happen? Like San Jose would be intriguing. They have second overall. I mean, hold up. They have second overall. I like a lot of their prospects. Okay, Sharks fans. Hold on. Second overall, Will Smith, Sam Dickinson, Askarov, 15 first-round picks, and we'll throw in Nils Lundqvist if you guys give us Celebrini. Do we got ourselves a deal? Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Great trade for you guys. Great trade. Thank you. You guys will really like Robertson, for sure. Thank you. NHL offices, can you guys make the trade happen now before they get back to their senses? Just like put Mike Greer in a coma and be like, you better accept this trade or else. Hey, Nicholas with the 58-month membership. Thank you, dude. Happy draft night. Happy draft night to you as well. Do you think there are any legitimacy to the Marchenko Habs stuff? I think he's an absolute perfect fit here. I think he'd be awesome, for sure. It's just a matter of, does Montreal give up the assets necessary? Because I feel like Michael Hage would have to be a part of that, right? When did we hire Kyle Davidson? Yeah, Kyle Davidson is secretly working for the Sharks. That's all I know. Yeah, let's get through a few interesting tweets here from NHL Rumor Report that gives us a bunch of new updates. So just going through the rumor mill now, and if you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. We are 1 like away from 167, guys. Come on. Let's get it done. But let's go through a bunch of tweets here that gives us a lot more info and a lot more reports here. From David Pagnotta on the Sabres, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen's name has made the rounds this week, and it's gotten a lot louder in the last 24 hours or so. I did see a lot of people speculating. Maybe the Sabres trade for Hellebuck, and they give up like 4th and Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, something like that. I think that's too much for Hellebuck personally, but especially with how little the value is out there for some of these guys on the goaltending side. But Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen is out there. I also wouldn't be surprised if a Montembeault as well. If people are asking for Montreal rumors, I could see a Montembeault cap dump happening. So according to Chris Johnston on the Dylan Larkin trade request, the Golden Knights, one of his favorite destinations, could be lurking in the weeds here. Imagine. Galen with a $14 Canadian. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Let's go. My man.
Pumped for the stream and draft. Keep killing it, Grav. Any last-minute hot takes for us now that we've seen a million trades since the last mock draft?
No, that's a good one, actually. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it a ton. We're going to have a great time here, guys. Hot takes before the draft happens. St. Louis is trading up to second. I don't know how it's going to happen. Don't ask me. St. Louis is trading up to second overall, and they're selecting Stenberg. They're going to make it happen. Somehow, some way, we're going to see some shenanigans at the top of this year's draft. Actually, that's a good question for you guys. What is your hot take? Right before we get into this draft, what do you think your bold prediction is? Lock it in. I had quite a few in my video a couple days back. If you guys want to check that one out as well. Have the stream on one side and then the video on another, if you have a 2-monitor setup like I do. But something is brewing with St. Louis, man. Something is brewing. I have a feeling that they're going to do something big here, man. They're going to do something big. It's pouring rain in Vancouver. Such good news already. Gaben. Alex, come on, 10th to Nashville. I like how you're thinking. I've kept hearing that Command is going to be a big riser in this class, guys. A big riser. And one of my bold predictions was that he's going to go ahead of Wyatt Cullen. Both of those guys could be potential risers, but I think Command is going to be the big riser that surprises people. The projectability, just how effortless his game is, how smart he is, how quick his skill is. There's just so much to like. I don't know if I would go 10th overall, but I think he's somebody that is going to be adored by teams. Like, if he goes above a Tynan Lawrence,
Involving number 2 and Robo plus Harley.
build a realistic deal involving 2 and Robo plus Harley? Plus Harley. So Sharks get Robertson, Harley, Dallas gets 2nd overall. I feel like Will Smith would be a part of that, honestly. Because you have to give up something, especially with Harley added on top of that. That's your top pair D if you're San Jose. So it would be 2nd, number 9. 2nd, number 9, and probably like... I think Will Smith. Or somebody on that level. Or because I don't see Dallas taking like a huge amount of assets, like they 2nd, 9th, 2nd rounders, lower end prospects. Like, it has to be somebody game breaking from them to trade 2 game breaking players of theirs, is my thing. So like, even though Will Smith I don't feel like is somebody that San Jose would shop to make the deal happen, like that's why I think it would be more realistic if they just go for Robertson by himself. Harley on top of that I think would be insane. Sharks take Miro Heiskanen from Dallas. Crazy. Ristolainen for Nurse, says the Mind Freak. Shane Wright to St. Louis for 4 first-rounders? Whew. That would be wild. 4 first-rounders for Wright. And Seattle might actually be making some good decisions. And I like Shane Wright, I will say. To Jim, to you. Good afternoon. St. Louis is training for the 2nd. What are they offering? Very good. The issue is that it would be more pick-oriented, and I'm just not sure if San Jose would want that at this stage. That's the only thing that keeps me back right now. I would love Marchenko to the Blues. That would be a good fit, actually. Kind of a little bit more of what Buchnevich was in his prime, but not anymore. Jax, right now we are 2 hours away from the NHL draft. Less than 2 hours now. Less than 2 hours. So as these trades come on, we're going to be live reacting to every single one of them. Let us know your bold predictions in the chat below. And if you guys haven't already, hit that subscribe button and make sure you do so. We're going to have a fantastic time here tonight. It's going to be just a wonderful joy that we're all going to have here. The draft has finally arrived. We're going to be live reacting to the entire first round. All of the picks with all the reports, the analysis, the scouting reports behind it that you won't want to miss. If you guys want to know more about these prospects as they get picked, if you guys want to know more about these trades as they happen, make sure to stick here on today's live stream. The rough cost for Wright. I mean, I think one of the first rounders, one of those middle first rounders for St. Louis, I think could be enough to get it done. But I would guess in terms of like total value, more like a late first and solid prospect, I could imagine. Similarly to, maybe not as low as the Olin Zellweger trade, but something like that, I would say. Shane Wright is barely worth a bottom 15 pick at the moment. He put up like almost 50 points on like a third line position a year ago. I feel like the overcorrection on Wright has been a little bit strange. We know how badly St. Louis develops their guys. Mike Morin, what's going on, Mike? Good to see you today. Hot take, Buffalo may not take the consensus guy. I could see them taking Keaton Verhoff or another top, right shot top D. Yeah, I think Verhoff is in play for sure. Maybe less so with Zellweger, but I still feel like they kind of have a need on that right side of the defense. I still feel like they go for a center, though, right? Like, I feel like a Malhotra, a Bjork, they just make so much sense for that team. Robo for Larkin. Here's the thing, Jackson. You guys want to know what I saw earlier this morning that shocked me? That, like, absolutely shocked me. Apparently Robertson, and this is what's crazy to me, apparently Dallas really likes Larkin. Detroit doesn't really like Robertson. Now, we don't know the context behind it. It could also be because of the contract ask that Robertson has, but allegedly the Stars were pretty open to a Larkin-Robertson swap at some point, or at least a building like that. But it seems like Detroit doesn't really want Robertson for the asking price he's commanding, which is understandable, but is very intriguing, I will say. Hey, Jake with the $5 donation. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. Ooh, if the Matthew Nyes question. Okay, okay.
Do you think Matthew Nyes can slot in as a top 6 center? Could he
Oh.
improve on the face-off?
Center. I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it just because I feel like he's better as that wing forechecking F1 piece. Like, he just makes more sense to me in that kind of complementary role. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I haven't really seen him play center much, I will say. Yeah, this week coming from Chris Johnson. Sense is the odds of a Mason McTavish trade getting complete as night are declining with the start of the round 1 approaching. The Rangers and Blues are still in the mix after making good offers to Anaheim yesterday, but there's no current momentum towards the deal. Interesting. So McTavish was somebody that seemed like an automatic trade, maybe a little bit less so now, but that means that some teams could also come back into the mix and make things a lot more interesting. Tyler says 11-15 and Justin Garbino for Marchenko. That's pretty intriguing, I feel like. But maybe Columbus wants more of an NHL-ready package, possibly. Matthew, the 279. Thank you, dude. Winnipeg has the worst second line with only 72 points.
WPJ
SOS.
had the worst second line with only 72
Yeah.
points. SOS.
I'm assuming you meant Winnipeg, Matthew, but yeah, Winnipeg's second line is a big need. A big need. I'm still thinking Vigo Bjork would fit pretty well in that team. What do you think the Flyers do, draft or trade-wise? They've been pretty quiet. I don't see that changing. But we'll see. I'm not convinced the Flyers do a ton today in terms of like exciting moves. I could see them not doing anybody or not trading for anybody and making like a Maxim Sokolowski pick or something at 21. From Chris Johnson here, via the Matthew Nyes situation, while the Leafs want to downplay the likelihood of a trade, rival executives believe there's a move coming here. Interesting. From NHL Rumor Report here, an updated piece on Nyes. It seems that the Leafs might not be wanting to put it out there too much, but it seems like teams are convinced that Nyes will be on the move. Let us know who is going to make the Nyes trade, because it seems like Toronto wants big picks. They want top-end ones. So could it seem like New Jersey trade 12 and a top prospect? Like, I'm just spitballing here for New Jersey. But like 12th overall, the second rounder they got, and the Mets trade, and like Anton Salayev? I don't know. And then Liam coming in with a $7 donation. Thank you, dude. Love to see it here.
What do you think the percentage is that the Canucks take Malhotra versus Reed?
All right, Liam, you are now up on the board. Thank you so much for your donation, brother. I appreciate it a ton. What do you think the percentage is that the Canucks do take Malhotra versus Reed? Now, this is it. I love this question, Liam, because Vancouver has been all over the place. It felt like they were trending towards Malhotra for the longest time. But here's what I've been hearing, Liam. From within the Malhotra family, from within the Canucks, it feels like they want to take Malhotra less and less as the days go by. And it's not because Vancouver doesn't like the player. They love the player. They've always loved the player. But because of Manny Malhotra's head coaching difference, they don't want that to become a distraction for especially Caleb, especially the Malhotra family. They kind of want him to carve his own path and to be his own player. And it's hard to do that when you're playing for your dad as a coach, and all the questions you will ever get for the rest of time will be about your dad. When you're not playing great, it'll be like, oh, what is your dad telling you? When you are playing great, it's, oh, what did your dad tell you about this thing? When Manny gets fired eventually, Caleb is going to have to answer questions about that for the next 2 months afterwards. So it's a bit more of a situational thing. And I feel like Vancouver eventually is going to end up choosing Chase Reed instead. That's my personal belief. I think the pendulum has swung, and I think the complications with what it would actually be like for Caleb to play for his father there's just too much clashing there. And I think Vancouver's going to end up skipping on him, which could lead to Buffalo taking him. The Rangers especially will be interested. So I think especially for the Canucks, that I think will change quite a lot. How do you feel about the Sharks? Very good. I mean, I've liked what they've done so far. Depends on what they do at 9th overall, but a lot of potential here to really secure things. We got 1,700 in the stream. Thank you guys so much for dropping by. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Hit that subscribe button. We got great vibes here. All the latest rumors, all the latest trades. And of course, when the picks get made, you guys will want to stick here as I've watched all these guys so many times. And I'll be giving you all the info that you need to know about every single pick. If you're a San Jose fan and you want to know what they should take it to, and when they do take their guy, how good the pick is, no matter who you're cheering for. If you got a pick in this first round especially, you'll want to stick in this stream because I'll be giving you all the info on who your team selects. Kevin, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. My man coming through. Lots of Sharks questions.
Available at 708. Is that even worth 927? So can they keep 27 and
Actually,
62?
that question gets me going. I want to know, put a 1 in the chat if you're a Sharks fan. If you're a Sharks fan, I want you to put a 1 in the chat because I think I have seen a lot of Sharks fans already in this stream, and I would not be surprised if there's a ton. I would not be surprised if there's a ton. Show your strength, Sharks fans. Let us know. But yes, for the donation, Kevin, let me get you up on the board here. Sorry, my computer was freaking out there for a second. But yeah, when it comes to San Jose, if the Sharks have Reed and or Verhoff available at 7, is that even worth 9 and 27? Or can they keep 27 and send 9 and 26? Or 62? I will say this. If Reed's available at 7th overall, I would give the 27th overall pick in a heartbeat. Like a snap of the finger, it wouldn't even be a discussion. I think it would take more than that if Reed is available especially. If it's Verhoff, I still like him a lot. I would still probably give 27 overall. But again, I don't think it's going to... I think it would have to take more to jump up. And that's crazy to say, but that's how valuable these top 10 picks are. I mean, you saw Chicago give a 4th overall pick for Bowen Byram, right? Like, it's pretty crazy. But I feel like to jump up that high, it would take a lot. And I just don't know if it's in the cards for San Jose. Now, if it is Chase Reed somehow, then yeah, I would give everything in the world. Everything. David, nervous, but I'm so excited. Hey, that's okay. That's okay. We'll calm the nerves together. I'm a Stars fan, so the Jason Robertson situation is pretty rough for me right now, but we'll keep it going. Stenberg, Verhoff, Blale. Oh my God. That'd be so good. Just imagining a Stenberg, Verhoff. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I feel like Blale is going to be there. Is going to be taken before 27. But I will say this, Sharks fans, if you guys end up with Stenberg, Verhoff, and Blale, genuinely plan the parade. Genuinely. Like, all right, Mason Kraken, you've said the same thing for like 20 straight minutes. I got to time you out, buddy. Blale is not there at 27. That's what I'm thinking as well, Della. But you never know. Crazier things have happened, but I don't quite see it. But yeah, folks, less than 2 hours to go until the draft is live. Let me know, how nervous are you guys right now? It seems like McTavish not going to get dealt, but things can change, of course. Hey, Grav, love the channel. I'm watching from Raleigh, North Carolina. Michael, I'm guessing. Congrats on the Canes Cup final. You never, or Cup win. You never know who's cheering who from where. Hard to find decent lives. Let's get these trades going. John, we're here for you, buddy. Don't worry. We got you. All the latest trades as they happen, you'll be updated as soon as they happen. I have my notifications on. If you guys don't know, this screen right here, this screen is all the insiders, and I have the notifications on for every single one. So as soon as tweets go live, they will appear on the screen, and we'll be able to react to them right here right then and there, basically. Do you think Jason Robertson will get traded to the Ottawa Senators for 2 draft picks in this class? I mean, it seems like Ottawa isn't able to trade 32nd overall, and I feel like it would have to take more than 25 and 32. Like, if it's going to be a draft pick-oriented deal, I feel like it would have to be a top 10 pick. I'd hope for the Stars. Carolina trades, nothing yet, Johnny, but I would not be surprised if Tulski's waiting to make a splash here. I mean, people have talked about Kirill Marchenko. Imagine Kirill Marchenko on Carolina. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hello from Cole Harbour, Nova Scotia. Let's go Flyers from William. Thank you so much for joining us. Actually, I want to know in the chat, where are you guys watching this stream from? I'm coming to you from Madison, Wisconsin. the Great Dane County, capital city, college town. Highly recommended if you guys can make a trip. Love to have you down here. Home of the Badgers, of course. But let us know, where are you watching from? City, state, country, territory, province. Let us know. Where are you represented from? We got Calgary, Alberta, Western Manitoba, Ontario, Vancouver, Windsor, Ontario. Here from Montreal. We also got Edmonton, Denmark from Frederick. We got Columbus from Fenway. I'm so sorry. Barzal from Long Island. Let's see, Niagara Falls. Ooh, that's pretty sweet. Cat, how's it going? The editor basement. The editor jail. I haven't released yet. Maine from Dallas, Texas. Represent. Love to see it. Aaron from Houston. Not kidding. Mexico City from Felipe. We got Zimbabwe from Muck. Okay. We got Sacramento. Perth, Scotland from Cameron. Oh, what I would do to go there. My goodness. The Sash with the $5 donation, celebrating my Graviversary. I found the channel on draft day in 2021. I spent every draft since watching the show from Toledo, Ohio.
I found the channel on draft day in 2021.
Thank you so much, dude.
Every draft since watching the show. Toledo, Ohio.
Toledo, Ohio, representing. There you go. And then Cameron with the $2. Kenosha, Wisconsin, representative. Hey, we're here from Wisconsin, baby. We're here from Wisconsin. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Kenosha, Wisconsin representative.
I'm high on Maddox as a third-line seed in the league. I hope he gets better at face-off so he can be that playoff value guy like a Staller or Bergeron. Elite Prospects has him at 25. Kind of chance for Sharks at 2. I mean, I could see them being at 27. I don't think he's a lock necessarily. I think he's kind of more of a 50-50 guy considering his profile. Here's the thing, though, for San Jose that I think is interesting. I don't know. I'm still not convinced that Dagenais is a true center. He played a lot of wing this last year in the QMJHL, and I think his game would fit up the middle, but it's not a short thing. So you kind of do have to weigh that if you're the Sharks, because I do think third-line center is still kind of a bit of a need long-term, as Bstad is kind of all over the place in terms of that projection. But I think it would be a good fit, for sure. Got peace from all around the world. Absolutely true there. And then Mike with a $5 donation. Thank you, dude. It wouldn't be a Grav stream without Mike coming through. I know that. I know that.
My customary yearly Dylan Duke mention. Real ones remember the legend.
Very true. Very true. If you guys were there for the 2021 draft stream and Dylan Duke falling in that class, you will remember. You will remember. Yeah, I mean, I still think he's an NHLer. But hey, the fact that he went where he did and he played an NHL game is already a success. I'll say that. Nathaniel from Arkansas, White House, Yukon representing. Pretty decent draft for the Yukon coming up here. What do you think of Manson Paulo and 25th for Sam Montembeault and Armor? I feel like for Montreal that would have to lead to another trade on top of that, right? You'd think. I would hope at least. All right, let's go through some more tweets here and some more latest breaking news and trade reports here. Let's see. From David Pagnota, the Canucks are going to have a really interesting decision at make at number 3. There are a lot of teams that really like Chase Reed. Toronto is one of them. That's not going to affect first overall. Yeah, I still think Chase Reed is the pick for the Canucks. Actually, let's get a poll going, shall we? Let's get a poll going. I want to hear from you guys. Who does Vancouver take? Because it seems like it's going to be McKenna 1, Stenberg 2. But do the Canucks take Malhotra? Or do they take Reed? This isn't who you prefer. This is who you predict Vancouver to take. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Because I think I'm leaning Reed in terms of my prediction. And that's honestly who I would go for as well if I'm the Canucks. Cameron, thank you for the $2 dono. I appreciate that, big man. Let me get you on the board again.
What have I missed today? Just got out of work.
Yeah, so in terms of the deals that we've seen so far, not a ton, but we did see Andre Burakovsky traded to the Ottawa Senators in exchange for a 6th-round pick in next year's class. We also did see the Olin Zellweger trade. This was involving Buffalo as well as the Anaheim Ducks. Zellweger offered the Sabres for the 45th overall pick, which Buffalo already got in the Byron trade, and forward prospect Anton Wahlberg. I mean, I think Wahlberg can be a nice piece for the Ducks as a fourth-line guy, uses his physicality well, but not like a game-breaking piece, I'll say that. So I think that'll be kind of interesting for them. By the way, the poll right now is almost completely even. 52% of you guys are predicting Malhotra. 48% say Reed. That is wild. That is wild to me. Very close on the poll right now. If you guys haven't already, make your input known, ladies and gentlemen. And then Verhoff at 3 says Tyler. That would be
VERHOEFF at 3.
Guys, Canucks fans in the chat, what would you do if Verhoff was the pick at 3? What would you do? Genuinely. And then Armpit Lover with the 279.
Only OGS know the Moritz Sider draft reaction.
It's true. It's true. That will probably be the pick that stuns me the most ever, looking back on it. Because since then I've grown a bit more resilient. I've been a bit more seasoned, and I'm like, okay, anything can truly happen. That was at a time where I thought the draft was so static and that everything was going to go exactly how I thought. And then Sider goes 6, and it's like, oh, sure, man. Sure, Stevie. And then works out pretty well. And that was what was so interesting, is that I was super high on Sider in his draft year compared to most. And I think I had him like 15, which is still quite a bit different. That's like an Alexander Command going like 7 in this year's class. That's kind of like the same range. It's a good thing I have a balcony if that happens. Malte, don't do anything, okay? Uninstall my life from Infinity. Freak out from Logan. Wonder who's going to be the riser. I'm still thinking Alexander Command as a centerman. If you're wanting somebody that could maybe sneak into the first round, that maybe could surprise people. I think Casey Mutrin could get a lot of hype. His physical profiling could really entice teams. Outside of that, I could see one of the goalies. I could see Dmitry Borachev potentially sneaking into like the last couple picks in the first. I think that could be interesting. And it seems like every single year, a goalie likes to take that step, even though we don't quite expect it. If we drafted Verhoff at 3, I'd do nothing, but I'd be pretty sad about it. Here's the thing. I don't think Verhoff would be a horrible pick at 3. Just wouldn't be what I would do. I think they kind of need that Chase Reed type, but they already have Z Buum in that pool. So I can understand from more of a balancing perspective going for a player like Verhoff instead, but it wouldn't be my selection. And then Daniel, welcome to the member gang. Thank you so much for joining us, my brother. Appreciate that a ton. All right, y'all. We have 400 votes in the poll. Malhotra is leading by just 4%. 52 of you guys predict Malhotra to be the pick, with Reed at 48. Fascinating. What do you think of Morozov from Max Pelton? I see it just a really refined bottom 6C there. I think the skill on the puck is a bit of a worry for me, but I think with his defensive habits, for how well he leads in transition, how good of a support player he is with his passing, I think he just is already a pretty refined product. I just don't know where the ceiling is on there.
Minnesota receives Larkin Casa. Detroit receives Broden Urov
Whoa.
Wallstedt pick of choice.
Whoa, Jake's got a big mock trade for us. Thank you for the $5 donation, buddy. I appreciate it. So Minnesota receives Larkin Cosa. Detroit receives Brodin Urov Wallstedt at a pick of choice. So go for a goaltender instead of a big center. Interesting. I don't know if it's enough still, though, is the issue. Like, I think you might need to add somebody else on top of that. Though maybe not like a huge selection, but I don't know. That's pretty interesting to me, though. Sharks fans need Reed to fall. That would be, again, like, I'm just thinking about the scenario, and I genuinely don't see a situation where he gets past 5 in the Rangers. Like, I just can't see it. I just can't see it. Like, to me, with how much the Rangers like in their players, I just can't see a scenario where Reed gets past them at 5. Let alone, like, Seattle at 7, Winnipeg at 8. Like, I think it would be a genuine miracle. Like, I think for San Jose, you should be hoping for Keen Verhoff as like a realistic expectation. That could still drop, but maybe doesn't. Yeah, how are you guys doing today? Hopefully you're having a great draft day and evening. We will be reacting to all the picks, all the trades as they come, so do not go anywhere. I want to know for you guys, what trade do you think we see next? Do you think we're going to see it in the draft? Do you think we're going to see it shortly? Who gets traded as the next trade that we see? either big or small? I want to know. I want to know. Yeah, right now we got almost an hour and a half to go until the draft officially begins. Nathan, do you think Brooks Rogowski is still a first-round pick, or do you think he has a bad fall tonight where he ends up being middle, second, early third? I mean, I think he could easily be a first-rounder. It's just kind of about the teams in that range. I think he's more likely an early second, though. Like, I could see Chicago's first second-round pick being used on him.
DU goalie gets drafted?
Oh, Infinity with the $2. Thank you so much. And then Tonboy Axel, the 2 Canadian as well. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Now, first on Infinity's question about Johnny Hicks. I hope so. Probably not. Because I feel like teams are like, well, we'll just try to...
9th of February 27 in prospect for Werenski.
I feel like they're just going to be like, well, we could just sign Hicks as a free agent at some point instead of using a pick on him, which I could kind of understand. And then from Axel, San Jose trades number 2, 9 and 27, and a prospect for Werenski. Ooh. Do you do that if you're Columbus? Do you do that if you're Columbus? 2, 9, 27, and it would depend on the prospect, of course. That's... I'm thinking about it, and it's like, that is kind of your 1D, though. That is kind of like a top 3 defenseman in the league. And... some of you guys are saying only 9 and 27. I feel like you have to pay up way more than that, though. Like, way, way more than that. Maybe not second overall that much, but like, Werenski is a top... You can make the case that he's like the top 3 defenseman in this league. But I don't know. That's tough for sure. That's tough. It could depend on the prospect as well. If it's like a nobody prospect, like for Sharks fans, if it's like a nobody prospect, like somebody you drafted in like the 7th round or something, like does that make it better? Columbus should take that deal if Zach doesn't want to be there for sure. Yeah, that's the interesting thing is that it doesn't seem like they're going to be thinking about that until after the draft, which makes things interesting. Any chance this happens, Avs trade Taves for 2nd overall? Why? That's my question. Plus, I don't think it would be just Taves. I think you'd have to give up more than that for 2nd. But also, just like, why? Like, why would the Avs want to do that? Even if Taves is like slowly declining, he's not at that level where he is somebody you want to trade if you're the Avs. At least I don't think. I could be wrong, but I feel like you'd want to keep him at that point, right? The $2 coming in from Danny once again. Lots of Sharks mock trades. I like it. I like it. So yeah, 9th and 27th to move up to take Reed. Again, I feel like you might have to get a bit more than that. Like let's say it's like you were trading with Seattle, as an example. It's probably more like 9, 27, and like... Hold up. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyways. I think for San Jose, you might have to give up like another prospect on top of that. Or maybe more of a roster player. Seattle is in a weird spot, though. I don't know what they do, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think it would be... I think I could see that. I just think it would have to be a little bit more on top. Some prospect, some roster player. Like if it maybe it's like I know Sharks fans love him, but like a Luca Cagnoni, maybe, or like somebody on that tier. I'm thinking like a Philip Bistet as an example. How'd your game go last night, Rizzle? Yeah, I played my another hockey game last night. I got my first goal. So I've been getting back into playing hockey last like 4 weeks or so. I've finally gotten into it, playing mostly Tuesday, Thursdays. Got my first goal. My first goal kind of was like a little Bedard shot. I was coming off the rush, off the wing, used the D as a screen, and then like just whipped it over their stick and over the glove of the goalie, off the sidebar and into the net. It was pretty sick. Now keep in mind I was going like 5 miles per hour because I skate like crap, but my shot is good. My shot is good. That's all I got. That's all I got. I'm like Oliver Wahlstrom. So if the Islanders want to select me top 15, go ahead. Go ahead. What's realistic for DeBrusque? I could see like a late first rounder, maybe. Maybe more like a second rounder and prospect, similarly to maybe like the Olin Zellweger trade that we saw earlier. Bardowski, not the crossbar, but yeah, the sidebar. It was pretty sweet. Harley with a $2 donation. What does Columbus do tonight and this offseason? They are an enigma, man. They are an enigma. I don't know. I feel like Columbus is going to be so strange because they have the potential to tear it all down. I don't think they are going to, though. Like, the Nichushkin deal, it seemed like they wanted to really make a statement, even though it wasn't a massive player. That's still something I think they needed. But I think they still need more wing help. They still need to go after somebody else, I think. So I think they're in a position where I think they want to be aggressive, and I think they will be. Hopefully. I hope they take a next step, man. If Sabres were picking Vigo, they could trade down to 6th overall. I could agree with that, for sure. I think he'd still be available there, honestly. Like, if they take Malhotra, I think he falls to, like, Winnipeg still. That's my prediction. But Cammy with the $5. Not the belly button lint. Though I will say, Eisman does nothing is a fantastic prediction. In fact, I would say that's ice cold. I think Eisman doing nothing is like the most sure thing you could possibly predict. By the way, for the poll that we just did on who will Vancouver take at 3rd overall, Malhotra still wins the poll at 55%. With Reed at 45%. Very interesting there. Very, very interesting. Yeah, let us know. Let us know. Does Eisman do something? Does something ever happen in Detroit? Yes or no? Let us hear it. And then MZ with the $2. Will you be streaming live the draft? Yes, we will. Do not worry. We'll be here for every single pick and all. Basically, on the side, what you see right here with the tweets, I'm going to be having the live draft order updating as we go. So you'll be able to keep track of everything as it happens. MZ, thank you so much, though. Let me get you up on the big board. Put him on the board. Yes. Oh, and then Michael with the $5. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, man.
If you get your haircut, I'll double my donation next live chat. Lol, go Carolina.
Michael, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. The good news for you, though, I will be getting a haircut in a couple weeks when I go back to Texas for a little trip. Likely going to get it there. So, probably won't be streaming much throughout the off-season, but maybe I'll just stream for like 5 minutes, try to get you in there. Thank you for the $5, though, Michael. I appreciate you. Nothing ever happens? Yeah. Honestly, probably. Probably. We got 1,900 in the stream. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Let us know. What do you guys think is going to be the next trade that we see? A lot of opportunities here, but we shall see with this one. I'm very curious. I'm thinking, again, Robertson is still on the board. I know that we heard him a little bit. I think Connor Zary gets dealt. That's my prediction. I think Connor Zary is going to be the next player that gets traded. That is my prediction here today, folks. That is my prediction. Calgary makes a little deal. Maybe tries to get him for like a late first rounder potentially. Something like that. Something like that. But Daniel, with the donation, what do you think Buffalo does with trades and drafting? They got 4th overall, man. They have an opportunity to really strike. I feel like most likely though they're going to keep the pick. Something about it. I just feel like they're going to keep the pick. Preston, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Does Darnell Nurse get traded? It seems like it's kind of quieted on the Nurse front, which I'm not really sure what to think about that, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, let's get into... Oh my goodness, Kevin with the $5 donation. Oh my. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. On the side of Buffalo. Okay, this will be interesting.
With the trades BUF made, do you think they've gotten better or worse? Their exits seem pretty significant after more or less a Cinderella season.
No, that's fair. If you're counting Tuck as well on that, I do feel like they are a worse team, but I don't think it's by a crippling amount, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like Zellweger could prove to be pretty similar to Byram. The Tuck departure, though, does hurt. They're going to have some major internal growth out of players like Oshlund, Doan especially, but I don't think it's impossible. And they might not be done either in terms of acquisitions. And then Jay Chung, 58 with the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. Nemets and 6 for first overall. Come home, McKenna. I like how you're thinking. I mean, I would be... that would be wild if all of that Nemets trade was to trade up to first overall. That would shock me. But also, crazier things have happened. Crazier things have happened. Jack, thoughts on the Islanders? I hope they wake up. I hope they do something. I would not be shocked if the Islanders do absolutely nothing, because it's the Islanders. And I don't know. Darsh has made some big moves, I guess, in the Noah Dobson deal. But he has to inherit something from Lou Lamoriello. All right. Let's get through a couple of other tweets here. From Elliot Freeman on Connor Hellebuck. Another team that kind of fit to me, but I'm not sure they have a good goalie, is Utah. Now, Utah does have 19th overall. This could be interesting. Do you guys see Utah as a fit for Hellebuck? I've been waiting for them to make like this massive move. I mean, they did go for Peterka last offseason, but I still feel like they're a team that could make sense for Trocheck. Hellebuck will be wild. But they have a ton of prospects. A ton. So I could see them being an interesting partner for Hellebuck. What are you guys thinking? Like, maybe Mel Melka goes the other way as well? I wouldn't be shocked if Utah makes a big splash. Darren Dreger says, I'm not as confident in thinking that these two teams are going to be able to get something together in time for the opening round, but we'll see on Buffalo and Hellebuck. So we have heard a lot about the Sabres being interested in Hellebuck, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to make it happen. From Darren Drager on the Canadians, so some big Habs news here. They've more or less kicked tires of Eddie Trocheck, and I believe Montreal's on his no-fly zone. I think that there's some flexibility from Trocheck's perspective. Okay, so he would... So it was on his no-trade list, but that there might be some flexibility there if he's asked? Am I reading that right? Potentially? Very strange. Yeah, Trocheck could be interesting as a second-line C, but I think the issue for the Habs just comes down to the price. I think that's the issue in the Trocheck case for Montreal specifically, because New York would probably want like a H, and that's just not going to happen for the Habs. There's just no chance, honestly. Okay, so while we are a little under an hour away from the NHL draft, I did want to officially, let's see, Andreas, 44-month membership. Hello there. In Obi-Wan Kenobi voice. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. 44 months is ridiculous. Thank you, dude. It's great to see you back today. Hopefully the Rangers aren't abhorrently stupid for once. We'll see. It seemed like they were close on McTavish, and then that just didn't happen. Thanks, Frank Cervalli. Unbelievable. Unbelievable as always. Yeah, right before we get into the draft and before we get into everything else and maybe some trades over the next hour right before the draft begins, I did want to get into my NHL picks here via PrizePicks. And if you guys don't know, PrizePicks is the channel sponsor here and for the NHL draft stream as well. But they're the best place to make daily picks for all sports out there, whether it is for hockey, but also the MLB, the World Cup going on, UFC as well. And all you got to do is pick more or less on players and different totals. For the NHL, even though the games aren't going right now, they do have totals for next season, so you can make your predictions on those, whether it's Austin Matthews, the Kachucks, if you really want to go for that, though I think Sens fans might gravitate towards the less in that category, or at least they'd want to. But if you want to get started with PrizePicks, just hit the link in the description down below, download the PrizePicks app, and make sure you use code HMA when you get started, and when you play $5, you'll get $50 instantly to work with. But let's get right back into it, folks. And I want to, first things first, zero in on Hellebuck, because he seems to be getting a lot more traction here. Might not be Buffalo. It might not be the team that actually gets him. But I want to know from you guys, if Hellebuck does get moved, Elliot Freeman speculating Utah, I feel like, and this might be out of the blue, but I feel like New Jersey still makes so much sense to me. Like, I don't know. I feel like with that 12th overall pick, with the second rounders they have, I still feel like there's an opportunity for the Devils to secure that goaltending. And they, with Jacob Markstrom, might not be keeping him around. I want to know for you guys, where do you predict Hellebuck to go? Is it to Buffalo still? Somewhere else? Let us know. Oh, Chellers, of course I'm a Star Wars nerd. I mean, my dad was, so I kind of inherited that. But, yeah, Revenge of the Sith, absolutely goated. Empire, absolutely goated. Rogue One, absolutely goated. Attack of the Clones was my favorite one as a kid. Not as much anymore, but I still have a soft spot for that one. I mean, I'm not really like a hot take or anything, but haven't really loved a lot of what Disney has put out, I will say. Axel, the 2 Canadian. Thank you so much, man. Dobesh, Zorowski, and Pickford, and a first for Marchenko. Oh. Interesting.
Zorowski, Pickford first for Marchenko.
Let us know, Habs fans. Would you take that deal? Would you take that deal for Marchenko? So I'm guessing he'll be 28th overall in this year's draft. What would you do that? I don't know. I don't know if I would. It depends, because I'm a bit lower on a couple of those players than most. Like Zorowski, I think will have middle six potential, but I don't think he's this lock necessarily. The KHL's kind of weakened over the years. Pickford, same thing kind of goes. I'm not sure what his style will be at the NHL level, even though his shot is just ridiculous. But I feel like Dobesh has just like put himself on a level that's just kind of hard to trade at this point. As much as I love Jacob Fowler, I feel like it's just like you kind of got to keep him at this point. Buckley says Columbus says no thank you. Interesting. Helly to New Jersey would be glorious, right? Like I'm thinking that's such a good fit. I'm thinking that's such a good fit. But yeah, I think Montreal would rather go for like a package like that, trading Zorowski, Pickford, than Hage. But I feel like Hage is what it comes down to. I will say this for Montreal: if you're getting Kirill Marchenko and he's signed long term, am I crazy to say that I would trade Michael Hage easily if it's like a 1-for-1? Because I would say for me personally, Marchenko is like the best case scenario you could get in Hage in a player like Hage. Especially when it comes to Marchenko's physicality, his play on the rush, his skill level, the point production. I love Hage, but I also think there's a chance that he's more of like a 60-point guy rather than Marchenko, who's a 75-point guy pretty much routinely. But I don't know. Even if it isn't the most likely thing, I think it's very interesting to talk about. Why would the Habs trade Dobesh right now? That's kind of what I'm thinking. And it's also like, I don't feel like Columbus would, even though Columbus would want Dobesh in a trade, I don't know if that's like their main get, because Jet Greaves has been just fine for them recently. So I feel like it might just be a better opportunity to go after more depth on either the forward or defensive side. Thoughts on a Beniers for Lafreniere trade? I mean, it doesn't seem like Seattle's very interested in trading Beniers at all, but I don't know. I wouldn't do it if I'm Seattle. I think for the Rangers, that would be a slam dunk. Even though Lafreniere has potential and has shown it in stretches, I feel like having a Beniers who's that good defensively as a C would be excellent. I think you'd have to package more, though, on top of Lafreniere. Hage is good, but staying in the NCAA 3 years is ridiculous. I mean, it feels like there's unfinished business with Michigan, and they are going to have a stacked team next year of DuPont, that is for sure. But yeah, I feel like he could have got... I feel like the issue, though, is that... And Cam Robinson of EP mentioned this. For a lot of players and agents, they do not want to deal with the AHL. The grind, the schedule, it's just not something they want to deal with. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of prospects, and Hage is kind of in that in-between range between NCAA and the NHL. But Jake, $10 donation.
What could a trade look like? Maybe bringing Touch home as part of the deal.
Thank you, though, Jake, for the $10 donation. My man keeps coming through. Love to see it. Thank you so much to all the donators so far tonight, by the way. You guys have been killing it. And if you guys... I'm trying to interact with the chat as much as possible, but if you really want to get your questions answered, donating is the best way to do so. But from Jake C, Billy G has second thoughts on the Kaprizov contract. Knowing Washington loves Russians and Grill loves Ovi, what could a trade look like? Maybe bringing Tuck home as part of the deal? Bro, Imagine Washington trades for Tuck, signs him, brings him on, commits him and everything, and then they instantly trade to Minnesota. That would be really funny. I don't think it's gonna happen, personally. Mostly because Minnesota just wants to win now. Like, I don't feel like there's a reason to trade Kaprizov, even if he hasn't been perfect. I feel like you just kind of got to go with what you have, right? But we got 2,000 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for jumping in. Make sure you guys subscribe, hit that like button if you haven't already. We are going to be here all throughout this draft process. We got an hour and 15 minutes to go until the draft begins, and we know who gets selected, what trades get made. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be breaking all the latest rumors and trades down as they happen. All right, according to Elliot Freeman as well from the Fan Hockey Show, on Jason Robertson and the Red Wings, it's not like Steve Yzerman tips his hand, but I'm not sure. You're losing a center in Larkin. If Yzerman's going to blow the budget, do you think he does it on Robertson? I don't know if I see that. Also, Lego, good to see you. Of course, I remember you, dude. What's wrong with Steve Yzerman? What is wrong with this man? Like, I get it's not the center you want, but, like, I think that's one of the best players you could possibly hope for back in a Larkin deal. And I feel like at that point, I'd rather figure out the center issue later. Go for, like, a Minnesota type of blueprints, right? I don't know. Like, I feel like... would I rather Robertson or, like, a second-line center? Because it seems like that's what Detroit's going to have to settle for. They aren't getting this top-end guy that they want in a Larkin deal. Otherwise, the deal would have happened already. That's kind of the thing for me. Dad, please like and subscribe, everyone. Very, very true. Very, very true. Rob, thank you for the 61 months. 2K in the chat. Let's go. Absolutely. Rob's making a great point. Great point. What do you think about Hellebuck to Buffalo for 4th overall? Wait, okay. Hellebuck to Buffalo for 4th overall, McLeod and Levi or UPL. That would be a unbelievable trade for Winnipeg. I'll just say that. I would take that instantly. Instantly if I'm Winnipeg. I just don't think the 4th overall pick is in play. I just really don't think it is.
Can we see a Trump impression breaking down the debate at 3rd overall?
At 3rd? Okay, you get 10 seconds, Cameron. Just because of your gracious donation. You know, I don't think a 3rd overall with the Canadian up there. I don't think they're gonna take the American. As sad as it is, which sucks to see, but I just don't see it happening. I just can't see it. Many people are saying that they're gonna take the Canadian, and they're just gonna go for it. They're gonna go for it, folks. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. No one wants to live in Detroit or Seattle. Hey, I went to Detroit last year. I thought it was quite nice. I liked it. Can't vouch for Seattle, though. I'll say that. If Stevie Y wants a center back, let's do a 3-way trade. Dallas, Detroit, and Anaheim. See, I feel like that's what's going to have to happen. Now, we did hear some reports that Dallas with Robertson could maybe need a 3-team trade. That's kind of what I'm thinking could also happen in the Larkin situation. Reports they offered 4th to Winnipeg. Really? I feel like that's the issue though, is that they haven't. Because I feel like if they offered 4th to Winnipeg, I feel like a deal would have happened. Like I feel like Winnipeg would take that. Next year the draft is stacked full of defense, so it doesn't matter. I mean, honestly, like the centers in D in next year's class are really good. Like this class is very wing heavy, or at least at the top it is. So I'm kind of intrigued by the difference that we will see next year. But a lot more centers at the top, for sure. Crazy Polar Bear with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, man. Let me get you up there. On the board.
Do you think the Blues trade up, and if they do, which pick do they go for?
That's a good question. Because, yeah, 4 first-round picks for St. Louis. They have all the opportunity in the world. Now, if you watched my bold predictions video a couple days back, you would know that I predicted St. Louis to jump into the top 8. I still think it's going to happen. 2nd overall, 7th or 8th. I think those are the 3 picks I would look at. Especially, I would look at Seattle. They're wanting to make a big splash. They could use those picks for maybe something else. Let me know in the chat. Which pick out of that top 10 range do you see St. Louis trading up to? Because I feel like they want to make a splash. They want to do something big. They have the picks to do it. We know that for sure. So I'm curious about it. Got the worst poop in the world. Rip toilet. Sorry, Tiger Tail. Hope you're doing okay. They offer the 4th to Winnipeg, but the 8th coming back. Okay, interesting. So more of like a pick swap scenario there. That makes sense. Carolina should trade for Werenski. This is what... Okay, but like, surely you wouldn't want to have like a Slavin or a Keandre Miller as like your bottom pair D. Maybe they go for like a Buffalo situation where they have like one of those guys as a right D. Like, and let me know for Carolina fans, did either of those guys play right D at all last year at any point? Yeah, it would be a little bit ridiculous, I think, to have Werenski, Slavin, and Keandre Miller as your 3 lefty. Now that Eklund's gone, I don't think it'll be 2. Yeah, I feel like they want to go for Stenberg, which I'm hoping so, guys. If San Jose takes anybody else besides Stenberg, I'm gonna go crazy. Hey, Sloppy Tuna, I appreciate the kind words, but M-Bomb's the go. Don't worry. Islanders are taking Colin. I feel like if he is available, they do. I don't feel like he slips past 13. Drager also reported an hour ago Bob doesn't re-sign with Florida. He has high interest in Toronto because he's close friends with Lorentz. I've heard a lot of Toronto interest in Bobrovsky as well. I would not be shocked about that. And it kind of makes sense. You already have the Joseph Wool trade earlier, and they just traded Urson, but I could see it. As a bit of like a stopgap in between Hildeby and Art Tomanov, I could see Bobrovsky making a lot of sense. It's just the term that gets me. Like, he wants like 5 years. And I'm like, dude, you're 38 years old. You realize that? 5 years? He saw the Marchand deal and was like, yeah, I'm going to get that too. Yeah, Michael, the $5 donation. Thank you, buddy. Hurricanes offer Nikishin a first rounder to Winnipeg for Connor Hellebuck. Jets fans, would you take that? I'm guessing it would be... Wait, would it be 8th? I feel like I'd take that if I'm Winnipeg. Am I crazy? Nikishin an 8th overall for Hellebuck? I feel like I would say yes to that. David, thank you so much for popping in. We'll see you later, man. Would you take that if you're the Jets? If it's 8th overall in Nikishin. Or sorry, 7th over. Or first, wait. Hurricanes. Okay, my bad. I don't know why I was thinking Seattle. Does Carolina does have that 31st overall pick. That makes it more difficult, I think. That makes it more difficult. 31st overall and Nikishin. I would think about it, but I feel like I'd have to have something else. Something else on top of that. Like, maybe not a top prospect, but like a Felix Unger-Sorum, or maybe one of the maybe a goalie like a Kachekov, potentially. People are overrating Helly value. He can fetch something high, but no way a top pick and top 6 and a goalie. Here, that's the thing that I'm hearing though, is that like Hellebuck is a bit of an exception, but goaltenders in general aren't getting the value that many people expect. Even though Hellebuck is the best goaltender on the earth, in my opinion, it doesn't feel like it's going to be the haul of like a Quinn Hughes, that type of trade. Maybe a hair below that. From David Pagnota on the Sabres, Brandon Carlo is still on the radar as far as I know. So, and we have heard a lot of Carlo to Buffalo inklings and rumors out there. Carlo, I think, could still be an underrated bottom pair D. I mean, especially when it comes to his consistency on D. He's not a great skater, but I think if you shelter him with more of a pace-pushing D, he could be just fine, I think. Pagnota reported Sharks are drafting Stenberg. If you guys can, actually, if you guys can tweet, when you guys get these rumors, or if they're put on Twitter, just at me on my notifications, and I'll try to get out there. All right. Ooh. Rodney with the $2. Thank you for the donation, buddy. I appreciate it. Let's see. What do you think St. Louis does with, do they get Elias Pettersson? Yeah, I've heard Pettersson a lot lately. Montreal, apparently, for the Habs fans in here, Montreal has been leaked to Elias Pettersson. Would you want to go for him with that contract? But yeah, St. Louis, I think, could make a lot of sense. That second line C spot. But I just don't know what the value is at this point. Does it take multiple first rounders? I just don't know. Like that to me is interesting. By the way, can we get some W's in the chat from my boy Mike? Oh my goodness. I'm just seeing this now. Apparently, Mike is on the floor, boots on the ground in Buffalo, reporting for the NHL draft. Can we get some W's in the chat for him? That is awesome, man. I love to see that. I love to see that. That is an absolute W move right there. I mean, if he's not going to be streaming, he better be there, boots on the ground. Apparently, he'll be getting access to all the first-round picks. Love to see that, man. Beauty. When they announced PD to Ottawa, Pettersson would be so strange with it. Like, why would they trade for Pettersson? Put him on the wing? Put Pettersson on the wing? Do you think the Sharks should go for a goalie or be patient with Askarov? I would take my bet on Askarov, at least right now. He wasn't great last year, but you already have committed. You might as well give him a bit more of a chance. Excuse me, are you going to be streaming the draft? Yes, we will, Mythos. We'll be streaming all throughout the first round. All throughout. Do not worry. We got 2,000 still in the chat. Thank you guys so much for coming in. By the way, if you guys are enjoying the vibes, hit that like button. We are a few likes away from 400. Let's get there before this draft starts, guys. Let's get it going. Pittsburgh has a landing spot for Pettersson. I could see that. I mean, especially as like that second line center position, you have a little bit more of a sure case, more of a defensive C. I wouldn't mind it. Who's getting the Twins? I still feel like Vancouver's going to take him with their 24 and 33rd overall pick. I just have a feeling about it right now. Yes, tonight is just the first round. And then tomorrow morning, we'll be live for rounds 2 through 3. So make sure you guys stick with us here for that. Done with the membership. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Guys, we are almost an hour away. Oh, man. Because the clock starts at 7 or is it at 8? So it's 7 p.m. Eastern. The clock starts like 5 minutes after that, I'm pretty sure. Grav, what would you realistically... what would a realistic Ottawa draft that you give an A+ grade? Well, at 25 and 32, it would have to be a couple upside swings. Like, give me Doodle Hockey. Thank you for the kind words, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, realistically, 25, 32. If they got like Tommy Blale at 25 and like a Mathis Preston at 32. Something like that. It's not going to happen because Ottawa's going to go for a more projectable piece with one of those at least. But I feel like Ottawa has a chance to go for some upside swings, man. Give me some inch, or maybe more like an Xavier Villeneuve. Maybe more like an Xavier Villeneuve at 32. I don't know. Could be interesting. Maybe not Blale since he's a right D and they don't really need that in their pool right now. So if it's like Villeneuve 25, Preston 32, or like Villeneuve 25 and like if somehow like a Novotny fell or like an Ignatavicius, like if it's like Villeneuve like Ignatavicius, I would like that a lot for the Sens, honestly. Okay, from Elliot Freeman on the Jason Robertson negotiations, I don't see Dallas saying, okay, if we got to keep him, we're going to go up to like 13 or 14 or 15 million. I just don't see that being the case. So a bit of an update on the Robertson case. Doesn't seem like Dallas is going to be budging. Doesn't really seem like Robertson's going to be budging either. Hey! I don't know how I pronounce that name.
Thank you for the coverage.
I'm just going to say Jur. I feel like I'm just going to say Jur. Because if I say that name, all of it, I don't know if I... Calgary taking the Rucks. You will have to take them early. Yeah, I could see it, especially since they have 30 and what is it? Oh, well, they don't have 35 anymore because of the Mets trade though, which makes things a bit more interesting. That I think could put a bit of a wrench in the ruck situation. By the way, we just hit 400 likes. Thank you guys so much, y'all. Stick with us here today. We got an hour, guys. Everybody, put 1 hour. 1 hour in the chat. We are close. We are close to the NHL draft starting up. It's been great. Great so far, and we're going to keep the great vibes coming. Kyle with a $5 donation. Does Robo get traded tonight? And what do you think it'll be? At this point, I'd want him to stay, but not for over 12.5 million. 100% agree. 100% agree.
At this point, I'd want him to stay, but not for over 12.5 per year.
Yeah, 13 is as much as I'd go, and I don't feel like even at that point he's going to end up staying. So it's like, at this point, I'm trading him. I 100% agree, though, Kyle. Like, I'm kind of done with it. I'm like, dude, you are on a winning team. The taxes are great for you. Give me a break and just sign the dang contract. But he wants to get more than that. Let's see. What are the Bruins heading next? Oh, where are the Bruins heading next season? They lost to Buffalo in the first round. I didn't see much potential, your opinion. I could see them taking a step back, honestly. Maybe not the biggest one in the world, but I could see a bit more of a step back. That Atlantic is so tough, though, man. Ugh. I know we say it every year, but I wouldn't be surprised if they missed the playoffs. I mean, they did a couple years ago. Chris Peters gave a good example. You can't spend 1 first-round pick and draft a right D, or spend 3 or 4 in a trade for 1. Sharks need Reed. I mean, that's again with the assumption that Reed's going to be everything you want him to be, which could be the case, but it's not a guarantee. And I feel like I'd rather go for the guarantee, or at least more of one in Stenberg, at least to me, than Reed, who I still think has some question marks. But I think he would be excellent in San Jose. If he's the pick at 2 still, like, I think he'd be good there. I just don't really understand it from the pick perspective. Like, I would have rather them just keep the picks, keep Eklund, and draft Reed at 2, if that makes sense. Space Blue, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate it. Love the profile pic, by the way. Like, am I wrong on that, Sharks fans? Like, I feel like I would have rather just kept Eklund and drafted Reed at 2 and not get 9th overall. Like, that, I would have just stood pat. That's why I think it's so much more likely that we will see Stenberg be the pick. Grr, thank you so much for welcome to the member gang. And then May with a $2 donation. How would you feel if the Stars ended up with Nyes? I wouldn't be mad about it. I like Nyes a lot. Obviously less than a Robertson, but like, I think I would take it considering the circumstances, honestly. I think I'll take it. Because Nyes, especially with like a Wyatt Johnston, I think Nyes could work out really well, actually. All right, Maine with the $2. Thank you so much, dude. Do you think Chicago makes a major trade today? I hope so. They have the potential to do some wacky shenanigans here, and I hope they do. I really do hope they do. Oh my goodness, Benoit with the 2 Canadian. Celebrate the first super chat ever. Thank you, Benoit. I appreciate you. Let's get some hype for him in the chat. All right, let me get you up on the big board, my man. This trade will be perfect for the Sharks. Habs send 1st and 2nd in 2026 and 2077 for Reinbacher, Struble, for San Jose's 2nd overall pick. I think you'd have to put more to the table, I think, for sure. Oh, John with a 20 Canadian. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you, dude.
Should the Habs stay the course, or in your opinion, is it time to trade some of their weaker talent?
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate that a ton. Let me first get your name on the board here. John Richard up on the donation board for the 20 Canadian. Ridiculous. Thank you so much, man. Should the Habs stay the course, or in your opinion, is it time to make a splash for the weaker talent, with some of their weaker talent to make a splash? Honestly, with the prices that we've seen out there, this is what I'm thinking.
Gherkin is a small pickle.
The text-to-speech on that. Thank you, Garrett, with the $2 donation. I appreciate it. But yeah, I think for the Habs, I would personally... This is my thing. I know that second-line center spot is a massive issue, and I think it is a massive issue. But we have seen in this market just how much leverage sellers have, how much of an ability they have to strangle the teams that are trying to buy these guys, and I just don't know if it's worth it for the Habs. I personally would run it back if this is the market that's being set, where you're giving up 2 first and a second for a Simone Nemec who's barely proved himself, giving up a 4th overall pick plus for a Bowen Byram. Like, I just don't think there's a scenario where the Habs don't handcuff themselves with a second-line center trade, unless it's for a younger piece. That's where I think the Habs could get some value. Like, if it's for a Shane Wright, I think there is an opportunity there to get a second-line C for pretty underrated value. But if it's like a Vincent Trocheck and you're giving up like 2 first-rounders as an equivalent, if not more, I just don't know if it's worth it. I just don't know if it's worth it. Oh my goodness! Legaguli with the $28 Canadian. My man coming through. And then Chucky. And then Chucky with a $2 donation. Are we meat watching right now? Are we meat watching right now?
Gherkin Death has a small pickle loudly crying.
My poor guy. My poor guy's getting roasted by Chucky. And then Space Blue, thank you so much for the membership. I appreciate it a ton. Thank you so much for the $28 though, dude. Let me get you on the board at least for a little bit before I get Chucky up there. Oh man. Or Lika. Man, that threw me for a loop. Chucky, how dare you? Now I'm gonna be shaking up the entire rest of the live stream. Maybe Montreal flips a roster player like Doc. I could see something like that. I just don't feel like they're going to give up the farm in this current market. That's my thing. Do you think the Flyers do anything? The only thing that I think could happen is Ristolainen. I think he's kind of the wild card in this whole situation for Philly. I could see a spot where they... Oh, boys and girls! Holy... From Pierre LeBron, a huge update on the Zach Werenski situation. Nothing imminent, but the Blue Jackets have started listening to teams calling on Zach Werenski. Sources confirm. The Blue Jackets are aware that the Norris Trophy winner is unlikely to extend past his deal. No guarantee he's dealt this summer, but the Jackets' best deal could be now versus waiting a year, and we'll see how it develops. Boys and girls, Werenski is on the table with less than an hour to go. Holy... Is somebody going to wake up and get Zach Werenski tonight, folks? We'll see here. Legion with the 2 Canadian. Chucky got a big pickle, though, for real. True. That's why he donated $1. Thank you, Chucky, and thank you, Legion. I appreciate you both. So Werenski is on the table. Teams are now in. The Blue Jackets are listening. Boys and girls, where do we see Werenski landing? Columbus. Do you guys want Jason Robertson? Do you guys want Jason Robertson? I'm just saying. But yeah, just in terms of the team fits out there, I know Toronto would be in love with somebody like this. They could desperately use it. San Jose, man. I mean, we've been talking about them potentially trading second. Zach Werenski could be a major get. I'm just thinking about it, man. There's so many options for Werenski. Now that we know that Columbus is actually listening. It's not even just that they're waiting until after the draft. Werenski is now officially on the table. Robertson is not signing in Columbus. Yeah, probably not. Probably not, but a man can dream. Yarmo did draft Werenski, so there's that. Ooh. But I mean, they just traded for Zellweger. I feel like at a certain point. Though I don't even know why I'm asking this. It's going to be Florida, Carolina, and Vegas. Okay. I might have said Chicago before the Bowen Byram deal. I might have said Chicago. Probably not now. Somebody did mention Anaheim in the stream yesterday. That could be interesting as like a Lacombe and Werenski 1-2 punch. Those two would be ridiculous together. I feel like... Oh, man, the possibilities. They're just running through my mind right now. Like, Detroit? Detroit could be interesting. Would they give up, like, a Simone Edvinsson? Probably, maybe not, but like I feel like that's a major piece that could go back to Columbus. The Rangers, I think, could be fascinating. Hey, Long this with a $10 donation. Thank you so much, man.
Got them picks for the Kings and trade for Werenski. Kings are confused.
I will say, LA getting Werenski would kind of be insane. Thank you for the $10, though. I appreciate that. I mean, LA shouldn't be sleeping. I think Werenski would be a franchise changer, genuinely. Somebody said St. Louis with the 3 first-rounders. That would be insane. But, I mean, they kind of have... I mean, Broberg is turning into their top pair D, but you could still make both of those guys work. Genuinely, I think there are so few teams that Werenski doesn't really make sense for at all. Oh, man. Oh, man. Seattle? Does Zach Werenski say yes to Seattle? They've been going for a big move. Maybe they trade Dunn the other way. There's just so much is going through my mind right now. Kevin with the $2.
27. Musty. By stat.
Oh.
Rights to Mukamadalin for him.
Again, I still think it would take a little bit more than that. But, like, maybe another roster player. Potentially. Like, flip out Musty for, like, a Chernyshov, maybe. And I think I could see that, honestly. But I think you're on the right track. I think you're on the right track. Jono, the draft starts in 50 minutes. 50 minutes until the draft starts. And Werenski is on the table, folks. Let us know your mock trades. Let us know where you think he's going. Something, man. Something about that Anaheim fit. I don't think it's perfect. I don't think it's ideal. But maybe Mason McTavish goes the other way. Mintyukov? Like, maybe a package centers around Mintyukov, McTavish, Roger McQueen. I think there's a possibility there. Werenski's going to go for a Quinn Hughes type package. 100%. 100%. And that was what, like 4 first-round picks in terms of the equivalent? Devil ship out number 12 for Werenski. A lot more would be on top of that for sure. Werenski to Boston to play for Four Nations partner McAvoy. Do you think the Bruins would shop? I mean, I feel like Dean Lortenor would be an automatic one. Maybe James Higgins instead. As a Habs fan, Montreal's been talking to Columbus for forwards, but can't add Goulet to make it work. Anyways, I think New Jersey will get him. They just traded the Mets as well, plus an American and the Hughes. Oh. New Jersey would be actually pretty interesting. I feel like that defense is an opportunity to really look a lot different. Okay. Does New Jersey trade Luke Hughes? Do they go that far? I mean, if you're trading for Zach Werenski, I feel like the need for Luke really diminishes, and he was not great this last year. Salaev is probably more realistic, but I don't know. That could be the main centerpiece. I just don't want Werenski going to San Jose. Letourneau is off limits. He's going to be a Hobie Baker finalist. But, like, Zach Werenski just won the Norris Trophy. Like, as much as I even love a James Higgins, I would trade James Higgins 1-for-1 in an instant for Zach Werenski. Like, I wouldn't even question it. Like, you're getting arguably a top 3 defenseman in the league. This is what is on the table here in Columbus. So, I don't know. I don't know. But let's know down below, what do you guys think about the Zach Werenski potential deal? So many options now are on the table, folks. So many more. But I'm curious to see if they go for a top 10 pick in this class. That's what I'm very curious about. Do they go for one of these top picks? Do they try to get a top 8 one? Does a team like Seattle have enough at 7th overall and the prospects they have? I mean, again, the Rangers have... The Rangers, I think, are one to keep an eye out on for as well. Because they have been in on a lot of these guys, like Alex Tuck recently. They've been the bridesmaid, just never the bride. But I could see them really being on Werenski. Now, division rival makes it harder to do that. But I could see 5th overall being in play. Easily. Especially since they'd probably take a defenseman with that pick anyways. Similar with what happened with Chicago, where they probably were going to select like a player like a Carls, but they go for Byram, who you can debate is a better option than 4th overall. But I could see a similar situation playing out with the Rangers. 100%. Sharks fan, No interest in Werenski because of his age. Isn't he like 28? Yeah, he's 28 years old. I don't know. I feel like you're getting at least like 5 years of unreal play. Now, okay, he does turn 29 this July, so you do factor that in. I guess I could kind of see it, but that is interesting. Where would Zari go? It feels like he, from what we've heard, is going to be traded for likely around a second-round pick or so, maybe a late first. But he's another young option that I think hasn't quite materialized yet, but that would be interesting. Now, from NHL Rumor Report, only teams linked to Zach Werenski in any capacity so far are Carolina and Toronto. There is some speculation about Tampa out there as well. Plenty of teams would be interested, obviously. So a couple names out there from NHL Rumor Report. Tampa, I mean, that was also speculated yesterday with, of course, Hedman and his looming retirement. There's a lot more room on Tampa's defense, but what does Tampa trade? That's my issue. Is like what does Tampa even have that Columbus would like? That's the only issue I have. JT, the spam, dude. I can't have it. I can't have it. Got to put you in timeout for that. But yes, the Islanders could be an interesting fit. But yeah, Tampa as an option would just be wild. Would just be absolutely insane. But again, like what do they trade? What do they even have? Like would a Moser have to be a part of that? Like I don't know. I don't even know why Tampa would do it at that point is the issue. Dan with a $5 donation. Love the channel, Grav. Always watch it with my friend Varley. Let's go Kraken. Hey, shout out to you, Dan, and shout out to you, Varley. Thank you guys so much. And good luck to the Kraken tonight.
Always watch it with my friend Varley.
Especially at 7, Dan. They have a big opportunity here. We'll see what they're able to do. Probably not going to get a Robertson, but who else? Who knows who else could be in play? Ducks or the Kings? Yeah, I feel like the Ducks are more likely just because of the assets that they have. Though I could see LA. Anyways, I could see Tampa sending Braden Point. Oh, that could be spicy. Wait a second. That could be spicy. Interesting. Matthew, if my poop is red, any concern? You're good, brother. Just push it out, okay? Just push it out. I'd hate to give up Moser, but for Werenski, sure. Yeah, I just don't know what Tampa's appetite is for that is the issue. Like, I feel like they just go in a different direction at that point, you know? Barzal for 7 and above? Him in Seattle will be fun. That's for sure. Blues trade up? No. I think so, Brownie. I still think we're gonna see it, but it's just a matter of like, when is it gonna happen? Are we gonna see that more once the draft actually happens? I think St. Louis is the team to watch, though. Still, they're still the team to watch. We got 2,100 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for coming by. We have 25 likes to go until 500, so hit that like button if you guys are enjoying the stream so far. And the 2026 NHL draft reactions presented by Prize Picks. Werenski on the table. We're gonna see what happens here next. So many stars that could be dealt right here tonight, and we'll see how much we do see. Jets fans here would love Helly to stay, but he deserves a shot at the cup. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the rough spot. Is he's 33 years old? You know, like how much are you gonna actually be able to give him? So it could make sense to trade him for sure. Hey, Mr. Daniels, welcome back. It's good to see you. How's it going? It's going very well, my man. Good to see you tonight. Hopefully we see the Habs do something crazy for you. It's going very well, though, man. It's great to have you here today. It's great to have all of you beauties here today as we go through this NHL draft. Still. Whoa! Elliot Friedman! Holy! Wait! Boston and Utah are working on a JJ Peterka deal. We will see how this develops. Bruins. Don Sweeney has woken up, ladies and gentlemen. They have struck a deal. Utah already trading Peterka is crazy. Oh my goodness. The Bruins have woken up, folks. Let's go. We got some trade action today, folks. Peterka is on his way out. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Going for some high upside here, Boston. Very intriguing. Of course, we saw the Peterka trade last year to Utah. I felt like the fit was kind of all over the place. He started out pretty well, but kind of flustered in that second half. Just inconsistent defensive detail, and that's kind of the thing that I think has kind of warped his perception. But the skill level is immense, and when he gets those offensive opportunities, he can make the most of it. But the production just wasn't really great this year. But he gets shipped off to Boston. Peterka already gone from Buffalo and already gone from Utah. What are we thinking about Peterka to the Bruins, though? I feel like that's an interesting bet for them to make. They needed some more juice, some more offense in that middle six. So we'll see. I like the addition. We'll see what the price ends up being. I'd love to know what you guys are thinking on this, though. Because I'm not really sure what what the Bruins trade. This is going to be interesting. Do they trade a D, maybe? Back to Utah? One of the centers? Huh. I mean, they do have... Boston does have 23rd overall in this year's class. And for the other picks, Bruins have number 23. Man. But they also have 56th overall as well. So in the second round, they do have some value potentially there too. Oh, man. Boston going after Peterka. I'm kind of surprised going to the Atlantic. Maybe that Ottawa wasn't in on this. That kind of surprises me. But man, Peterka on his way to the Bruins. I like that fit. It's just like that second line left wing. You get some space behind Pastrnak, give him a little bit more of a background, give him a little more of a force. But yes, the Bruins are acquiring Peterka, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, mentioning Lohrei in the chat, I could see that for sure. 100%. He was one of the most likely Bruins, I think, to get dealt this offseason. I'm shocked the Bruins went after him, of all teams. Like, the defensive detail is not there. Not really much of a physical player. The skill is the name of the game. So I'm shocked the Bruins would do this. But I'm pleasantly surprised. Master Pittsman with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, man. Master Pints, man.
If Dallas does a sign and trade with Robertson to San Jose for the 2nd overall, does Dallas take Stenberg? Or do they trade that to Toronto for Nice?
I mean, trading it back would certainly make sense. I feel like if they kept the pick, they'd definitely take Stenberg for sure. Just natural in terms of the fit and what they would need with Robertson gone. I would hope Stenberg is the pick at least. Let's no, maybe. Yeah, there's so many ways this trade package could go. I feel like it is more NHL picks, though. Like, again, like Zacha, Lohrei, I could see. I feel like Zacha, though, makes a lot of sense for Utah. Just with his speed, with how much he's grown into his game in Boston. That him kind of as that, like, second line C. I don't think it's ideal, necessarily, but I think he could be pretty solid in that spot. So, I don't know. I could see Zacha as the guy. I'll say that. Bro, is Minton headed to Utah? No. I don't think the Bruins trade Minton. Especially if they... I think it makes more sense to go... And plus, I just feel like Utah would want an older player back, I would imagine. It's not done yet. I mean, it isn't done yet, but it's Elliotte Friedman. And when Elliotte Friedman tweets something out, it's happening. That's the difference between like a Frank Seravalli who was saying that we were close to a McTavish to the Rangers deal yesterday, and Elliotte Friedman is that one actually is telling the truth when it's going to happen, and one doesn't. Oh, man. I'm curious, again, if this involves 23rd overall. I don't know if it's very likely. I think it's, again, more player-oriented, but still. Felix, $10 donation. Thank you so much, man. Oh, appreciate that a ton, dude. Let me get you up on the big board here.
Love this channel. Hot take or semi-hot take. Sharks, I feel, are going to become the Leafs or Oilers of the 2030s.
Okay.
I am so excited to watch Betsy and Selle duke it out for the next 20 years.
No, that's true. No, Selle, I'm hoping the Blackhawks take a step so that those two can actually be a rivalry in the playoffs. You are true. I mean, there is the worry, of course, of being too forward heavy, but I don't know. I feel like San Jose is in a position where they have the prospects and the picks to go after the D they want. It just won't be as ideal as it needs to be. But yeah, I'm not sure what this deal is going to end up being. 23rd overall is likely. Low Rye is extremely likely, in my opinion. I could see it centering around Low Rye, honestly. Even if he doesn't have the name brand recognition, I mean, he's still somebody that I think has prestige. So I could see him being a big part of the steal. But thank you once again, Felix. And yeah, I wouldn't be too worried if I'm the Sharks. Just get the best talent you can, and that's how you win at the end of the day, I think. Ottawa made so many weird deals today, and Burakovsky and Urson. Yeah, the Urson deal was strange to me, for sure. That was, especially for a 5th rounder. It's like, I would just rather get anybody else on waivers or something. If they can get Werenski without the 2nd overall, then okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have to trade 2nd overall, I would do it for sure. I'm in Mexico. Has this draft started? No, not yet. We are 35 minutes away from it getting underway. We got 2,200 in the chat. Thank you guys so much for joining us. The JJ Peterka trade to the Boston Bruins is being finalized, and we will see what the return is here soon. But yeah, I like this way, the Peterka bet here for the Bruins. I think it could be pretty intriguing. Yeah, no way Higgins is involved. No, Peterka isn't that guy. But Peterka isn't that guy. Let's be real. Vigo's bro and dad both grew a couple inches at 18, so it's possible for Vigo. Although, I agree, though I love him regardless of 5'9", 10, 11, or 6 foot. Yeah, I had an NHL scout tell me that if Bjork was 6 foot, he'd be going 1st overall. And it's kind of hard to argue, but I feel like the height kind of takes him away for some teams. It doesn't really for me. He's just one of those dogs that just will make it work, but that's kind of the thing for NHL teams they're putting against him. Middlestat to Utah? I'd be kind of shocked if it's Middlestat. I mean, I'm sure the Bruins would rather trade Middlestat. But I don't feel like Utah would want Middlestat. Okay, from Frank Cervelli, engaged on JJ Peterka. One of the proposals Boston had on the table included multiple first-round picks. Utah was mulling off multiple first-rounders? Hold the phone, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple first-rounders on the table here for JJ Peterka. This is interesting. So, like, 23rd overall and next year's pick? Do they even... Interesting. Hold up. Would it be 23rd overall and, like, next year's pick? They do have a first rounder next year. Now, keep in mind, too, that Boston has a 2028 first rounder as well via the Toronto Maple Leafs, as well as Florida's pick in 2028. So maybe one of those could be on the table as well. Intriguing. Bruins fans, what do you think of multiple first rounders? I don't know if I like that as much if it's just for Peterka. I don't know. Maybe Denoye, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. I don't know if I would say that. But yeah, if it's both, if it's Boston's first rounder this year and Boston's first rounder next year, I don't know if I would do that. But if it's like, I don't know, Florida's first rounder in 2028 or that conditional pick, then I could kind of see it. I don't know. Someone for Higgins to play with. Aren't they both left shots, though? I mean, maybe a second, more reinforcements onto that power play, but I would imagine they're both, like, I would imagine this makes it a little bit more difficult for Higgins to actually play in the top 6. Montreal should sell Doc at this point. Excuse me. Sell anybody you can. For these rates? Are you kidding me? In this market? Sell everybody. Do everybody. You might as well. Dean Letourneau to Utah. Ooh. I'm sure Utah would like that. I'm sure they would really like him. Marco Sturm will collect all the Germans. Honestly, King, probably, maybe so. They're on their way. Utah drafts the Rucks. That would be hilarious. They are so against what they've drafted. Small wingers who don't really have any physicality to them. I would be shocked. I'll just say that. Vancouver takes Reed and the Ruck Twins. I think that's very likely. I think that's extremely likely. They seem like one of those teams that has not just the picks, but the interest in doing that. Send, Steos, what are you doing? Grab the phone now. Yeah, I would have liked Paterka for Ottawa. We'll see what the package is, of course. That makes it more interesting. But because if it is multiple first rounders, but again, they have 25th overall, so I feel like that could have been used. I don't know. Interesting. Very, very interesting here. We got 2,300 in the chat. We are 30 minutes away from the NHL draft starting up, and we got so much drama already. Paterka on his way to Boston. We will see if it is any first rounders in exchange, but we'll be covering the entire draft here, giving you the live updates with the first round, all the picks. And if you guys don't know on this channel, I have a ton of content in the draft throughout this year. I've watched almost 200 guys for this draft class, and for the top guys, so many games, so many shift by shifts. It's kind of taken over my life in some ways. But that means that for every single pick, we're going to be breaking down every single selection, whether they're good, whether they're bad, the strengths and weaknesses, the NHL potentials, how they fit with your team, and much, much more. So do not go anywhere. If you want to know more about this draft, if you want to know more about the trades happening, this is the place to be. No fluff, no craziness, right down to business, baby. That's how we do it. Jonah, Grav Stream, let's go. Sorry for being late. What did I miss? Well, JJ Paterka off to the Boston Bruins, it seems like. Mike, $2 donation. Are we still in a buyer's market? No.
Are we still in a buyer's market? Smirk, open mouth, smile, winking face, upside down face.
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Oh, whoa, David. You can't do this. You can't do this. Also on Renski, told the Sharks are poking in there. Could the Sharks trade second? But Greer, Mikey boy, get on the phones, make something happen here today. Oh my goodness. According to David Pagnotta, the Sharks are poking in on Zach Werenski. We'll see if they actually want to trade what I'm sure Columbus would be interested in, second overall, but we'll see here. Yeah, probably more ninth than second, I would imagine, but you never know. Columbus has still a lot of leverage in the case for Werenski. The Sharks, man, what are we thinking? Oh, man. Werenski. I'll just say this. I know that the right side of the defense is still an issue, but I think what makes the right side of the defense issue bigger for San Jose is that it's not like they have that number one lefty that can be that guy. I like Sam Dickinson, but I do think at his best, he's a second pair defenseman with the tools that he has. If you get Werenski, that issue is so much less because of the level that Werenski is giving you. But man, the Sharks in on Werenski, call on the phones of Don Waddell. We'll see if they're able to get a deal done, ladies and gentlemen. Oh baby. Just a reminder, Greer's brother was a terrible GM. Werenski, please. JJ Moser, Geeky, and O'Reilly. Yeah, if people want to get Werenski, it seems like there is a bit of a bidding war starting here, ladies and gentlemen. The Sharks in on Werenski. We also heard Tampa was interested. Carolina as well. Toronto, of course. But the Sharks, man. I just gotta say, it would be insane if they could pull this off. Absolutely not. As a Sharks fan, it makes it pointless when we lost Eklund, maybe a package of 2, 27, Musty, and something else. I mean, I wouldn't say it's completely lost, because maybe you can get like a Wyatt Cullen at 9. Now, this is coming from a Stenberg lover, and I think he'd be awesome in San Jose. But I don't think it's necessarily all lost. Like, a player like a Wyatt Cullen, I think could be a really interesting replacement, though I think he's too similar to like a Will Smith, where I'm not sure if that would be the guy they go for. The reason why I think Stenberg is such a great fit is because of just like the all-around ability, right? So I think that also makes a big difference. Werenski for Simashev, Denoy, and a first-rounder. I mean, I feel like would they trade one of the D like a Sean Dursey also? Because again, you got to think like Quinn Hughes got 4 first-rounders. It's probably going to be something similar to that, right? Briere is sleeping. Grav. He shouldn't be sleeping on this. That is for sure, man. That is for sure. Werenski has a 10-team trade list. Why on earth would he, a 29-year-old, have a team that is 4 to 5 years minimum from being in cap contention sanction? In cap contention. They almost made the playoffs this last year, did they not? You have to keep Musty. If San Jose trades for Werenski, Musty will replace Eki. Yeah, I think eventually he will. I'm still high on Musty, though. It's a bit more of a bet, I would say, at that point. It's not confirmed by any means. Man, San Jose in on Werenski. Mike is cooking something up. We'll see if he can get it done. According to Elliot Freeman, there were some rumors the other day about Jake McCabe. I could turn out to be wrong about this, but I don't think the Leafs have a real desire to trade McCabe or Ekman Larson. So a couple of D off the board for Toronto, it seems. From David Pagnotta on Connor Hellebuck. When Hellebuck signed, there was an understanding that if things fall off, you got to put me in an environment to win. I think the message has been now might be the time. So a bit more intrigue around Connor Hellebuck potentially getting dealt there. On the Kraken as well, they're big fish hunting. The 7th overall pick is in play, and we know Shane Wright is also in play as well. Very intriguing. Very intriguing. Oh, man. This draft could be absolute cinema, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute cinema. I hope you guys are excited as I am. If you guys want to see some trades, let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some more for it, especially since we already saw JJ Peterka to Boston. We're still waiting on the return for that, so a lot more to come on that specific side. But Werenski is allegedly in play. The Sharks still poking around. Let's get some trades, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it happen. What do you think of the Finns? Who do you think of the Finns goes first? Probably Suvanto, I still think. I think both Suvanto and Pipparainen have kind of fallen off for some teams, but I think Suvanto is still like a late teens, early 20s pick. Kent, wake up. True. Wake up, Kent. Let's make something happen. I want to see McTavish to St. Louis. It seemed like the Blues were poking around, but it doesn't seem like it's as likely anymore, is the thing. I know St. Louis and the Rangers seem to be the two teams in on McTavish the most, though. I hope we see some trades during the draft. True, Mason. Very, very true. What does everybody think about Austin Matthews having a new Mitch Marner via the #1 pick? I mean, they're not wrong, honestly. Thoughts where Schmitz would be the best fit? Oh, I mean, Florida I thought would have been such a good fit, honestly. Whoa. Too much. We don't spam the W's. We don't spam the W's. Just one per, guys. Just one per. Yeah, in terms of a best fit for Schmitz now, especially since Florida's not on the board anymore, I would say for me, I look at that top 10, and I think Seattle would still be a good fit for him. I think especially a team like Nashville, I think would like him a ton at 10. I don't think he gets past the Preds. I will say that. I think it's unlikely that happens. Is Ken Holland alive? No, he could. Definitely not. Definitely not. Stan Bowman, definitely not either. Marco D'Amico tweets Carolina and Toronto also on Werenski. Interesting. Let me try to pull that up for you guys. If he tweeted it out just now. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Here it is. Interesting. Okay. For Marco D'Amico, the Sharks want to add a big-time defenseman, be it via trade or drafting. A team to watch along with Carolina and Toronto for Zach Werenski. Oh, interesting. Thank you for the $7 donation, Matt. My man. Thoughts on a package for Vancouver?
Thoughts on a package for Vancouver third for the 7th and Shane Wright. Seattle gets Reed and Canucks take a shot on Shane Wright.
I will say third. Vancouver third for 7th and Wright. I honestly don't think it's enough to trade up that high. Maybe another pick on top of that, but I feel like Vancouver could be interesting. Plus, they'd still probably get like a chance at a Keem Beerhoff or a Vigo Bjork. I would do it, but it depends on what that trade actually looks like. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Matt, 100%. But yeah, I think it would have to look a little bit different, I think. What do you consider the East is stacked now? It's kind of always been, man. It's kind of always been. Yeah, there is a ton of interest now in Zach Werenski now that the cat is out of the bag. Of course, San Jose is a team to watch along with Carolina and Toronto for Zach Werenski. Let us know, out of these three, actually, let me get a poll going for this. Out of these three teams, who do you see getting Zach Werenski? I'm going to put Carolina first. San Jose. Toronto. And just as another interesting option, let me put the Rangers. Let me put the Rangers. I don't know, the fourth team, we haven't really heard much about a fourth team, but out of these three, I feel like San Jose or Carolina. I just don't know if Toronto, unless they're going to trade a Matthew Knies, I just don't think they have the assets. Interesting. 62% already are saying San Jose. Oh, it's a landslide. You guys are saying San Jose by a landslide here. 62% of the vote with 200 people voting. My goodness. Yes, Mikey at the draft is awesome. Love to see him there. Werenski has a full no trade. He wouldn't sanction to any of those teams? He wouldn't sanction to Carolina? I think he would. Infinity, thank you for the $2 donation. With the mock trade here with San Jose. Okay, okay. I see it. I see it.
Dickinson, 9th, Musty, and Graf for Werenski.
Intriguing. Intriguing. Yeah, Dickinson, 9th, Musty, and Graf. Now, Dickinson would be a intriguing one for sure. Would you do that if you're Columbus? Honestly, it might be... Graf is also very intriguing. I know that Sharks fans love him, but it's just a great complimentary wing. I don't even know if San Jose... I don't know if San Jose would say yes to that, actually. But I would be tempted. I will say that. I will be tempted, but I'm not sure if San Jose would say that. I feel like Graf is like a big one that they wouldn't want to move. Though I feel like if you're giving a Werenski, a Dickinson is a little bit more expendable in that way. How do you feel about Nashville Predators' future? Not good. Vancouver needs Brian Burke as the GM, bro. Would loosen his tie and work the phones all day. Poor Burke. You give it. Let him retire, man. Let him retire. San Jose, though, man. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? I'm shocked the Sharks are actually trying to do it. Man. The Sharks, if they trade for Werenski at this draft, I will crown Mike Greer myself, dude. Get him a statue. Get him a statue. Hey, Zegers, how you doing, dude? Good to see you today. What about the Devils' future? A little bit better. They really got to figure out that wing group, though, man. Like, they got issues they need to figure out real quickly. Thoughts on Matthew Michkov? I think he's overhated. He looked pretty good in some workout videos recently. I'm hoping he has a big year this next season. We got 2,500 in the stream, folks. Werenski potentially on the move. Marchenko still being floated around. Paterka to Boston, apparently. So much more to come. And we are less than 20 minutes away from the draft getting underway. Do not go anywhere, folks, because we're going to be giving you all the updates as they come. A lot more here on the Werenski situation, though. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Let us know down below, yes or no, do you actually see Werenski being traded tonight? Do you think it happens that quickly? Because easier said than done for Columbus. They've apparently just started listing on offers. But I'm very curious on what you guys think. But right now, Werenski on the trade destination, 59% to the San Jose Sharks. You overwhelmingly think the Sharks are going to end up getting it done. Very interesting there. Very, very interesting. Oh man, I'm getting nervous now. I'm getting nervous. Hey, Columbus, Jason Robertson though? Jason Robertson? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't think it'll happen, but it would be very funny. It would be very funny. Especially after how much Robertson has been, like, floated around. And somehow, somebody they would land Orensky from that. It doesn't really make much sense. I mean, Heiskanen has played right D before, but... Holy. I'm just at a loss for words. I don't know about you guys. Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening with my life at this point. Larkin for first and Carlson Hurdle. Yeah, it seems like Hurdle is on the block as well. More so than Carlson would be, at least. Bjork to be drafted top 3. I don't think it's out of the question. I could see Vancouver really liking Bjork, though I just don't think it's very realistic with the D options they have. I just don't really see... I don't see Vancouver with the options on the table selecting Bjork. That's kind of my issue. Because at the end of the day, what we always know to be true is that sub 6 foot guys just drop in the draft. It's the sad reality. Best goalie in the draft, for me personally, it's Russian Dmitry Borichev, somebody that I would not be surprised if he was a late first rounder in this class. There was a couple teams apparently that were very high on him. So I would not be shocked if a goalie went in like those last couple of picks in the first. Could be Tobias Trabel, but I think Borichev is maybe a bit more likely in terms of just the pure potential there. Malhotra is going 3. I think it's a possibility, but man, from everything I've been hearing, it's just Vancouver has been trending in a different direction over the last week. But you never know. Could be a smokescreen. Grav, do you think we will see any top 5 selection trades? I mean, San Jose is on the table right now. Outside of that, Buffalo also is curious, but I don't quite see it. I don't quite see it at this stage. Hey, space below the $2 donation. My man. Once again coming through. Thank you.
Boldest prediction tonight? $20 if you're right.
Yeah, boldest prediction. I think I said it before. St. Louis trades up to 2nd overall, which may be less likely that Werenski's on the table for San Jose, but that's still my prediction. Or just St. Louis trades up in the top 8 at all, but 2nd overall. The longer the return is quite the more, I think Boston, Utah may be a blockbuster of a lot more than just JJ. That is a good point, Ryan. I mean, people have speculated there was more on top of that. I could see a situation where that Paterka trade is like a couple of big roster players exchanged, or like a couple of roster players on both teams exchanged for each other. Okay, Grav, hot take. The Maple Leafs shock everyone and take Stenberg 1st overall just to spite Steve Dangle. It would be really funny. And wouldn't be too bad for me. as a person that's had Stenberg number 1, I will say that. All right, folks, we are less than 10 minutes to go until the draft is here. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We, by the way, hit 90K subscribers this last week. I want to say a big thank you to everybody that made that possible. Everyone that subscribed. You guys make this whole draft season so much fun. And we never stop. If you guys want draft content, we go all throughout the season. We don't just do draft content in May and June and act like we're experts. We watch the games all throughout the year. So there's monthly mock drafts, draft rankings, predictions, and recaps and highlights and all this different stuff. So if you're looking towards the 2027 draft, if your team's in the basement, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we'll be giving you a lot of info on those guys that'll make it a lot more interesting for you. So especially in this year's class too, if you're looking for somebody that actually can give you the info and the just hours behind watching these guys, this is where you want to be. This is where you want to be. Let's see. I think Sharks could take 14 and 15 for the 9th if there's no one left on the board. The Jets like Rudolph. I could see a scenario where, yeah, the Sharks do trade back. Like you said, if they don't get the right D they want, like Rudolph especially, I think there's a strong chance that Rudolph goes in that Seattle to Winnipeg range. I think Seattle takes him, honestly. That's my prediction, at least. So I wouldn't be shocked. I really wouldn't be shocked. What time does it start? At 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. 10 minutes is when the draft starts up, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get underway with all the picks in this first round. Oh, we're close. We're close, man. As a Sharks fan, I want Verhoff at 9, but I wouldn't mind Rudolph either. Yeah, I think Verhoff is less likely, but that would be a stellar pick if they can get him. Has anyone checked on the pulse of Eisman? No, I don't think so. I think he's napping. Like, Steve Eisman is absolutely napping. We all know this. We all know this. Jackie, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Hellebuck for Nikishin, Bradley Nadeau, and a first is a good trade. Would you guys, for the Jets fans in the chat, would you do that? Nikishin, Bradley Nadeau, and 31st overall? The best part of watching this live stream is not having to listen to GB. His arrogance is just disgusting. GB? I'm guessing that's some broadcaster, but I appreciate the kind words, Troy. Grav, what do you think about the Islanders? I would love to see them make a splash, man. I mean, I would love to see them add some more excitement on that top six, but they kind of been a bit quiet so far. I'm hoping that there's something in the chamber. I'll say that. Grav, do you think the Flames are going to be sensible and take Vigo? No. I would love to come here and say that I think Vigo is the pick for the Flames, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, Gary Bettman? Oh, yeah, true. If you don't want to hear Gary Bettman's voice, this is the stream for you, which should apply to most people, I think. Yeah. As a Blues fan, I want Schmitz, but he will be gone before 11. Yeah, most likely. I think there's not really a chance that Nashville takes him there. But yeah, for Vigo and the Flames, I feel like there's a real solid chance that Carl's drops, and I just don't see a scenario where Calgary has a Carl's available and just doesn't take him. Like, I think that's their like best case, in my opinion, for that 6th overall spot. And as much as Vigo will be awesome there, and I think he'd be a great pick, I just feel like they're going to go the D in the end. And whether it's like a Schmitz or a Carl's, but especially Carl's. Belchis is a dog. You'd be good at St. Louis at 11, for sure. Over under 3.5 trades during the draft. For this first round, I'm going to say over, mostly because we always see a couple of like random trades. Like, oh, I'll trade you 17th to go down to 19th overall, and you'll give me a couple picks in exchange. Like, we always see some of those. So I think we will see a couple major trades, but I think a couple of them will also be the trading down that we typically see, especially Pittsburgh. If you want to win big, bet on the Pittsburgh Penguins to trade down every single time. Kyle Dubas will do it. As a fellow Stars fan, I'm terrified that Bettman announces a trade involving Robo. Yeah, I better not hear his name. Every time he says, "Oh, we have a trade to announce," it's gonna be brutal for me, man. It's gonna be brutal. I hope either Malhotra or Bjork drops to Buffalo at 4. The dream is Stenberg falling to 4. Yeah, that would be that. But man, I feel like Blackhawks fans might not survive if Stenberg just does fall to number 4 at all. Like, that would be hilarious, I think. What's the return for Paterka? We haven't gotten anything else on that, curiously, which I'm kind of surprised by. But somebody mentioned it earlier. I think that could lead to a bigger trade, potentially. Do you think Ottawa will acquire Elias Pettersson? I just don't really understand the reasoning for them. I mean, they're fine up the middle, unless they play like Pettersson as a wing, which I don't really see why you would. I think he's best at the middle, at least when it comes to his defensive game. Stenberg going to St. Louis somehow. Trading up to 2nd overall. Trading up to 2nd overall. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Thoughts on the Habs rumor offering big stuff for Marchenko? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Marchenko, I think, would be an awesome Hab. Apparently, yeah, it was like an insane offer. So I'm curious, like, was there like a Michael Hayes on the table, actually? Were they going to go that far? Or was it more like Gooley, Zorowski, Pickford, first rounder, that type of thing? Bobrovsky's going to get paid by Toronto. Yeah, I think so too, Michael. I've heard so much smoke around Bobrovsky in Toronto. I would be shocked if it didn't happen. All right, we are less than 10 minutes to go until the draft, folks. Stick with us here today as we go through every single pick. You will not want to go anywhere. We are still waiting for the JJ Paterka trade return, so once that comes through, we'll be giving you the updates as soon as they come. And of course, the updates for every single draft pick, so you will not want to go anywhere on that. A lot more to come with this NHL draft stream. And we're hoping for some big trades here tonight. We're hoping for some big ones. Let us know in the chat. Do you see Werenski being dealt? Nyes on the table. We've heard, of course, a lot on JJ Paterka. We'll see when that gets done. But what do you think is the next trade that we see? Who gets dealt? Who could surprise us? just jumped in. Any news with the Wild? Not yet, Mark. Not yet. But I mean, Billy G always seems to want to make some big moves. So I wouldn't be surprised if he did. How you doing? Do you think there's a big chance that Detroit is making a huge splash during the draft? I would love to say it, Al. Yzerman not being asleep. I don't know if that's very likely. I will say that. Yzerman, I'm not expecting anything from him personally. Hot take, Stenberg drops to 32nd and auto-address Tyler Boucher's cousin over him. Stenberg will drop to 32, and the Sens will take Maxim Sokolovsky easily. No, Alexander Karmanov, actually. Jonah with a $10 Canadian. Thank you so much, dude. Big donation there. My man.
Supposedly, Buffalo offered the Jets the 4th overall, some kind of future first as well a roster player, and top PO specs for Helly. And the Jets said, not even close. Thoughts on this?
So if that is the case, where Buffalo offered 4th overall, future first, roster player, and a top prospect for Helly, I don't know where the Jets are coming from personally. I think that would have been, I would have taken that if I'm Winnipeg. 4th overall, I'll just say this, I would take 4th overall straight up for Hellebuck if I'm the Jets. Straight up. And I'm serious about that. I think goaltending is so inconsistent. Hellebuck's, 33 years old. But that's coming from somebody that I don't really feel like the Jets have a contending future or a real one. So I would have taken that for me personally, if that is the case. But you never know. But if they do want to drive the market up, be my guest. There is the opportunity out there because Hellebuck has been so consistent. Someone wake up Darsh ASAP. True. Get this man's phone ringing. Come on. Okay. Refill my water, folks. That is not me peeing, I promise. Sorry. I'm wondering if Boston is trying to get Simishev as well as Peterka. I wouldn't be shocked. Simishev would be a good bet, especially if they are going to trade a Lowry, who has a lefty, younger guy with physicality. I wouldn't be surprised they're trying to get a replacement. But if there is 2 first-rounders in the Peterka trade, that makes things interesting. Because, yeah, according to the proposals, Boston had 1 on the table that included multiple first-rounders. Maybe there's another offer on the table for Boston that's more pick or more prospect-oriented, perhaps. Could see that. David, thanks for the kind words, brother. Grav, my man, how are you doing? Sending respect from Canada. Hey, good to see you in the chat. And I appreciate that. Sending my love from Madison, Wisconsin here. Reminder, Hermansen had similar numbers to Frendell in... Oh, yeah. I mean, Hermansen had a great season in the Allsvenskan. He's one that I'm very curious about where he actually goes. Does he go in the teens? I still feel like he's more of a 20s pick, though, just with how all over the place his defensive engagement can be. And I feel like off the puck, there's just a lot to be desired that I feel like teams are kind of going to be curious about, but hesitant. Especially when you consider how many really translatable pieces there are in that second half of the first round. I could see a player like Hermansen kind of slipping because of that. Jen Stroma from Sweden, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you guys here. By the way, before the draft gets underway, once again, let us know where you guys are coming from. We got a lot of new folks coming by over the last hour. So I'm coming to you from Madison, Wisconsin, over in the US of A. Hopefully you guys are having a good one wherever you are. A great draft night, because the draft is always the best day of the year. Always, without fail. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, I'm so nervous, man. I feel like this Werenski trade could drop at any moment and like completely take out everything I'm thinking about. Like, there is so much that could happen here. All right. Let me get back to the chat real quick. Oh, we got a ton of variants. We got Latvia, the UK, Hong Kong from WT, Toronto, Houston, Jolene. Oh, we got a new tweet from David Pagnotta, folks. A new tweet from David Pagnotta here on Darnell Nurse. Edmonton continues to explore Nurse trade options. Multiple sources say Anaheim has expressed serious interest in... Bro. Of course they have. Of course they have, man. Sarah, I'm from Germany. It's my first draft. Well, welcome to the stream, Sarah. We'll be giving you all the info as we go. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you're having a good one. Anaheim's defense is going to be every Jacob Trouba-like possible. That would be hilarious, though. The Anaheim Ducks have expressed serious interest in Darnell Nurse. Oh boy, Anaheim. They trade Olin Zellweger and go for Darnell Nurse instead. Yeah. Not sure I'm loving that personally. We got 1 minute to go until the draft begins, folks. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We're at 585. 15 likes to go until 600. Let's get that going before the draft officially starts and we get on the clock here. Adam, hi from Czech Republic. Can't wait for Adam Novotny. Yeah, he's going to be a big one. I expect him probably in the late teens, I'd imagine. I still think Utah makes a lot of sense at 19. Who are the Penguins taking at 22? I feel like Ryan Lynn makes a ton of sense. Really smart decision-making. Just very consistent in everything. Not exceptional in many ways, but has a good floor to his game. Just a little bit smaller as a defenseman. So I could see him falling a little bit because of that. But I think the Penguins won't let him fall farther than that. Been constantly refreshing for each profile on X. So apparently from Elliot Freeman, he confirms here that the Peterka trade is getting done. So we will be getting the full details here very soon on the Peterka trade to the Boston Bruins. This will be very curious what the package has in store as we get the draft going here soon, folks. Oh my goodness. So much drama right before the draft begins, man. This is amazing. Let's do it. They're still going for the commercial break right now. But I'm assuming we'll be on the clock here in about 10 minutes time. Or at least that's how I kind of remember it from last year. Let me know if I'm way off on that. Alex, what's going on, dude? Good to see you in the chat. Let me shout out everybody here in the chat. We got David, Miss Filoni. We got Soest Mark. We got Rob, Armando, All Heart Advice, Jackson, Tatum, Nick, New Swede, Xander, Mason, Chris, the Triple OG Blue, Lachlan, 2K Godski, Crash, the Net Hockey, Alex, Danny. We got Steve Tiller, Trevor, Edwin. We got Xander, Eric. We got, who else? Damo, Chellers. We got John coming in. Good to see you all in here. Oh, right before the draft, also, we get a big-time extension. Looks like Brant Clark. Wow, 5 years at $7.4 million. I like that a lot for the Kings. Holy. Right before the draft begins, we get a big extension here for the LA Kings. I like that a lot. I feel like that's a really good trade for them. Or not trade, but signing for them. I feel like Clark is honestly pretty close to that already in terms of value. So that is quite good business here for the Kings right before the draft begins. Already some tiny business for them. Darmo, I missed the last hour. Please say what's happening. Trace, thanks. JJ Peterka is off to the Boston Bruins. We're still waiting the details. Werenski is being linked to the Sharks, though we'll see if that actually does get completed before the draft begins. That'll be interesting. Hey, thank you for the donation, Pitts. I appreciate it. Let me get you up on the board now. Oh, boys. We are here, ladies and gentlemen. The draft is about to begin. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't. We'll be giving you all the info as we go through this first round with every single pick, detailed scouting reports, analysis, and how they fit with each team. Plus, as the trades come in, we will be going through every single one. So you'll want to stick here with us today. We got 2,200 beauties. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And a lot more action to come with this draft. That is for sure. Nice extension for Clark, absolutely. That's a good AAV, though. Even if the term isn't large, I like that a lot. The draft is starting now, Shadow Gaming. The draft is starting now. I predicted Werenski to the Sharks a few hours ago, and it's coming true. I mean, could be happening, Dave. It seems like the Sharks are one of the big frontrunners, though, for him. What do you think the Islanders will draft? I'm thinking Colin still. I think he's going to be available at that spot, and I don't really see them passing up on him with the skill, the American factor. The Isles love their NTDP guys, too. So I think he makes a lot of sense. I could see Ryan Lynn. I could see, like, Juho Pepperinen, perhaps. But most likely, like, a Colin, Novotny, I could see. Malte Gustafsson, if he's available, even if he is a lefty. there are options. Lots of options for the Islanders on the table here. Benzo with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, man. All right, Sportsnet has finally gotten into their feed. The draft will be beginning here very, very shortly.
With the Jets listening to offers, who gets Helly and what goes the other way, and what's your opinion on Robertson and New Jersey possibility?
Yeah, Robertson and New Jersey makes a lot of sense. I mean, they need to upgrade their wing, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did it there. Yeah, in terms of who gets Helly, I still think New Jersey also could make sense for Hellebuck too. Like, I would not be surprised if they're on both of those guys. Yeah, it seems like Buffalo was trying to make a deal work, but there wasn't that connection yet. So we'll see if they were able to make it happen. All right, boys and girls, we are about to begin. Now, first overall, not really much of a debate. we already know where this is going to go, so I'm not really shocked if it ends up being a McKenna. But there is still a possibility they go in a different direction, even if it isn't very likely at all. We did hear that Chase Reed was something that the Leafs did like a lot. Stenberg, of course, something that I absolutely adore, even if I don't think he really fits the Leafs as much as a McKenna, and that's why I think he will end up being a second overall pick instead. But a lot to think about with this first overall pick still. You never know, man. You never know. Let us know in the chat. Is it McKenna locked in, or does anybody else have a chance? I think it's pretty much McKenna locked in personally, but you never know. Hey, Jonah with a $5 donation. With minimal time left, give us your last minute top 10 predictions. All right, I got you. I got you. So before we get into any of the picks being made.
Give us your last minute top 10 predictions.
Okay. So, top 10. First overall, Gavin McKenna. Second overall is Chase Reed. Second overall is Ivar Stenberg. Third overall is Chase Reed. Fourth overall to the Buffalo Sabres. That one's tougher, but I think it's Kalen Malhotra. Fifth overall to the Rangers. I think Keane Bearhoff is going to be the selection there. Sixth overall for the Flames. I think they're going to end up taking Carson Karls. Seventh overall to Seattle. I predict Daxon Rudolph. Eighth overall to Winnipeg. Is tougher as well, but I think they go Vigo Bjork. Ninth overall to San Jose. I'm predicting Albert Schmitz. And then at number 10... Number 10 still hard, but I'm thinking right now my gut is telling me go for Alexander Command. I think he is going to be a major riser, and Nashville just kind of feels like a team that with their forwards loves to go for projectability. And even though I wouldn't go that high with Command, similarly to the same situation with Brady Martin last year, I feel like the Preds are just one of those teams that likes to go for those high floors, and I could see them getting Command in the end. So that is my top 10 predictions. Locking him in now. We'll see how it goes. Take a Thought has Ottawa drafting Morozov and Pugachev. Thoughts? Morozov, I don't think makes much sense since I think he tops out as more of a third-line guy, and I think they have enough centers in that pool. Pugachev, though, I think would be fun. He all physicality and just has so much speed to his game. The actual puck handling is a bit of an issue for me, but I think as a forechecking, penalty kill guy, you could go much worse. Yeah, first overall should be Gavin McKenna. Should be. You'd think. But hey, this draft has been chaotic from the very beginning. And even if Toronto is leaning McKenna, we've heard that multiple teams are all over the place on their board. Corey Prummett had Chase Reed at first. So you never know how this can go. Never know. What's your take on the Kraken and Jason Robertson situation? It's brutal, man. It's brutal. You gotta build a winner or else these players aren't going to pick you, man. Number one pick is obvious. Landon Dupont. Genuinely, if Dupont was available in this class, he would go first overall. No question. No question. If the Canucks take Malhotra at 3, they are so doomed. Yeah, I'm thinking it's Chase Reed, man. I'm thinking it's Chase Reed. Shellac says, I think Schmitz will go higher. A lot of experience in mid-hockey. I could see the Rangers taking him at 5. I could see that for sure. Schmitz to Seattle wouldn't surprise me either. But I just feel like the Rangers and the Kraken would both go for righty instead. I just have that feeling about it. Whether that's true or not, we'll see. But no, there's a chance he could go to everybody. The only team I don't really see taking him is Calgary. I don't really see that as a fit, personally. But we'll see. Gary Bettman is now on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, man. The draft is about to begin. Josh Doan out there for the Buffalo representation. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let us know as well your bold prediction, your hot take. Get it done. Get it in the chat before the draft begins. Are you watching live? Yes, we are. Best blocks. Yes, we are. Here in Locked and Loaded no matter what happens. Grav Members as good as TJ Ginla? I would say they're similar tier, how I thought about them going into the draft. Multiple firsts for JJ per Emily Caplan. That doesn't surprise me. Frank Cervelli was speculating that a little while ago. By the way, more on Nurse. As we know, Pittsburgh, LA, and Philly are on his trade list. You can add Boston to his list as well. Intriguing. So, I know that he was saying, or that we kind of got the confirmation that he wanted to go out east more so. But that's interesting for sure. New list for Darnell Nurse. I'm still shocked we haven't seen the JJ Peterka details come out yet. Who do you think Calgary will pick? I'm thinking Carls is going to be there at 6, and they're going to take him. That's what I'm thinking. Bearhoff could fall for sure. I could see that, Boston. Though I don't see him getting past Winnipeg at 8. I just feel like he's very Jets coded, or somebody that they would like on their defense. Hermanson to get the 3rd most points in this draft class. I could see a scenario where that plays out. I mean, the skill level is immense. It's just kind of about putting it all together. Nurse to the Pens. Oh, God, no. Yeah, I mean, it seemed like that was one of the front runners for Nurse over the last week. So I wouldn't be that shocked if it does happen. But 2,200 people in the chat. The clock is about to tune on here for first overall. Oh, boy. I just hope it doesn't take a billion years like it did last year. That's my biggest hope about this draft, personally. Hey, Grav, can we get a time sync? Right now, Josh Doan is talking. It panned just back to him after a long pan of the draft stage. Just panned back to Gary Bettman. Devils need a serious move. I agree. They could be, somebody mentioned them earlier for Werenski. That would be an unreal addition for them, I think. So I don't know. Could get real interesting here. I'd be wary of dealing with the Pens if I were Stan Bowman. I would be dealing with Stan Bowman if I'm any other NHL GM. I'll say that. Bold prediction is Joey Ginla gets drafted 150 plus and ends up being a generational player. Generational? That would shock me, considering his play style, but I could see a 4th liner appearing there someday. Sharks will make another trade tonight. I like that. I would love to see Mike get a little bit creative here. You never know. I mean, they could trade down with 9th overall. I could pretty easily see that happening. We'll see how it goes here. This NHL draft about to begin, man. I'm so nervous, but we're going to be giving you all the analysis as it comes. Do not go anywhere, folks. Oh, boy. Buffalo especially getting 4th overall. That's very curious, man, with the draft being there in Buffalo. $9 and $27, the Sharks will do a trade with those picks. I could see it for sure, man. I could see it for sure. I mean, they have the assets, they got the prospects, they got so much here. Okay, Pierre LeBrun does confirm the trade package here for JJ Peterka. He goes to the Boston Bruins in exchange for a pair of 1st-round picks. So we get the details right before this draft truly gets started up. But Peterka is on his way to the Bruins for 2 first-rounders, which is so fascinating, man. So fascinating. I'm like, will it be, again, like 2 Bruins picks, or will it be this year's 23rd overall, as well as like a future 1st-rounder? I don't know. This could be interesting. Is JJ really that good? It depends on what the 1st-round picks are, but I feel like that's quite a bit for Peterka at this stage. This is a seller's market, though, man. This is wild. 2 first-rounders? 2 first-rounders. Man. Roenick for a 2nd overall. At this point, Pitts, man, I could genuinely see it. It is that crazy. Poor Bruins, indeed. I mean, I like the fit for Peterka in Boston. Let us know. For 2 first-round picks, who do you think wins this trade? Boston or Utah? Let us know. I'm very curious. All right, the Leafs are officially on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. At 1st overall, we will see who the Leafs end up taking. Likely Gavin McKenna, but could be A potential upset, we'll have to wait and see. The Leafs are officially on the clock at first overall. Lock in your predictions. I mean, for me, it's Gavin McKenna all day of the week. But let us know. McKenna, Stenberg, Reed, I feel like those are the only 3 options. But McKenna at number 1. We will see where he goes. Oh, I mean, McKenna is on the draft floor, I think, getting a call right now. So, I mean, I feel like it has to be him, right? He's on the broadcast getting a call right now. He has the phone up to his ear. I feel like it has to be him, right? Right? He's on the phone right now, surely. Surely. I wonder who the Leafs could be picking right now. I wonder. I mean, the fact that he's on the phone while the clock is ticking, it's like, come on, guys. Huh. I wonder. I'm very curious on what this pick actually is. Likely Gavin McKenna. And as we get into it, I'm just going to assume that Gavin McKenna is the pick. For the Leafs, a fantastic pick for them. And a great fit. Even though I have Ivar Stenberg number 1, it's by a needle. It's by a hair. But in McKenna's case, I think he's a better fit for what Toronto needs with his passing ability, with his vision, his creativity, how much he can see the ice, and how much he's able to execute quick plays in succession. He's even, especially with Matthews through the middle, is just going to be a dynamic pair that'll just be excellent from day one. And I don't feel like there's any reason to not select him. As much as Stenberg will be fun, and I think he'd be awesome, I feel like McKenna just makes so much sense for what the Leafs need, what they need in that pool, what they need on that team. They need excitement, they need skill, they need pace. McKenna is going to bring you that. The pick is officially in for the Toronto Maple Leafs, ladies and gentlemen. We will see who they end up picking. Oh. Gary Bettman up to make the pick. For Toronto, the pick is in at first overall. Oh boy. A life-changing moment here, especially for the Leafs. With the draft lottery win, 10 years apart from Matthews and to number 1 in this year's class. Yeah, I mean, not really much of a decision. They've known who they're going to be picking for a while now if you're Toronto, or at least I'd hope so, right? I'd hope so. Sundin can't resist the Swede. We shall see. Of course they got Justin Bieber here. When they said there was going to be a celeb to make the pick, I'm like, okay. That's the easiest. Of course it's him. I can't hear the audio to the broadcast. Is he singing a song right now? Or is he just talking? This is hilarious though, man. Bieber in 2026 is crazy. I'm surprised they convinced him to go to Buffalo. Just talking, thankfully. You guys don't want to hear yummy, yummy, yummy? Imagine if he just went to the stage and just started, like, blasting his worst hits. It's just like Gavin McKenna's just sitting there like, dog. I'd rather get picked to San Jose at this point. Hey, the NHL can only get guys that are past their hype and past their popularity. That's all they can do. All right, the Toronto Maple Leafs officially have selected Gavin McKenna at first overall. The number 1 pick is in. Toronto selects McKenna, and the worst kept secret in the league is now the reality. McKenna is off to the Leafs with the first overall pick and will instantly fill a top 6 spot for the Leafs with groundbreaking skill. This is a player at the end of the day that is going to change the makeup of this Leafs team. When you factor in the goal scorers they have at the top, McKenna is going to feed the pucks to them effortlessly. So much speed, especially in the offensive zone. On the power play, he is a wizard and has that extra sense of the game that will take him a long way. Not a surprise at first overall, but a solid pick here for the Leafs. And in this case, a pretty big no-brainer for them. Especially for what McKenna can provide. There's just so much upside and so much offensive talent here that is hard to ignore. Even if I have issues with his off-puck play, I think there are times where physically you want a lot more engagement from him, especially around loose pucks. The talent is just at an elite level in almost every single way. And I feel like, especially for a Leafs team that is needing to take that next step, you go for the top-end potential, you go for the top-end talent. And at first overall, McKenna is the guy. All right, not much of a surprise at number 1, but McKenna is the pick for the Leafs. And that's how they start out this next generation as they look to get back into the playoff hunt. But McKenna will make it a lot more enticing. I'm not surprised in any way. McKenna onto the Leafs. And I think especially for what they needed for the next couple of seasons to get back into the playoff race, McKenna just made the most sense in the world. By the way, McKenna just taking his pictures with Justin Bieber is so strange. Like, imagine you get your NHL moment and none of the teams are here and you have to take a picture with Justin Bieber. Like, that's kind of lame. I gotta be honest. It's kind of lame. Oh, okay. The first rounders are confirmed in the JJ Peterka trade, by the way. From Elliot Freeman, Boston's first rounder tonight, as well as Florida's 2028 top 10 protected pick. So that makes it a bit better. But still, that's a lot, I still think, for Peterka, who this last year was pretty inconsistent, man. Pretty inconsistent. Yeah, not any surprise at all to see McKenna at 1. Now the draft really gets started. As we talked about this entire year, from number 1 on, this is where it really begins. The drama, the debate, and the surprises. We know what was going to happen at number 1. This is where the draft really gets started. The San Jose Sharks are next, and they are about to be on the clock shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know, Stenberg or Reed, really what it comes down to. Who do you think is going to be the pick for this San Jose team? I want to know, because for me it's Stenberg. For me, it's Stenberg, especially with the 9th overall pick trade. It just makes way more sense to do it this way. And I think especially for a team like them, they need that game breaker next to Celebrini. You get them that in Stenberg. You take the chance at the best player available and make it happen this way, man. Make it happen. Make it happen. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. By the way, I think the Elite Prospects board should be updated now. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So this is how we're going to have it. As we go through the rest of the stream, I'll make sure to get all the picks up here. And yeah, we're going to have the picks on the side. The picks on the side, and then as they get updated, they'll come on the screen right over here. All right. Perfecto. Let me make that a bit bigger for you guys. Here we are. Here we are. So McKenna is off at number 1. Not really much of a surprise there. But he has our first pick of the draft. 2nd overall now to San Jose. Comes up next. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hope the Flames get Carls or Bjork. Yeah, that would be my top 2 for Calgary as well. That would be perfect. Hockey Arcade, how's it going? This is so dumb. San Jose's not on the clock yet. This is a joke. Yeah, this is strange to me. I don't know why they're taking so much time already. This better not be the pace for the rest of the draft, man. Or else this is going to be a bit ridiculous. Yeah, why haven't they started the clock? Are you guys all seeing this? They haven't started the clock at all for a 2nd overall. Which is ridiculous to me. I don't know why it's taking them so long. Do they have to do an interview each time? Intriguing. Intriguing. Is there a trade? Is that why it's taking so much time? San Jose? Or maybe they just announced the JJ Peterka trade since that's 23rd overall? Maybe? That's what I could potentially see. Yeah, the second interview before San Jose even has the pick on the clock. 4-hour draft, I'm calling it. Ray, let's... I'll try to make the best of it. My voice might die by the end of this, honestly. This is... Why can't the next team be on the clock while you do the interview? Like, isn't that the entire point of doing this? Is that you have the time to fill it out and then San Jose can make the pick right afterwards? Okay, San Jose is now officially on the clock, I believe. Whatever, man. Schaefer is mocking. That is true. Also, crazy that he's doing all of this this early on. Are you kidding me? He's still 18, by the way. Yeah, onto the JJ Peterka trade. Again, the first round pick in this year's class at number 23rd, and then 2028 first round pick. So Utah now has 2 first rounders. Werenski for 2 first rounders? I don't know. Like, I'm just saying. They got 19. They got number 23. They have a lot more draft capital now. So we shall see. Man, that makes things... I didn't even put it 2 and 2 together. Because I knew that it was going to be 23, but them having those 2 first-round picks, that's huge. That is huge, man. Yeah, I'm thinking Stenberg, man. Give me Stenberg if I'm San Jose, man. Give me Stenberg. I hope it's Stenberg. Please. Please, God. A minute to go. The Sharks are still on the clock. They haven't made their selection yet, but I feel like they should have also known who they were going to draft for a while at this point. But again, I am curious because I don't think Stenberg is a lock by any means still. Even though they traded for 9th overall, I could still see them going in maybe a Chase Reed and maybe a Wyatt Cullen direction, perhaps. I don't think it's off the table by any means. I don't think it's off the table. Come on, San Jose. Do the right thing. Do the right thing and select Ivar Stenberg. The best player of this draft, in my opinion. Get your guy alongside Celebrini, who's going to be that elite scorer, especially now that you've traded Eklund. Especially now. Like, it just makes so much more sense. 3 hours later, and now we're here with Gavin McInnes, 3rd grade teacher. True. George, sub for 5 years now. I need Chase Reed or somebody else. Yeah, Reed would still be a solid player, though. Still be a solid player for sure. The clock has ran out for San Jose. Did they actually make their pick? It looked like the timer just went off for the Sharks. I got a beer ready. Hell yeah, Danny. Hell yeah. I only got some water. Come on, pick is in. Pick is in. Come on, San Jose. Come on. Let's do this thing, baby. Doing tricks on it. You're not a Sharks fan, dude. But I like the Sharks. Can a guy not like the Sharks? Fellas, is it gay to like the Sharks? Why is it taking so long? Because the NHL loves to take so long for the draft, man. So, can we get some L's for the NHL production? Please? Because this is ridiculous. You should have had the clock instantly going as soon as McKenna's first interview starts. Then we could have had this pick in a minute ago. Like, am I going crazy? Surely. Surely this could have been so much easier. But the pick is in for San Jose. The pick is in. Officially. We'll see. Do they have a trade up their sleeves? A trade up their sleeves, perhaps? But yeah, likely between Stenberg and Reed here. This should be interesting. Very, very interesting. Come on, San Jose. Come on, San Jose. Though I'm also like, are they gonna have guests for every single pick, like they tried to do last year, and that makes it even worse? Oh, Layla Edwards! Yo, let's go! Let's go! My goat! My goat! By the way, Badger legend, winner, goat, Layla Edwards, Don't you dare put disrespect on her name. Whoa! Pavel Dorofeyev is traded to the New York Rangers. Darren Dreger just tweeted it out. Pavel Dorofeyev to the Rangers. Holy crap! Pavel Dorofeyev, as an RFA, has been traded to the New York Rangers right as this pick is about to be made. But then Ivar Stenberg is a selection at 2. Yes, baby! Let's go! What just happened? What just happened? Are you kidding me, man? What is going on? What is going on? Darren Dreger just tweeted out Dorofeyev to the Rangers right before San Jose made their pick. And then they go for Ivar Stenberg. They get their guy alongside Macklin Celebrini. And what a duo these two are going to be. In Ivar Stenberg's case, even though it wasn't by a large margin, he is, to me, the best player in this class. So good protecting pucks. So good weaving around pressure. His stick handling, his maturity, his floor defensively. Everything is so sparkling here. He might not have generational talent like a McKenna does, but I do think he makes up for it with so much projectability in almost every single attribute. He's going to be something that is that perfect complementary piece. And alongside Misa, alongside Celebrini, this Sharks team is about to be ridiculous. Oh, man. But on Dorofeyev, the only thing we know is that he's been traded to the New York Rangers. That is it. We don't know the package yet, but we have a big trade here looming as the Rangers get a premier scorer to add to their lineup, which could be massive for them. So a lot happening now as we get into the Vancouver pick at number 3. Stick with us here today as we break all these trades as they come. Do not go anywhere. But Stenberg, baby, is a San Jose Shark. I'm so excited. Sharks fans, get excited because this forward group is going to be unbelievable. Genuinely unstoppable. I'm so happy for him, man. I am so happy for him. He is going to be an elite San Jose Shark. An absolutely elite one, man. Oh, man. I'm just so happy he didn't slip like was speculated. I'm just so happy it didn't happen. He was something that all the talk about him falling to 4th overall. Nah. He ain't slipping. Ivar ain't slipping, ladies and gentlemen. He goes off to 2nd overall, baby. Let's go. And now Vancouver is on the board. Zay GM, thank you for the 2. And then Doug is balling with the $10 donation. Let's go, Sharks. Yes, Stenberg, baby. I love to see it, Doug. I love to see it. Oh, man. Mikey Greer, get Stenberg at 2, Verhoff at 9, and my life is yours. It's yours, buddy. It's yours. But let's know for the Vancouver Canucks. They are now on the clock. Who do you see being the pick? Reed? Malholtra? I could see Bjork being on here. I could even see Verhoff being a selection. Maybe even Karls. Who do you think is now the 3rd overall pick for the Vancouver Canucks? Because this is where the draft really does open up, ladies and gentlemen. It really does open up. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. But the top 2 goes how I expected. And here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Here's the thing. I was always team San Jose is taking Stenberg. You can go back to my first mock draft after the draft lottery when everybody was saying Reed. I was saying Stenberg still to San Jose. Your boy was on it. Your boy was on it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. By the way, according to Marco D'Amico, Vegas is up to something, and it's not just Dorofeyev. So we could see multiple potential trades here for the Vegas Golden Knights. Oh, baby. This is about to get interesting. A couple of trades on the table that we're still waiting for, and 3rd overall is about to begin. They got 1:20 on the clock. We'll see if Vancouver takes their sweet time with this one. But yeah, apparently Vegas has not just the Dorofeyev trade on the table, so potentially even more on top of it. Man, Dorofeyev to the Rangers. I love that. I will say, before we even get into the trade package, let me know what you guys think could be going back to the Knights. Maybe 5th overall. But just in terms of the player fit, I love that for the Rangers. Great power play finisher. unbelievable scorer, just gets in the right positions at the right times, and just so silky in the way he moves. So I think he's something that, especially with the Rangers, play, like especially a Gabe Perreault, I think those two guys will be excellent together. I'd love that. People are saying Larkin. Larkin to Vegas could open up with Dorofeyev gone, especially if they do trade a center as well. Man, that gets interesting. That gets interesting, man. Vancouver, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? The Rangers have given us. The Rangers have given us some drama here, folks. But I love Dorofeyev. Let us know. W or L for the Rangers getting Pavel Dorofeyev. Let us know. We got 2,000 beauties in here. A lot of trades apparently are in the works right now, so do not go anywhere. We'll be giving you the updates as they come. Fire Drury. Dorofeyev sucks, but 60% of the time. I would disagree with that. I would watch more Dorofeyev if that's your call. Vancouver, though, at 3rd overall. We are about to see who they go for. What will the pick be for the Canucks? Do they go Malhotra? For the father-son duo, do they go for the defenseman in Reed or Karls or Verhoff? I think even Bjork could be on the table here for the Canucks at 3. Lots of options for Vancouver. All right, they got a Canucks fan with the pick. Oh, they go Malhotra. They go Caleb Malhotra at number 3. There you go. There you go. They go for Malhotra anyways. Interesting. So fascinating how this pick has gone back and forth so many times. At first, it sounded like Malhotra was a slam dunk. Then this week, we heard a lot more about potentially a Karls, potentially Reed especially. But the Canucks go for the center anyways, which surprises me quite a bit. But in the case of Caleb Malhotra, even though he's not somebody I would draft at 3rd overall, I think he's going to be a fantastic second-line center for the future. I don't quite see first-line skill there, but he plays such a smart game. The physical edge is there. And how he's able to strip pucks, get in transition, use his speed effectively, especially in the second half. He became much more of a dynamic offensive player. I don't think he is quite dynamic necessarily, but just an all-around two-way stud here that I think for the Canucks will do them a lot of good. Now, having him in the same organization as Manny is going to be weird. But he goes off to the Canucks, and they select him at number 3. Very intriguing, man. I should have stuck with my gut still and just had Malhotra at 3 anyways, man. But the chatter was saying Reed at the very end. Man. Wild should trade Rossi for Rossi back or get Elias Pettersson. Ooh. Crazy to take a second liner over Chase Reed. Yeah, that's how I see it. That's how I see it for the Canucks. It wouldn't have been my pick. I still think Malhotra will be a really good pro and something the Canucks will really utilize. But I would have taken a Chase Reed, who I think can be a excellent potential top pair defenseman. I don't see that type of value out of Malhotra, but if you see a first line center there, I can understand it. But now we go into 4th overall and the Buffalo Sabres, folks. I mean, Reed is available for the Sabres. I would be shocked, honestly, if they don't take him. Like, I feel like it has to be, right? Now, there could be a trade, of course, in the works. Who knows? But let us know. For the Buffalo Sabres, who does Buffalo take? I feel like it's got to be Reed. I feel like it's got to be Reed. I could see Bjork, but I feel like Malhotra was going to be the pick there if they were going to go for a centerman. And I just don't quite see them going for a center if Malhotra is gone. Swarley with the 2 Canadian. Thank you so much, man. How long until the Sharks are best in the Pacific? I give it one more year where they're not. I'll say that.
How long until Sharks
I'll say
are
that.
best in Pacific?
I'll say one more year. Give them one more year. That's all all the rest of the league gets, in my opinion. Okay, let me get you as the last donator, my man. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it a ton. Man, so much is happening here. Okay, the trade is confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. The Rangers get Pavel Dorofeyev from the Vegas Golden Knights for pick number 26, 92, and a 2028 first rounder. That's a steal for the Rangers. Oh my gosh. Wait. Rangers steal? Rangers steal, ladies and gentlemen? Hold the phone. You probably won't. You won't be able to see it perfectly. But Dorofeyev for a first, a third, and a 2028 second top 10 protected pick, and it's top 10 protected. Guys, Chris Drury woke up and he actually killed it. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Drury is cooking, boys and girls. No way. I love Pavel Dorofeyev. I think he's one of the best finishers in the league. This is a guy with 40 goal potential, 40 goal pace. Like, that is, to me, an awesome deal. The fact that Pavel Dorofeyev got less, by the way, less than Simone Nemets. Less. Simone Nemets got 2 firsts and a second. Dorofeyev only fetches 2 firsts and a third. That is insane for the Rangers. Are you kidding? Wow. I am shocked. I am shocked. Can we get some W's in the chat for Chris Drury? I can't believe I'm saying that sentence right now. Wow. I'm floored. I'm floored they were able to pull that off. Now, the contract will be looming. We'll see what they actually do there. That'll make things interesting. But, man, I can't believe Drury just did that, folks. I can't believe it. 2,000 people in the chat. Let us know who wins the trade, Vegas or the Rangers. I feel like I gotta go. New York on that, man. Now, Vegas didn't have much leverage. Potential offer sheet guy in Dorofeyev, but man, that is insane. Insane. Way better than what Mason McTavish would have been for them, I think. Way better of a fit, I think. Man, what a turnaround. Basically the same package as for Peterka. Pretty much, and I will take Dorofeyev every single day of the week. Every single day. Prediction, Malhotra is a 4th line center. Oof. That would be rough at 3rd overall. I think he's at least a 3rd line C, but I can understand where you're coming from. Vegas should have traded the 5th and traded to Detroit for Larkin. I don't know if they would have gotten 5th overall. I thought it could have been in play, but it doesn't look like it. The Sabres, though, are on the clock at 4th overall. Let's see if they have anything up their sleeve. A potential trade, maybe? Maybe so. Steal for Drury. Not often we say that, right? Like, do I need to be slapped? Like, is this real? Is this the reality? Is this reality? Caught in a landslide. It's the second New York fleecing of the week. First upstate now in the city. Now the Islanders just need to do something true. I mean, the only thing they have right now is Schaefer on the broadcast. Dorofeyev was one of Vegas' best players in the playoffs. Absolutely, Jay Hector. He was sensational. The pick is in for the Sabres, by the way, at 4th overall. I feel like Chase Reed has to be this, right? But they could go in so many different directions, man. I wouldn't even be surprised to Keen Beerhoff at this point, folks. I wouldn't be surprised. But the top 3 picks have gone as expected and generally. Really, it was a coin flip between Malhotra and Reed at number 3, so it's not really much of a surprise that it was Malhotra. But what a win for the Rangers, man. That is exceptional. I think Pavel Dorofeyev is one of the most underrated players out there, and this trade confirms it, man. Just 2 firsts. I will take that all day. All day. But yeah, now Vegas has a lot more space to work with. They do get 2 first-rounders in the deal. So could they parlay that to something else? We'll see that potentially tonight. By the way, Vegas now, does that mean that Vegas enters the first round? I mean, just in the last couple hours, we've seen, yeah, Vegas would get 26th overall, and Utah gets 23rd overall. So just a couple of changes already just from those alone. So you already get a lot of action. A lot of action. Oh, baby. Meta is overhyped. Metro is going to get better in New Jersey is like Z. Yeah, Dorofeyev would have been unbelievable for the Devils, dude. He would have been, oh, that would have been so good. Why didn't New Jersey just trade the first rounders they got in the Nemets trade? Maybe they didn't get... Buffalo takes Rudolph? What? No way, bro. Ain't no No way! Jackson Rudolph goes 4th? Okay, the draft is off the rails already, folks. The draft is off the rails already. Whatever you thought before is not happening. This is a completely different universe. Jackson Rudolph, 4th overall for the Buffalo Sabres. Okay. We need to talk. Okay. Let me get the positives out of the way. Jackson Rudolph, the offensive tempo is exceptional. I think his ability to step into play is quite fun to watch. On the power play, he has a good sense of how to progress it, how to jump into space and make things work with how good his shot is, especially. He had a great season for the Raiders this year. Jackson Rudolph was 22nd on my draft board. And I know that's going to surprise a lot of you guys that haven't watched the draft videos. But from most of the games that I saw this year, Jackson Rudolph was a net negative defensively. And not by a small amount, it was by a large amount. I don't think Rudolph is very engaged physically. He has a bigger body, but rarely uses it, especially against the rush. He can let players coast by him. And he doesn't quite have that positional awareness to really become a dog out there or to stop many plays successfully. He's a bit of a rover on the defensive side. Now, on the offensive side, you get a lot of potential there. This reminds me a lot of like the Bowen Byram selection, but I wouldn't say as much in terms of pure potential as Byram brought in his draft year. But 4th overall, like, I'm sorry. I personally don't understand it as much as some people will. I don't understand how Buffalo could go that high with Rudolph personally. He could still become, I think at his best, probably a really interesting power play quarterback on your middle pair. But 4th overall? Fourth overall. It's not what I would have done. It's not what I would have done, but there is potential to base it off of. Not a total net negative, obviously. Just somebody that I valued less in terms of his defensive style. But obviously, Buffalo values him pretty highly, so he's going to get an opportunity. 4th overall is crazy, man. Absolutely insane. And yeah, thank you for the donation, Tyler. Thank you for the 10 from Philip with the rigged. Wow. I can't believe that. I thought Buffalo had the potential to select a right D. The fact that Chase Reed is going before Jackson Rudolph, I think is insanity. But this is what it come back to. This is what I come back to. Rudolph had a very solid season in Prince Albert. A solid season, 78 points in 68 games. Keaton Verhoff would have put up like 90 points this year in the WHL had he been in the WHL and not the NCAA, where he tested himself. He gave himself a bigger opportunity. I just feel like there's a lot of risk in this pick, and it's just not a selection that I would have made. But I think still, as a middle pair, D, he could be solid. Just wouldn't have been the pick I would have made. Matt, thank you so much for the $5. Buffalo proving
they will continue to play Pond Hockey Day.
I will say this, though. I will say this. I think out of like the top 6 teams or so in that range, I think Buffalo does make actually a lot of sense for Rudolph's game. Like, I compared him to a Bowen Byram, but I don't think he's that far off. He's somebody that just activates, which can be a bit of an issue at times. But in Buffalo's system, as they constantly cycle defensemen, they like to use their aggression. We saw that at Byram last year. I think he is actually a pretty good fit onto that team. So even if I'm lower on the style, I actually think for Buffalo, if you're going to draft somebody like that, I can see why it could be Rudolph. And I think I can understand why you'd like a player like that. But 4th overall still, I would have traded down, simply put, if I'm the Sabres at that point. I would have risked like having a Verhoff available at like 6 or something. Man, that's interesting for the Sharks, though. Rudolph is already off the board. Will we see a run on defenseman here? The Rangers coming up at 5th overall. Rudolph will get 0 power play time. Yeah, that's also that's also the interesting part, is that I feel like Dahlin is going to suck that up, but I feel like Rudolph could be your second power play guy. That's just very intriguing to me, I will say. I will say that. But I do think he fits into the Sabres system, generally. I wouldn't have done it, though. I wouldn't have done it. Man. Hey, Matthias, thank you for the 1 membership. I appreciate that. And also, Richard gets the membership there. Enjoy it, buddy. And then BWG with a $2 donation. Imagine if Reed drops to San Jose. He's already dropped 2 spots lower than I thought he would. So there you go. There you go. Thank you for the donation, though. I appreciate it.
If Reed drops to San Jose.
I will say, if Reed somehow drops to San Jose, that would be unbelievable. I feel like... Oh, let me know. Let me know. Who do the Rangers select? I feel like it's Reed. I feel like it's Reed in that case. Okay, can I say something controversial? Can I say something... Can you guys allow me to say something controversial? Yes or no? Do I have the freedom? Do I have the freedom? Hey, the Flitz again with the $10. Thank you, dude. I'm going to say something controversial after this donation goes.
I've been an NHL diehard for 37 years. I'm 48. I'm a Blackhawks diehard and been through good, bad, and ugly. This might be the most unhinged I've ever seen in an off-season.
It's true.
So much fun. So crazy.
The last week has been absolutely nutty, man. Okay, my controversial statement, guys. I think the Blackhawks won the trade now. If I had the choice between Rudolph and Byram, it's Byram. Like, I think Byram is like the best case scenario for what a Rudolph becomes. And I think it honestly makes the trade a little bit better, even though Chicago still, I don't think, should have traded it for that, personally. But thank you for the 10, Blitz. I appreciate it a ton. The Rangers go for Albert Schmitz at 5. The draft has been going crazy. Oh, my goodness. Albert Schmitz, I did hear a lot about the Rangers specifically liking him a lot. So this isn't the craziest thing in the world. But Schmitz goes number 5. Chase Reed is available. Chase Reed is still available.
The Islanders with the Disneyland shirt because
oh my goodness. Bro, the Flames should not have traded for the Mets. They could have gotten Chase Reed. Wait a second. Schmitz to the Rangers at number 5. Holy man.
Videos for so long. Thanks for giving us great content.
Oh.
In the business. Now
oh my gosh.
Mike on the phone and make some DTRADES.
I can't. The last 2 picks, the first 3 picks were understandable, made sense. These last 2 picks have been insane. The Flames have Reed, Carls, and Bjork on the table. Calgary. Oh, I'm so happy for them. I'm so happy for them. They have 2 chances at a top 5 player to me in Bjork and Reed. And Carls, I think, would be a great move for them, too. They can't lose if they pick one of those 3 guys. They simply can't. Though Reed, it's like they already got into Mets, so it's like, how they can't do that, right? Oh, my goodness, man. Okay, I might as well talk about Albert Schmitz at number 5. Thank you all for the donations. I'm going to get to them in a second. But Schmitz, I think, very projectable game, great skater, extremely fluid, especially up the ice. He's somebody that I like, especially as a pace-pushing D, even if he doesn't have the greatest creativity in the world.
I'm happy with my team getting McKenna. If Reed falls to San Jose, I'm gifting 5 memberships LMAO.
Dude, if Reed falls to San Jose, that would be insane. Yeah, Schmitz, I think, is just a really competent, mature, middle pair D of the future. I don't see top-end potential there because I don't think the skill is necessarily there. And I do think there is some defensive positioning that needs to be tuned up, but... Man. 5th overall is a bit rich for me. I had Albert Schmitz 9th on my board, but we'll see. Yeah, I'm assuming the trade that Gary's announcing is the Dorofiev one. All right. I will say it wouldn't have been my pick for the Rangers, but I can understand why they like him with the size, the physical profile, how engaged he is offensively, and the skating level that he provides. There's a lot to build on there. It's just 5th overall is a bit rich for me, personally. But yeah, Calgary's up at 6th overall, man. What do you guys think they're going to end up doing? This could be cool. This could be insane. The Nostalgia Historian, Grav representing the Islanders with the Disneyland shirt because Darsh is only making Mickey Mouse moves. I like how you're thinking. I like it how you're thinking. Been watching your videos for so long. Thanks for getting us great content. Best in the business. Now can I get Big Money Mike on the phone and make some trades? I'm hoping so, man. I'd hope so. Yeah, I think as a Leafs fan, BWG, McKenna will fit quite well. And then Coco, Dylan Larkin is a pansy. That is all. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I tend to agree personally. And then San Jose is going to move up here for Reed. Oh yeah, that would be interesting. I don't give good shot. Good to see ya. Wait, another trade on top of this potentially. San Jose, I think, would be wise though to trade up. I will say that. I think they could be wise to trade up. You can secure a Keaton Bearhoff right here because I will say I think I'd rather trade with Seattle because I don't think there's any chance that Calgary drafts at right D here. I just don't see it. There's no way they give up 2 first-rounders and another pick on top of that for the Mets and then just draft another right D on top of it. There's no way. There's no way. So I think I'd rather, if I'm San Jose, trade up to 7, get that Seattle pick, and lock it in. Lock it in. The man, Rudolph and then Schmitz back-to-back. Are you kidding me, man? I can't believe it. I can't believe it, dude. Chase Reed being available. The Rangers not selecting Chase Reed might be the surprise of the draft for me. That is shocking. Shocking, man. I'm just shocked that there's been two defensemen taken ahead of Reed. I can understand some of the defensive concerns maybe, but I'm shocked. From what I was hearing, teams were adoring Reed. So to see him slip like this, man. Yeah, what did Reed say at the combine, boys? What are we thinking? Did he say something about the moms of the GMs or something? Like, what's going on? What's going on? The pick is in, though, for the Calgary Flames. We will be seeing who they select at 6th overall. Oh, boy. I'm hoping, if I'm a Flames fan, I'm hoping for Bjork or, I mean, they have all the right D already, but Reed, I think, would be the best player available. Maybe Bjork is a good in-between. I would like that if I'm Calgary. Carl's, I think, would be a good selection here, too. Maybe they'll go crazy and go for a Wyatt Cullen. I feel like Carl's is my bet, though. I feel like Carl's is my bet. He just makes the most sense for what the Flames need, what they would like to draft in this position, in their position of this retool. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm going Carl's. Let me know what you guys are thinking in the chat. We got 2,100 people here. This draft has already been insane, so do not go anywhere. I have not followed Reed's game an insane amount, but I have scouted him. I'm a lot in awe of him than most people rate him so highly. A lot of it comes down to the skating and the pace for me. He just is a game breaker in that department. The offense is just radiating from him. He steps into play so effortlessly, while I think making it a bit more calculated than a Rudolph for me personally, but that's me. Come on, Lanny. What are we gonna have today? What are we gonna have? Give me a Bjork, man. I would love a Bjork. Okay, the Flames select Carson Carls. As expected, the Flames get their left D of the future, and not really much of a surprise at that point. Carls is a solid pick at 6th overall. Even though there might be better players on the board here, I think Calgary could really use a Carson Carls. This is something that brings heavy intensity, especially against the rush, and especially when it comes to his skating ability, how good his edge work is, and how much potential there is with his defensive floor. I think you're at least getting a middle pair defenseman. I would be hesitant to automatically put him as a top pair, top of the line guy. But I think as a potential pairing, him and Perek, I think it makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense. So I think especially when you lock up that left side of the defense, that was a bit all over the place. You had Kevin Ball, but not many other real options for the future. You get Carson Carls, who I think is going to be a great fit for what the Flames need. But that means that Chase Reed is a... Guys, the Kraken could get Chase Reed? San Jose, trade up! Trade up! Come on, San Jose. I want to see some big balls out of Mike Greer, man. Come on. Trade up to 7th overall. Get Chase Reed. Come on, baby. Though I guess he's fallen this far already. I would not have expected this, man. Both Reed and Verhoff have both fallen. Oh, boy. Now, to be fair, Calgary just went for what is the best fit for that defense, and Carl's is absolutely that. Again, just a lot of tools that make it very projectable. I think there are some issues I have with him still. Sometimes he can be a bit... There can sometimes be some moments against the rush where I think he can stop using his skating as much as I'd want him to. Especially when he's against faster opponents. I think he can sometimes bend to their will a bit. But that's my main issue. And I also don't quite see top-of-the-line skill there necessarily, though we did see some nice moments in the second half of the year. So I'm very curious here for the Flames how he projects where he plays, but I think this is somebody to go to Nodak next season. He's going to be with Cole Reschy next year. You have that combo together. Those two are going to be magic together. There's just a lot to like on your top four for the future there. I think that defense now is starting to really solidify itself with Carls, with Perek, with Ball, with Simone Nemetz. A lot more there. A lot more there now. We got this Seattle Kraken on the board here at 7th overall, ladies and gentlemen. The draft order has been a bit funky. Really, it was just Buffalo and the Rangers putting a complete just spin on this whole thing. But Calgary gets Carson Carls at number 6. Oh boy, man, this draft. I always knew it was going to be this way, dude. You can never predict, especially a draft like this. Are you kidding me? Seattle is now on the board, though. Let us know. Who do you think they go for? I feel like Reed has to be the pick if they keep this. If they keep it, of course. But I could see Verhoff still in the conversation. I thought that Seattle would have loved Rudolph, but he's off the board now. Man. Things just got so interesting, dude. So interesting. Do the Kraken select another forward? Do they select another forward? Man. I can't. The Sabres going for Rudolph at 4 is so wild to me, man. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Oh, don't you guys love the NHL draft? Don't you guys love the NHL draft? Unless you're a Sabres fan. I'm kidding. Again, I still think Rudolph fits well with Buffalo. It's just not the pick that I would have made at all. Like, why is Reed ranked so highly? Personally prefer rather Verhoff. I mean, that's understandable. Reed, to me, he brings the most potential out of the defenseman of this class. Now, you could argue maybe there's a lower floor there, potentially. But I think in terms of the pace, how well he steps up into the offensive zone and makes quick strike plays, that's what I really love out of Reed. He is unafraid, and he's ambitious in all the right ways, but calculated. He's not a guy that's just going to be a rover out there or strike when his team's up. He's wanting to make a major impact all over the ice. And I think defensively, he really improved over the course of the year. So even though I have some issues with him against the rush at times, I think he has the skating ability to more than make up for it at the NHL level. And I think the offense is just tantalizing. But I think at the end of the day, maybe Buffalo just saw Rudolph as a better fit to their system. The Rangers just liked Schmitz and his physicality. The Flames, especially on the left side, needed a defenseman more on the left side than a right D. So it's just kind of that Jenga effect of how these things fall. But Seattle, the pick is in officially. Will we see them finally take a defenseman in the first round for the first time in franchise history? I am very curious. I mean, it feels like it should be the no-brainer, but we'll see. We'll see. This draft has already thrown us some surprises so far. Oh, boy. Oh, Chase Reed is the selection. There it is. 7th overall, and Chase goes to the Seattle Kraken. Seattle, pat yourselves on the back. That is one hell of a pick at number 7. Chase Reed, my number 3 player on my board, and my number 1 defenseman. You're getting high-octane offense here. You're getting relentless ambition. You're getting somebody that can step into the play effortlessly. That is a W for the Seattle Kraken, man. That is a W. Holy. Seattle, who I've kind of been iffy about in terms of their picks, they get an absolute slam dunk here, man. An absolute slam dunk. No ifs and buts about it. This is a fantastic pick, and the only player in this class that I believe has that true number 1 defenseman upside. Whether he gets there or not is going to be the question, but he's the only one that I think has the potential to get there with his blend of skills and everything in this package. This is somebody that can quarterback a power play, can lead on the rush on 5-on-5, can be a transition machine. The skating level is the best in this class, in my personal opinion, especially of the D. Just the speed and the ambition and the confidence. There's so much to like here. I think at 7th overall, it was an absolute no-brainer. What a dub. What a dub for the Kraken fans in the chat. Oh, man, I'm happy for you guys. I'm happy for you guys. What a pick. What a pick by the Kraken, man. Love to see that. Now, 8th overall gets really interesting. Because I feel like for the Jets, it has to be between Verhoff and Bjork, right? I feel like those make the most sense for me personally. But do they go for the smaller forward? Or do they just take the right shot defenseman? Kevin, bro, sorry, but Rudolph 4 is crazy. No, a little bit for me. I've been very open about not being the biggest Rudolph guy. I had him 22nd on my draft board this year. I feel like he fits well into Buffalo's system of how ambitious they are as a unit defensively. But even then, I feel like I would have gone Chase Reed to fit, I think, a lot better into that personally. Grav, do you have a list of who is left? Absolutely, Bane. So in terms of my best players available as we get into the 8th overall pick, Viggo Bjork, number 5 for me personally. He's still on the board. You got Tynan Lawrence as well as my number 8. You got Malte Gustin as my number 10, Wyatt Cullen as my number 11, Ethan Belchetz as my number 12, Xavier Villeneuve at number 13, though I don't expect him to be drafted anytime soon. But those are the guys out that range that, for me, are the best. Also, Keaton Bierhoff, who's 4th on my board. He would be my BPA at this point. BWG with the $2. Thank you so much, man. It wasn't San Jose who got Reed, but I'm doing it. Hey. It wasn't San Jose who got Reed. Absolute go. He more than sticks up for his word. He goes a level above. Thank you so much, man. I mean, the Keaton Bierhoff dream isn't over. I will say that. I will say that. Bierhoff has really bad skating, guys. Let him fall to San Jose. I feel like the Bierhoff skating thing is overblown. I really do think it. I think he's a fine skater. I don't think he's a good skater. I don't think he's super fast. But I think he's... When you say skating, I think you have to really be careful. Because I think he is a really strong skater, just doesn't have the speed necessarily that is elite. And that I think could hold him back. But he's an exceptionally strong skater for me. But BWG with the 5 Grav memberships. Thank you so much, man. Pepe, ZZJ, Doug is ballin', kicked off the tour, and Fuller Spaghetti are your members of the day. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And again, good luck to the Sharks at number 9. We'll see. We'll see. But at number 8 and Winnipeg, what do you guys think happens? You know what? Screw it. I think they're selecting Bjork. Screw it. I think they're selecting Viggo Bjork, baby. I think they're selecting Viggo Bjork. Why is Chase Reed dropping? Maybe some concerns over the defensive detail. And maybe how much he exploded in the OHL this year, kind of coming out of nowhere, maybe? That's kind of the only thing I can think of. Isn't Verhoff tall after? Yeah, he's 6'4", so decent. I'm bummed Reed Sharks didn't happen. Yeah, man, they should have drafted. They should have tried to trade up to 7. That would have been, I think it would have been worth it, man. But still, an opportunity. It's hard to have that speed with weight, height and weight. And no, absolutely true. And the important part is that in all the interviews that Verhoff has done recently, he's very aware of that. Like, all the interviews he's done about what he's going to do, what he's trying to improve, what he's trying to work on this summer is about how fast he is. So you have a lot of self-awareness in that package, and I think that is good because ultimately, I think going in the NCAA in his first year was just about surviving. Next year, it's about really thriving, and I think the speed will take him a long ways. Felix with a $2 donation. Thank you so much. Does Chicago trade back into the first round? I mean, they have assets to do it. They definitely have assets to do it. I could see it. The pick is in, though, for the Jets. Pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. Pick is in. Oh, sorry. I didn't even update the board. What am I doing? I'm an absolute joke, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Chase Reed to Seattle. Love that pick for them, man. That just looks so sexy. Oh, that looks so sexy. Oh, they go for Bjork! Winnipeg! 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 Let's go, baby! Viggo Bjork is off to the Jets at number 8, and oh my, what a pick it is. What a pick it is. Now, I think Keaton Verhoff also had a lot of stake in this selection, But Viggo Bjork is in the top 8. Thank God, man. Thank God. The Jets are smart. They make the right selection here, I think. Especially when you look at that second line center position for the future. Bjork is going to fill that effortlessly. He might be 5'9", but this guy does not quit. One of the best motors of this draft. So good under pressure. One of the strongest skaters of this draft. Similar to Bearhoff, he might not be the fastest, but he keeps his feet under him. And he's able to protect the puck so well, carve through lanes, keeping the puck, keeping an eye open. He is just such a smart player. And combined with his skating strength, how good he protects the puck, the skill level he has, I think Viggo Bjork is a great Winnipeg Jets pick. And at number 8, a no-brainer as well.
What do you think about
Let's go. Let's go.
Robertson?
Ty, thank you for the 5.
At 12 if they keep it.
I appreciate it, big dog. Yeah, I did have Viggo to Winnipeg at 8, so I guess I do have that at least coming out of all this. Jesus Christ. My mock draft is going to look so stupid. Oh my gosh. But, oh, San Jose could get Bearhoff. I just realized it. I just realized that San Jose could get Bearhoff. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But yes, Viggo Bjork, I think, is going to be great for Winnipeg. A perfect second-line center for them in the future. He is going to be a absolute rat to play against, but a puck magnet. He's just a rock star, man. He might not be the greatest skater in the world in terms of speed, and I don't think he has great finishing ability necessarily, but there's so many tools in this package that I just absolutely adore. And the Jets get themselves one hell of a pick here, man. One hell of a pick. I love it. I love it. And that means the Sharks can get the right D that they want. The Sharks can get the right D that they want, folks. Oh, boy. Please, Mike. Please. Don't Galaxy Brain this. Please don't Galaxy Brain this. Please. Please don't Galaxy Brain this. I will say this, too. If you told Sharks fans they would end up with Ivar Stenberg and Bearhoff at the start of the season, I feel like you guys would be pretty happy. Let us know what your predictions are in the chat. I could maybe see Ryan Lynn, but I don't think so. I don't think so. I just don't. Maybe Malte Gustafsson, but again, I don't think so either. They don't need the lefty. They don't need the lefty. But yeah, I could see Bearhoff. I think Bearhoff is the most likely of the picks. But man, what a selection by the Jets. I love that so much for them. Dylan with a $5 donation. What are your thoughts on Boston trading for Peterka? 2 firsts for Peterka is a bad deal for Boston. Yeah, I like the fit. I like the fit that Peterka has there on that top middle 6, but I don't.
Thought on Boston trading for Peterka?
2 first rounders.
Yeah. A bad deal for Boston emo.
I just think the value is off. Like, I think Peterka is a good fit for the Bruins, but I think the value is off. That's the issue. That's the issue. Who are the Blues looking at now? Definitely Malte Gustafsson, Wyatt Cullen, I would imagine. Also, Alexander Command is high up there, but Tynan Lawrence also likely falling in this class. So I think those are like your top 4 guys you're really looking at. Oh boy. I think this is just fine though for the Sharks. You might not get Chase Reed, but if you get Bearhoff, I will take that if I'm San Jose. I know that again, people are worried about the skating. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's the thing that people aren't realizing is that Bearhoff was playing in the hardest division he probably could have played in. NCHC, you're playing Denver, you're playing Western Michigan, you're playing dogs every single night. And really good skaters too in the case of Denver especially. So Bearhoff, I thought, had a really solid NCAA freshman year considering that. I just want you to flip where Daxton Rudolph would have been if he was on North Dakota this year. Probably will have still been fine, but I don't think he would have been as good as Bearhoff, especially on the defensive side later in that season. And you put Bearhoff on Prince Albert this year? Hell, put him on Victoria without Rushney. He pops 30 goals easy, 90 points easy. I just think this whole debate surrounding the D in this class is just so strange because Bearhoff at least survived, at least floated under the heaviest competition he could have played at, while still being 17 years old, by the way, for the entire season. Like, to me, this is still somebody that has immense potential, might not have number 1 D potential to me, but is that next tier afterwards. So if San Jose is able to lock that in at 9th overall, I think you're getting a fantastic pick and something that might not complete the right side of your defense, but puts you in the right direction, for sure. All right, San Jose, you got 25 seconds left. What are you going to do? I feel like this has to be a no-brainer, though, for Verhoff, man. Has to be. Has to be. I mean, is there anybody else do you guys think that could go? Maybe, again, I think the only other possibility I can think of is Malte Gustafsson, who's another bigger D, but a fantastic skater. So maybe San Jose prefers that. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Pick is in, though, for the Sharks. Let's go, boys and girls. What will we see today? More shenanigans? Who knows? By the way, Elliot Freeman says $11 million for 7 years for Pavel Dorofeyev in the Rangers system, which I feel like is pretty fair for Dorofeyev, honestly. Layla Edwards is back. Let's go. Dylan, welcome to the member gang. Good to see you today. All right, who is it? Let's see. Who will it be for San Jose at number 9? Oh, they select Keen Verhoff, baby! Let's go, baby! Woohoo! San Jose gets Stenberg at 2. They get Verhoff at 9 and are the winners of the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my goodness. Verhoff is the selection, and the Sharks get their top 4 right to the future. I told you guys, you don't have to select the D at the number 2 spot. You get Verhoff at 9, and what a selection. What a selection. Oh, man. An absolute no-brainer for the San Jose Sharks, who get a potential top pair D of the future, and this is supreme value at 9th overall. Wow. That is an absolute W. An absolute W. By the way, Sportsnet has Tynan Lawrence's headshot in the case. They have Tynan Lawrence's headshot for Keaton Verhoff. Great production, guys. Great production. Holy Verhoff. That is an unbelievable pick by San Jose, man. Not just the size, but the passing component in the NCAA this year. He was a great passer, especially in transition. He likes to be active. He likes to be involved. The main issue I see with Verhoff is there is some clunky moments under pressure defensively. And if he can get a bit quicker with his feet, I think that could open up so many opportunities. But even if he doesn't, I still think he's a middle pair defenseman pretty easily with his sense, with his quick decision-making, especially in the passing game. That's, I think, the big part. When he gets a bit impatient, or too patient, I think he can sometimes get himself into trouble. But I think at this spot, at 9th overall, with the potential, with the shot, with the passing ability, like, it's just a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for San Jose that needed that right D, and they get him here in Verhoff. I don't think he's going to fix it all completely. It's not going to change everything for them. But, my goodness, he makes it pretty good. I just can't. I didn't even think that San Jose would be able to pull it off, truly. I didn't think they would be able to pull it off. But they did. They did, man. They did. San Jose with the W, with the win of the top 10. San Jose, brother. My goat keeps on cooking. Oh, baby. What a pick, man. He's going to be so good with the Sharks, too. So good. Oh, San Jose gets my number 1 player on the board in Ivar Stenberg, and they get my number 4 player on the board in Keaton Verhoff, to give you some reasoning as to why I like these 2 picks so much. That's a big reason why. Oh, boy. Oh, man. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Why are you guys saying McDavid? I got notifications on. McDavid ain't traded. Get out of here. Get out of here. It ain't happening. What a pick, though, man. What a pick. Wow. Mike, you got my whole trust, buddy. My whole trust. I'm not a Sharks fan. I'm a Stars fan. I just like the Sharks. And I'm just a respecter of good drafting, and that is a hell of a top 10. My God. Sharks are going to be so disgusting, bro. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding? Oh. I'm so glad. I'm so glad they didn't take a D at 2, man. I'm so glad. As all the respect to Chase Reed, love him. But, like, this was the best case scenario, realistically. I just don't think Chase Reed was ever going to fall to 9. Realistically, this is a home run for the Sharks. Oh. I'm over the moon, man. Imagine telling Sharks fans at the beginning of the year that you get both Stenberg and Verhoff. You kidding me? Are you kidding me? Who's in the clock now? We have Nashville at 10th overall, who is really going to have some intriguing options. This is like where the second tier of the draft, I think, really starts for me. But in terms of the best players available, most of them have been taken. So for me, my top 7 are all off the board, with Verhoff and Viggo Bjork now selected. The next best player is Tynan Lawrence, who I think would be a pretty solid pick at 10 for the Preds. After that, though, is Malte Gustafsson, who I could see as a Preds selection. Wyatt Cullen wouldn't surprise me. Even like an Alexander Kaman, I still think Kaman has an opportunity at 10. I still think it could happen. Because I said it earlier, I'm going to pick Kaman, but let us know. Who do you think is going to be the Preds pick here at 10? The pick's already in. So we're going a lot faster here with the picks, thankfully. After how slow that first overall selection was. But I could see Lawrence. I hope it's Lawrence, honestly. I think that'd be a really good selection for them. Gustafsson would also be nice. We'll see. Preds have options here. Lots of options. Gretzky got just traded to the Kings? No way. Actually? Command is real nice. I like him. I just don't like him 10th overall. Like, I'd rather, like, get one of St. Louis's picks or something and get him at, like, 15. You know what I mean? That's where I come down on him. San Jose, dude. San Jose. Hey, Dario with a $20 donation. California is not an easy place to play against anymore. No, not in San Jose. Or Anaheim, for that matter, I will say. Thank you for the donation, Dario. I appreciate the 20.
Not an easy place to play against anymore.
And then Amiro as well with the $2. My man coming in. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What is Nashville going to have in store for us here? What is Nashville going to have in store for us here? I could see Gustafsson. I could see Gustafsson for sure. Oh, they go Cullen. Okay. Okay. Cullen for the Preds at number 10. The high upside. You know what? I like this a lot for the Preds. Might not have been my best player on the board necessarily, but Cullen is high pace, high skill at the highest level. This is something the Preds needed, folks. After going for Brady Martin last year, who's a bit more of a higher floor, lower ceiling guy, you get Ryan Cullen, who could be an absolute game breaker. His skill level is immense, especially in transition. He's able to go through physical opposition so well and just has a commanding sense once the offensive cycle gets started. This is somebody that can just weave his way through and is one of the most talented players of this class. In terms of top end potential, probably a top 8 guy in this class, honestly. Could turn out to be a stud first line piece. I love this for the Preds. And even though he wasn't my best player available technically, this is exactly the pick the Preds needed to make. And a 10th overall, you get that type of talent. I'll take that every single day of the week. The Preds avenged themselves. They really did avenge themselves for that Brady Martin pick right there, I think. Oh, baby. That's a nice selection. A really nice selection. A little bit of a boomer bust, sure, because there are some moments where his decision-making can be a bit unrefined, a bit immature. CFM, I'm going to need you to get a timeout here, buddy. I can't have you spamming. Even though there are some times where the maturity is a bit lacking, especially with his decision-making, he can make some iffy moments. He can have some iffy moments at times with the puck. There are so many... It's like 3% of the time. The other 97% of the time, he is a wizard out there. That's a great pick. Though St. Louis doesn't get Cullen, but they could get a Wyatt. They have the chance of Tynan Lawrence. They have a chance at Malte Gustafsson, 2 guys I'm sure they really do like. So I'm curious. I think it is between those 2 guys, though, right? You have to think. I think he will score. I think there's a real good chance that Colin scores more than Malhotra. Maybe a bit more of like an offensively leaning guy, but still, that is an exception. I think that's a great pick for Nashville. For what they needed in that pool, similarly, if you're a Preds fan, similarly like Riker Lee in their pool. Yeah, who cares about Nashville? Really? Guys, come on. Come on. I'm a Stars fan. You got to respect game when game happens. But yeah, I think especially for what the Preds needed for that top-end skill in that lineup, Colin is going to be a fantastic pick, I think. Him and Riker Lee? Bro, him and Riker Lee? Oh, man. Him and Riker Lee on the same team. I think that those two could do... They could get up to some wizardry. I'll say that. Oh, man. All right, let me update the board here for our official top 10. So, the top 10 of this draft, a little bit crazy, a little bit stupid, as we all predicted. McKenna at 1, Stenberg at 2, Malhotra at 3. Not really much of a surprise there in the top 3. But then Daxi Rudolph and Albert Schmitz just break up the order completely. I would argue it hasn't been that crazy since then. Carl's at 6 makes a lot of sense for Calgary. Reed is a no-brainer for Seattle. Bjork is a perfect fit for Winnipeg. Keem Barov as well is a perfect fit for the Sharks. And Colin, also a pretty great fit for the Preds. I would say generally, like, outside of these two picks, I think most teams have done pretty well here. And granted, I think Schmitz at 5 is fine. Rudolph at 4 is not what I would have done. But I will say, if there's only one pick in the top 10 where I'm like, oh, I think that could be a bit of a stinker, I'll take that, honestly. That's usually there's at least a couple. You're a Stars fan and a Sharks enjoyer. I've always just enjoyed the Sharks. They've always been like my second team, or they've always felt like my second team in the West, right? Like, they've just been always so much fun to watch. I was rooting for them heavily in that 2016 final. But love me Joe Pavelski before he came to the Stars, and then he came to the Stars, and that was awesome. Plus, just I have a lot of good buddies that are Sharks fans, so I always appreciate them. Yeah, cool, dude. I don't know what the Nashville disrespect was. I mean, like, sure, yeah, they're not great, but, like, why'd they say frick me for? Like, come on. Yeah, Dorofiev at 7 years at $11 million. I did mention it earlier, but that is a solid deal, I think, for the Rangers, man. Solid deal. Man, if they chose... That's the thing, though. If they got Dorofiev and then got Chase Reed at 5, the Rangers might have been the winners of the draft. Oh, boy. I can't. At number 11 here in St. Louis, what are we thinking here for the Blues, ladies and gentlemen? What are we thinking? I still think I'm going Gustafsson here. I still think I'm going Gustafsson, mostly because I think that's the player that the Blues like the most that wouldn't have a chance at being there at 15 and 16. I could see a scenario where Lawrence drops to 15 or 16, even to come on, especially. I don't think there's no chance that, like, there's no chance that the Devils don't take him. Columbus would be all over a Gustafsson, I think. So I think if they're trying to play their later picks, I feel like Gustafsson makes the most sense. But I mean, are the Blues going to use all 4 first rounders? Is that what we're about to see, ladies and gentlemen? But I'm thinking Malte Gustafsson for them. Selfish with the $2. The Sharks will dominate the 2030s. I wouldn't be shocked. And then Miro, do Polkamp and Verhoff play the season for San Jose? No. I don't see it. Verhoff will be at least another year in the NCAA, for sure. At least I think so. Polkamp probably too, though I could see maybe like 50-50. Oh, they go for Lawrence. Okay. You know what? I can't hate that. Okay, Sportsnet, what are you guys doing? You had Tynan Lawrence's headshot for Keaton Verhoff, and now Keaton Verhoff's headshot is for Tynan Lawrence. Oh my God, man. Embarrassing, genuinely embarrassing. They're going to look back on the draft footage of them being drafted, and it's going to be some other guy. Ridiculous. But Tynan Lawrence at 11th overall, I think is strong value. He's my 8th player ranked on my board. And I think especially as a second line C, which is something the Blues I think have kind of been looking for in their system, they get that in Tynan Lawrence here. I think is just a solid pick all around at number 11. He has a great drive to his game. The mental fortitude is outstanding. How much he's able to use his physicality, even if he's not the biggest player in the world. He's just a bit of a bulldog out there at times. But he is a great off the puck. And with it, his shooting ability is electric. Maybe doesn't have the most consistency in terms of his passing game, but has had some big moments over the year. He had a great pass at the U18s this year that was exceptional, going from one side of the ice to the other. So there is potential here, though I do think it tops out as more of a puck possession generating second line C, as opposed to like a dominant first line center. But the Blues don't even need a first line center, so. Number 11, I think that's strong. Strong value for the St. Louis Blues. And I will say, I'm still not convinced that he wouldn't have been there at like 15 or 16, but if you like your guy, you might as well go for your guy, and Tynan Lawrence is there at number 11. So I can't hate it. I can't hate it. But yeah, I think that's a solid, just a rock solid pick by the Blues right there. But yeah, from Dylan, where does Robertson end up and for how much? I'm still thinking he stays with Dallas after all this bull crap somehow, and he takes through $12.5 million. I might be coping, Dylan. I might be coping, but that's how I see it. But thank you to all the 2,000 people in this stream. I'm expecting more trades to be here coming up, especially with St. Louis and still the first round picks they have. A lot more to come. So do not go anywhere, folks. We're going to be bringing out all the picks as they come here. But I would say very solid for St. Louis at number 11 there. And especially at numbers, especially outside of the top 10 to get a player like Lawrence who I think is as projectable as he is. I'll take that every single day of the week. Another pick that I think is just great. Like, so far this draft hasn't had many... Okay, I'll word this carefully. Some of the positions of, like, the top guys have been a bit surprising. But out of the top 11 picks, nobody has been, like, a major surprise, right? So that's where I think the difference is. We've seen some shuffling of the top guys, but we haven't seen, like, an Adam Novotny go 9th overall or something. So I think that's pretty intriguing. But New Jersey at number 12... New Jersey number... I mean, I feel like it has to be Belchet's, right? I feel like it has to be Belchet's. Now, the thing is, my prediction is Belchet's. Somebody did ask, Diamond said, who's left? So for me personally, this is what's interesting, is that all of my top 9 guys have been selected on my board. Stenberg, McKenna, Reed, Verhoff, Bjork, Malholtra, Karls, Lawrence, and Albert Schmitz. The best available to me is Malte Gustafsson, who I have number 10. But Belchet's is right up there. Xavier Villeneuve, who I don't expect to be drafted, but is my number 13. Oliver Suvanto at 14. Tommy Blale at 15. Oscar Hemming at 16. Alexander Command at 17. And then Adam Novotny at 18 as my best players available. I'm thinking Belchet's. Govich, good to see you in the chat, my man. Welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm thinking it's Belchet's. I'm thinking Ethan Belchet's is the pick here for the Devils. Actually, let's make a poll while we have time. Let's see. Yeah, Lawrence just looks right in that Blues jersey, man. Something about it. He just looks right. Yeah, Devils, Belchet's, Gustafsson. Who else? I mean, I think Command could be an option for them. We're at number 12 right now in the New Jersey Devils. Pepe. Who else could be an option here for New Jersey? I guess I could see like a Novotny, though that was maybe a bit less of an opportunity or less of a chance. But yeah, let us know in the poll here. The Devils, what are we thinking? What are we thinking in New Jersey? I'm thinking Belchet's just makes the most sense. With his size, with his goal-scoring profile, he's just kind of what the Devils need, quite honestly. All right, let's get the Lawrence pick on the board here at 11. Yeah, honestly, solid board so far. Solid board. All right. I'm glad that Lawrence didn't fall too much, though. I heard that he didn't have the greatest draft combine, and it kind of rubbed some teams the wrong way. But I think that the talent is just too much to ignore at this spot. Coco with a $5 donation. Dylan Larkin, it's a fancy and Eisman asleep at the helm. That is all. Once again, Eisman asleep at the helm, man. What a sad state of affairs. Thank you for the donation, though, Coco. I appreciate it.
Hunzy and Yzerman asleep at the helm. That is all.
Do you see McKenna playing in a Leaf uniform this season? Absolutely. 100%. It would be insane if he wasn't in the NHL. All right, New Jersey is about to make the pick here. We will see who gets selected at 12th overall. I got to give the NHL credit. This is going way faster since that first overall pick. That was ridiculous how long that took from first to second. But we have now gotten the... Oh, Alexander Command is the selection at 12. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Command, another big riser, similarly to Wyatt Cullen. Command is off the board. They don't go for Belchets. That is fascinating. Oh, baby. Yeah, the poll had Command at 10%, by the way, before it just jumped up after the pick was made. The stream had 10% for Alexander Command. Insane. I thought that Command would have been an option here at New Jersey, and they go for a future top six, middle six piece. Now, Command is one of the most projectable players in this range. Such a mature decision maker. He brings a good layer of skill on top of that, though, and especially in transition is a very smart guy. Kind of like a Vigo Bjork-like to me with a bit more size. But he's something that I think is just going to be a perfect third-line center. Has potential for a second-line position, but I think maybe needs to improve a bit more in his speed to get there. But I think he just has all the makings as a future NHLer and a really good center. But 12 is a bit rich for me. Even though I adore Command, he's 17 on my board. So that's where you get the difference there. Belchet's falling is a bit surprising, though, I will say. J. Cole with the $2. Blues trade picks or make the picks. McTavish, I mean, we'll see. It doesn't seem like they're wanting to trade him, which is a little bit crazy to me, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, especially New Jersey. New Jersey's an interesting fit. They needed some surety, I think, up the middle, and they get it here. I just don't know if I would have selected him this early is my issue. Like, I would have traded back and, like, gotten one of the St. Louis picks. But then you run the risk of maybe St. Louis takes him. But they already got Lawrence, so I don't think they would have done that. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, Ossino with the 239. Shout out Luke Bryan. I like Luke Bryan. Sure. Who will end up being the winners of not just this draft, but the offseason? I mean, offseason-wise so far, Buffalo is up there for me. Draft might not be perfect for me so far, but just the whole Byram switch has been unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, the Islanders at 13. The Islanders at 13 is intriguing to me. Very, very intriguing. They feel like they would go Belchets, right? Gustafson dropping as much as he has is a little bit surprising too. The Islanders don't need lefty, we know that. But I mean, they still could take Gustafson if you want that sure second pair guy. Maybe you have HC Moore as a bottom pair, but I don't know if that makes sense really. Yeah, he's sure insurance. I think he's pretty similar in terms of play style. Come on. Yeah, is Gustafson going to fall to 14? I feel like Belchets just makes the most sense. I know some people are saying Lynn as well. So, Mba, my boy Mike, was hoping for either Colin or Ryan Lynn. So, of course, Colin is already off the table. That's not going to end up happening. But I could see Lynn being an option for the Islanders. I wouldn't go this high with him, but there's always an opportunity. Come on, man. 12. The riser just continued to rise, man. Insane. You need to learn how to announce names. What are you, Don Cherry? What player did I mispronounce? What player did I... Tell me right now the player I mispronounced, and I'll tell you you're wrong. If we go Gustafson, I think I crash out. Gustafson would be a good... I mean, he wouldn't be... I wouldn't say he's a need, necessarily. But he's my best player on the board. I will say that. Not by a big margin. I think Belchets is right there, too, but... if it was for me personally, I would go Gustafson over Ryan Lynn. And I wouldn't even question it. Even if right D is more of an issue, I would figure it out later. Because I think Gustafson is a tier above Lynn for me. I hope Blues get Belchets. That would be awesome. If they could get Lawrence and Belchets, that would be sick. Ryan Rubrick, chance to be Robo-esque? No. No. Cock, I'm going to tell you right now, no chance, to me at least. Like, Robertson's issue, what wasn't that he wasn't trying. He was trying to skate still, and he's one of the smartest players in the NHL. Rubrick is not a smart player, and there's not really a determination to his game like there is with Robertson, I think. Kaman is not a top 6 center. I wouldn't, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't bet on it. But I think there is a possibility that skill is able to improve. The detail is just so vast, though, in his game, man. Meta with the $5 donation, though. As a Sharks fan, I'm so hyped right now. Enjoy the draft, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a ton. As a Sharks fan, you should be enjoying this draft quite a bit, too. It's been exceptional for them, man. Exceptional. Oh, I can't get over that. Both Rucks to St. Louis? I mean, it is a possibility. I just don't see him being drafted this high still. Though I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Blues waste their picks if they take the Rucks this early. That's what I'm thinking. I'd rather trade down if I'm St. Louis. I don't want Sokolowski. I'm scared. I'm sorry, Minka. 21 of the Flyers. Maxime Sokolowski. It's happening already. Richard Dumas, thank you for the kind words, brother. I appreciate it. I mispronounced all of them? Every name? Gavin McKenna. Are you going to tell me I mispronounced that? Oh, is it Gavin McKenna? Sure, bud. I'm genuinely terrified we're taking Sokolowski because he's big. That's kind of why you're taking him. I know that some people are saying that there's a big defensive floor there. I don't see the detail personally. At least to me, but he's very, very physical. That's true. The Islanders at 13. The pick is in. Let's see who they go for, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who they go for. This is where it really starts to open up, man. I mean, imagining St. Louis getting Lawrence, Gustafsson, and Belchetz, and that would be kind of ridiculous, man. That would be kind of ridiculous. It is Pride Month. True. True. Could be Gavin. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Blues want to trade back. I can see the Pens trading up with them. Yeah, I know the Penguins have been were really wanting to trade up, but it seemed like they were wanting to trade up for Vigo Bjork. Didn't seem like that was in the cards, though, for them. Grav, is Maddox Daphne a good fit for Buffalo if Yarmo keeps the pick? I think he'd be solid. Good physical base, loves to hit. Has some good skill in transition, but a bit limited outside of that. But I think there could be a solid pick of that range. James with a $5 donation. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Oh, Islanders going for Gustafsson. Okay. Okay. Every lefty to the New York Islanders. I will say this, Islanders fans, I know you might be a little bit disappointed. I personally wouldn't be. I think Gustafsson is the perfect middle pair defenseman behind a Matthew Schaefer. Unbelievable skater, so good at escaping pressure in his own zone. Solid first pass and a lot more confidence throughout the second half of the season. He was great at the U18s for the Swedes, commanding a power play, leading the rush well. As on top of that, he just has so many good tools. But at the end of the day, I think he's going to be a stopper at the NHL, and a great one. Somebody that is so physical against the rush. He can make you just get flattened like a pancake. Honestly, he has that potential. But you factor in the skating ability, the speed of his game, how quick he is to get away from pressure. That, I think, is the biggest thing as a defensive D that I love to see. Gustafsson is exceptional in that department. I think for a Schaefer to maybe have more of an offensive role, Gustafsson will allow him to really fly with just how solid of a two-way defenseman he truly is. So I think that even though you do get another lefty, I think he is a brilliant player and someone that was the best player on my board. So you go BPA. I don't know. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Even for the Islanders that have a bunch of lefty, I think it's just fine. I think it's just fine. Okay, let me get to the donos here. Canucks are a disaster. Malhotra will never be a great 1C, borderline 2C at best. What a waste of a third pick. Canucks are the NHL factory of sadness. I mean, I don't disagree. I think he's going to be a great second-line C. I don't quite see first-line center potential as well. Oh, a couple donations here. We got Danny with a 5. As a Sharks fan, I'm stoked. What else do the Sharks do at this point? It's been a van since day one. I mean, they already won. They could just go home. Just have auto pick. Auto pick, and you're good. You're good. My dad is watching this live. Mika, love to see that. Shout out to your dad. And then Dario with the $10 donation. Looks like the Kings are getting a good player. Yeah, they'll have some options here at 17 for sure. Though I still expect them to go for more like an Oliver Suvanto, Maddox Dagenet type. I would expect at least. We'll see. They could surprise me with a big swing here. I'd like to see it. I think it could be a lot of fun. Okay, let me get the... let me get it sorted out now. There we are. This draft, though, again, the top 13 hasn't surprised me too much. There hasn't been like a massive, massive surprise in the top 15. Some people would say Command, but I was kind of expecting early teens for Command. You guys know that already. I had him mocked to Nashville at 10. I thought he could go really, really high in this draft. Ilya Morozov, I wouldn't be surprised at the Kings spot either. All right, 14th overall in the Columbus Blue Jackets. Let me know in the chat, what are you guys thinking for Columbus? And we'll see what happens here. I'm curious as well. I'm curious as well, but Belchet's, I think, just might be the perfect fit. I think he might be just the perfect fit, man. Columbus, I think, would just be awesome for him. All right. I'm going to increase the music a bit because I got to go to the bathroom really badly, folks. We've gone through a lot of picks so far, but the rest is yet to come. What could be a super active second half of this first round. So do not go anywhere. We're going to be breaking it all down right here in this live stream. But I'll see you guys in just a minute and listen to some Mario Kart while I'm away for just a little bit. All right, folks, we are back. Let's get it going. 14th overall. What will we see tonight? Oh, Oscar Hemming. Oh, baby. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's who I was predicting to go to Columbus. I'm shocked they went for Hemming over Belchet's, though. That's intriguing to me. Okay. I mean, Oscar Hemming, I think, is a good fit for Columbus. The size, how good of a power, just how simple of a power forward he is. He uses his body exceptionally. Great puck protector, especially along the boards. Loves to create chaos. I'm surprised Belchet's has fallen, which is huge for St. Louis, man. Huge. But this is a solid pick. I wouldn't have been the one I would make with the options available, but he fits Columbus exceptionally well. And as that complementary physical piece, can get to the net front, can just get pucks back along the boards. He's not a very advanced player, but he doesn't necessarily have to be. I think in Columbus, with their need of getting bigger on the wings, that's going to be a pretty big one for them. Though I think they left some potential. I do think they left some potential. I do think they left some potential on the board. Oh, tweet from Kevin Weeks. Coming off the press, Marchenko's camp tells me that as of now, he's unlikely to re-sign with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Interesting. So coming from Kevin Weeks, apparently Marchenko is unlikely to re-sign with Columbus, which could lead to a pretty big trade package coming up here, folks. Oh my. Oh my. What do you guys think of Marchenko? Apparently he won't be re-signing in Columbus, or at least it's very unlikely to. Holy. Yeah, Belchet's available at 15. Again, no real bigger surprises, though. Even Oscar Hemming was somebody that I expected to be in this range. But he was on my board at 16th overall, so not a massive drop there. But in terms of my best players available now, as we get into St. Louis's back-to-back picks at 15 and 16, my BPAs, Ethan Belchet's at number 12, Xavier Villeneuve at number 13, Oliver Suvanto at 14, Tommy Blale at 15, Adam Novotny at 18, and then Mathis Preston at 19. I'm curious now, with St. Louis with back-to-back picks, who do you guys think they'll take with both picks here? I'm going to predict Belchet's, and I'm going to predict Blale. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Belchet's Blale, give it to me if I'm St. Louis, man. Give it to me. That would be an unreal haul, I will say, for the Blues. They've already done well. Ty Lawrence at 11 is already solid work. They have the potential to really steal this draft away. They really do. Now, if they take the Ruck twins instead, I don't think that's a steal necessarily. But we'll see. I did hear that St. Louis did have more interest in the Rucks than most. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be that surprised. But okay, credit where it's due again, though. Credit where it's due. This has been going a lot faster. We just need to keep at the pace, and hopefully we'll... But again, we lost so much time because they spent 10 minutes on McKenna and that first overall spot. Just brutal. St. Louis takes Belchet's and Lynn? I could see that. I could see that. Especially Belchet's, I think, just makes so much sense here, man. So much sense. Ooh. Oh, yeah, refresh the draft list. I got you. I got you. We're running out of space, man. I gotta format this. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. All right. Perfect. Yeah, picks it. St. Louis has the opportunity to really intrigue me here. I wouldn't, as much of it would be a fun story, I would not take the Rucks. I would not take the Rucks in the teens. I wouldn't even think about it. Late first, you could convince me about Liam, but I don't know. Mason McTavish is being traded to St. Louis from Elliott Friedman for 15 and 29. The Ducks are getting a top 15 pick. Mason McTavish is off to the St. Louis Blues. And they do trade their first rounders, not number 16, but number 15 and 29 via Elliott Friedman. The Anaheim Ducks getting 2 first rounders. McTavish is off to St. Louis. We got some trade action, boys. Wake up. Wake up. Let's do it. Anaheim getting into the top 15. Do they go for Belchet's? Oh, hell nah. That would be a good fit, though. That would be a good fit. Man. Anaheim. I will say 2 first rounders from McTavish, I guess, with the Peterka trade, I guess. This, I'm still not used to this seller's market, though, man. This is insane, even for me. But 2 first rounders. Let's go. Let's go. We got a trade to announce, boys and girls. We got a trade to announce. I will say we got a couple of them already. The JJ Peterka trade, pretty big. This even bigger than that, with a guaranteed top 15 pick in the mix. James, thank you for the $5 donation. Why is everyone except for the Ruck Twins gimmick there? Timu Sardines.
Why is everyone obsessed with the Ruck Twins gimmick? They are Temu Sardines.
You're not wrong. Spit your facts, king. It is disrespectful as hell, but it's kind of true. Like, they put up great production in the WHL, I know that, but you got to watch the games. You just have to watch the games. You got to watch the games. You have to watch the games. You have to watch the games. They are so power play reliant. They don't bring much speed or physicality, and they're not big wings. Like, the value proposition compared to, like, an Ethan Belchet to me is night and day. I get that the production is different, but the potential and the upside is a different story to me. Like, they're both 2 wings that I don't think have immense skill, don't bring great speed, don't bring a ton of physicality, especially in the case of Marcus. And they're like both like 5'11", 6 foot. Like, I like Liam as like a 2nd round bet, and Marcus is like a late 2nd, early 3rd round bet, but like just 1st round, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Yeah, Mason McTavish on to the St. Louis Blues, and I think that's a pretty solid fit for McTavish. Slow as hell, but hey, I think has the opportunity to rebound. It's just a matter of how much engagement is he going to give, because his defensive floor is all over the place. But yeah, 15 and 29 for McTavish, and that is it. No other assets, which makes sense because that's already quite a bit for McTavish. Let us know. What do you guys think of that trade? Who do you think comes out on top, St. Louis or Anaheim? Now, the Ducks getting 2 first-rounders is interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Do we see another trade on top of this? Maybe? For the options for the Ducks, Belchet's fits their profile so well. I could see Oliver Suvanto. I could see Suvanto being something they're really interested in. Novotny, potentially, with his physicality. Maybe Lynn? I have heard that a lot of teams do like Lynn still in the teens. A little bit too early for Simas Ignatavicius. Maybe Dagenais? Maybe? Possibly Ilya Morozov? I could see. I feel like it's still a little bit too early for Sokolowski, personally. But I'm thinking something's calling to me about Oliver Suvanto. I just think with his defensive floor, his just pure physicality, and how young he is for this draft, I could see it at 15. I could see it. Though, maybe more of like an early 20s pick. But we'll see here. We'll see. I think personally, I would give the edge to St. Louis in that trade, or to Anaheim in that trade, just because of the pure pick value. But also, you never know. Like, if McTavish rebounds and gets back to more of that early McTavish days, then I can see it. Plus, he did play his best under Greg Cronin, and Cronin is now an assistant for St. Louis. So maybe that's also an angle for the Blues, trying to reunite those two. I can see the vision. I can see the vision for both teams, but I like the value proposition for the Ducks here. Though, when you look at it, like, 3rd overall into 15 and 29 is a little bit all over the place. I disagree. I think the Ruck Twins are both worth late first-round picks, and that's fair. I could see, especially the argument for Liam. I just don't see it with Marcus. Like, I think he's just so... There's just such a non-NHL game there. Liam, you could kind of compare to, like, a Tarek Parasak, and that's what you're maybe hoping for, but even Parasak hasn't been great. Like, I feel like that's the best you're shooting for. It's a little bit low ceiling to me. I don't know. It's just to me, there's a bit of a translatability question for sure. They still got McQueen. That is true. But I'm thinking Suvanto is just the all-around, like, 3rd line forward that brings the defense. Like, I could see a situation there. When will Shane Wright get traded into who? I don't know. I hope Montreal. I hope Montreal, but you never know. Yeah, Anaheim with Belchets will be fun. That's who I would pick if I was Anaheim. Just go BPA, but Suvanto's not super far behind for me. You think the Sabres trade the 20th overall pick? I would not be shocked, Andrew. Especially with how creative they've already been. Though it seems like they were kind of betting on somebody being available there. So, like, maybe it's more of like an Oliver Suvanto type, possibly. Pisons with the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much, man. Where's Marchenko, and will he be traded? And what asset is needed to acquire him?
Where Marchenko will be traded? What asset is needed to acquire him?
Honestly, I think the big one is just like maybe like a dynamic defenseman, like that type. I could see, which is curious because they could be trading Zach Werenski, but I don't know. I feel like it'd have to be just a massive futures package, really. I can see the Sens taking the Ruck Twins, that's for sure. If Liam is the pick at 25, I think it's a lot more likely at that point. As a Caps fan, Parasak was a waste of a first-round pick. Well, there you go. There you go. Now, will Liam go as high as Tarek did? Maybe not. Possibly not. But again, I think you're just going for such a... There's just not many... I will say this. There's not many guys in the NHL that play like Liam Ruck or Marcus Ruck. Or even Parasak, for that matter. Like, for me, Parasak needs such a special role to succeed, and a lot of it comes down to power play minutes and kind of having that support around him. And I just don't feel like many teams are in the market for smaller wingers that need support around them to get the most for them, where they're not really that engaged. I mean, Parasak has some engagement, but it's mostly around the net. It's just harder. It's just harder for the Rucks that it's just more of a question mark in their case. Harold with the 2. Reddit downcasting Verhoff crazy. Is that copium? Downcasting? Like downvoting him? Just the Verhoff pick in general? I don't know why. I feel like the conversation around Verhoff is so stupid. Most of these people have not watched a single game of Verhoff, and if they did, it was the Frozen Four, where he was playing the hardest competition he possibly could have. And he wasn't even great versus Wisconsin, but still. Nikita Klepov? Not who I was expecting the Ducks to draft. Not who I was expecting the Ducks to draft. Interesting. Yeah, Asel, I feel like Michael Hayes would have had to be a part of that, or like a bunch of assets like Sorowski and Pickford or plus like that. There would just have to be a massive amount. Thank you so much for the donation, though. I appreciate it. My goodness. That is not who I was expecting the Ducks to draft. Not necessarily that Klepov is a bad player, but that is not who I was expecting the Anaheim Ducks to draft. Klepov, if you want the profile, he was ranked 32nd to me. I have a bit of questions over the projectability, but this is one of the top scorers, the top scorer in the CHL this last season, and for good reason. He is a deceptive player, and especially in the offensive zone, knows how to find space and rarely wastes much time. He is a quick strike player, especially on the power play. I think just as a general finisher, has a ton of talent and a great sense of the game that way. I think there are issues off the puck, and I think the defensive floor is rather weak. But as more of like a sheltered power play guy, I could see where Klepov could really thrive there. I'm just shocked the Ducks took him because he's not much of a physical presence at all. And not really super big either. But the Ducks go for some high-end potential here, and that's pretty intriguing at 15. I mean, I have him quite a bit lower, but it's not like I can't see the vision for a Klepov at 15. Just incredible skill on the table here. And it's just about if he's able to round out that game a bit more, be a bit quicker on his feet. That, I think, will be the big determining factors. Belchet's falling and continues to fall. That's kind of surprising to me. But I think Klepov has the potential to really wow the Ducks. Or not be much of a piece in the end. We'll just have to wait and see. But at 15, Klepov goes, which I think I had Klepov early 20s in my last mock draft, so around the same range. I was kind of expecting Washington to be in on him before they trade all their assets in the Kyrou deal. But yeah, Klepov goes to the Ducks at 15th overall. I would say generally decent. Might not have been who I would pick if I'm Anaheim. I think Belchet's maybe a bit better. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that Pat Verbeek passed on a 6'5" goal-scoring wing like Belchet's, but Klepov has massive potential, so I can understand it. Oh, interesting note here from Elliot Freeman. Pick is traded for McTavish, number 15th overall. Anaheim apparently made sure he was available before agreeing to make the deal. So, the deal was on the table for this selection and Mason McTavish, but they wanted to make sure that Klepov was available at number 15. So, he must have been high up on their board. Seneca was a good selection. Anaheim aimed good at the draft with Klepov. And there's potential here for sure. It's just interesting because I think Seneca brought a bit more size to the table, but similar in terms of like not the greatest in their draft year in terms of pure physicality or defensive play, but you can kind of ramp that up over the year. I don't know where he fits in the Ducks lineup in 5 to 7 years. I feel like it's just the skill gamble. You know what I mean? Like Anaheim, they already have a lot of their top 6 loaded out, which is why I was kind of expecting like an Oliver Suvanto is more of like a lower ceiling pick. But you never know what will happen, and if Klepov's banging on the door as a skill guy, and you have the opportunity to trade somebody else, like you never know what could happen in the future. I'm always best player available. It seems like for the Ducks, it was very much best player available for them. Let's see. Suvanto has to go to St. Louis now that I would think. I mean, Belchet's, right? Like, am I going crazy? Like, Belchet's feels like he has to be the pick. My goodness, though. Now, I will say, like, Belchet's was, like, 11th on my board, so him dropping, like, what, like, 5 spots, if that's the case? Like, that's not really insane. So in that case, I wouldn't be, like, super shocked, but still, pretty intriguing here. Like, if the Blues come out of it with the extra first-round pick and Tynan Lawrence and Belchet's, not too bad. Not too bad. Though I could see, like, a Tommy Blale. I could see Ryan Lynn here, potentially. A lot of options on the table here as we get to the second half of this first round. Where will the Twins go? I'm still thinking Vancouver, man. I'm still thinking 24 and 33. That's what I'm thinking with the Twins, but also I could see Marcus falling, potentially. Do you have any idea of why he's dropping Belchet's? I think a lot of it comes down to just the profile, because as much as like his size and goal scoring is huge, there's a bit of a speed element there where he's not the fastest on the rush, and he's not quite as mean as he could be. That's, I think, the interesting part. Like, he has great size, but he's more of a puck protector rather than a pure physicality player. So that's why I think it could be the case. Maddox Dagenais. Oh, my goodness. The Blues get Dagenais at 16th overall over Belchet's? Over Belchet's is a little bit wild, but the Blues love their French Canadians. So I'm not really that surprised by this selection. Maddox Dagenais to St. Louis. I mean, a bit of a different player than a Belchet's, who, in Dagenais' case, he is ultra physicality all the time. By the way, Matt with the $2. Hot take, Sharks get Lynn. Him jumping to 27 would be quite wild, but not out of the question, I don't think. Thank you for the $2, though, Matt. I appreciate it. But Dagenais is an intriguing one. I wouldn't have gone this high with him, but you can take him in a lot of different directions. He has a really refined physical base, good skill in transition, and once the cycle gets going, he can create quite well. I just have some concerns over the pace of his game in general. I think his skating speed is rather weak, and I think that could limit his transition game. That is a bit of a strength in the QMJHL now. Will that be a strength in the NHL level? I'm not sure about it. And I think there is just a engagement floor that's a bit low at times. Sometimes he can really coast. He can kind of just take shifts off. And I feel like that can kind of be a bit of a weakness. Because as much as his physicality is there, when he does go for engagement, he can sometimes be caught out of position because he's going for these massive hits that leave him on the opposite side of the ice from where the actual play is headed. So there are moments where I like Dagenais and moments where I don't. But I think there's potential to unlock here. Wouldn't have been who I selected, though. I think Belchet's would have been a better selection here. How many centers do they need? I will say this. Dagenais played a lot of wing this year in the QMJHL. I know that Sportsnet's listing him as a center, which maybe is where he is in the NHL, but I would not be shocked if he's a wing. Yeah, I get Lawrence at number 11. St. Louis then goes for Dagenais at 16. Zivantos to the Caps is my prediction. Yeah, the Caps now come up pretty soon here at 18th overall. Next, we have LA at 17 and then Washington at 18. Surely. I mean, this is going to be interesting. If Belchet's goes past LA, I think he could slide even more. And the reason why is that LA had his teammates in Liam Greentree, and they got firsthand viewings of Belchet's and what he's capable of. If they don't take Belchet's, considering how much they love their size in the King system, how much they need their goal scoring, that is, I think, a pretty big indictment, I will say. Do you think Belchet's is similar to Martone? No. No. Martone is so much faster. And not that Belchet's is like the slowest player in the world, but Martone had great rushing ability, whereas I think Belchet's is a bit limited in that department. Plus, I just think Martone is the better playmaker, too, on top of that, by a pretty big margin. The next up is LA at 17. We will see where they go here. A lot of possibilities with this pick. As we've seen the Kings kind of going for lower ceiling picks in the past, we'll see if that trend continues here for the Kings. This pick is so lame, so they give up almost nothing. Grav, who do you think the Flyers should take, and who do you think they'll actually end up taking? Liam, I think they're going to end up taking Maxim Sokolowski, who I wish they would take. Ethan Belchet's, if he's available. Like Xavier Villeneuve would be awesome in Philly, even though he'd probably get like 2 minutes of time on ice, and then get traded and then be awesome afterwards. Will Casey Mutrin be available at 34? I would say like a 50-50 shot. I could see him as a late first rounder though. Just because of his physicality, his base with his passing. I could see a lot of teams getting interested in that range. Morozov to the Caps. That, I think, could be a fun fit. By the way, Bill Guerin wins the GM of the Year award. So now we're going to take a billion hours on that. Minka, I'm not a fan of Martone. Not a fan of Martone, Minka? I think I'll take him on Dallas if you don't want him in Philly. This pick is lame. So, or let me see. Ken Allen Hassel at Belchets, right? I would think so, right? I would think so. Now it's time for my Kings to take Belchets. I think that would be a great pick, considering what they've drafted or like to draft in the past and what they've... And what is a good middle ground between actual ceiling and what they've liked to draft in the past. Do you think the Blues trade their second overall picks or second round picks? Possibly, but it seems like they already traded for Mason McTavish, so I feel like most of that is done. I feel like they will probably just pick from here on out, right? I have a feeling that William Hawkinson could go to the Kings. See, I've heard a lot that they could go, that Hawkinson could fall into the second round. But who knows? Who knows with Big D, where they end up going? You never know. You never know. Let me get the list as well updated here real quick before we keep going. Maddox Dagenet to the Blues at 16. Around the range where I was expecting him to go, in all honesty. You're my go-to choice for watching the draft. Thank you, BB. I appreciate it. Grav, you think Wright could go to the Owls? I think he'd be a fun fit there. I just don't think... They don't really need him, though. They got a lot of centers, unless Seattle's getting like a Bo Horvat or something. Will we see Hermanson drafted soon? I could see it. I feel like he's somebody that will either go super high or could go like late in the first round. He just has so much skill, but so much defensive downside. Like there's a big gulf in his play there. Mike, Rudolph at 4? Yeah. Yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait after this to watch Will Scouching's reaction on that. He's lower on Rudolph than I am. Maddox to Ottawa. Let's go. Oh, Nikki. Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? Hello from Slovakia. Do you see Gollier or any Slovak players going in the first round? I think it's a possibility with those last couple of picks, Philip. Like, Gollier is maybe the most likely, but I could see a Shrenko, like, barely squeaking in. Canucks draft Belchets and Ruck twins, then become the Canucks' future for third line. I mean, you need a center to play on that line. The Rucks are both wings. But I want to be mad. The Belchets could save that one for sure. Blues did such a great job. So many haters. I mean, Lawrence at 11 is great. Like, anybody that's low on Lawrence is just stat watching. Like, that's it. Like, I get it that Lawrence didn't put up the greatest numbers in the NCAA, but his team was a tire fire. Like, a true tire fire, and he played a real... Go watch the last 5 games that Tynan Lawrence played, and you'll understand this is somebody that will be a middle six center, like, without a doubt. People are saying trade in the chat for LA. It is going... This pick is taking a while, I will say. Grav, what do you think about Morozov to Utah? It would make sense. I think they'd like his defensive floor for sure. Hello from Denmark. How about Tobias Trebel? Anyone in need of a first-round goalie? Trebel, as well as Dmitry Borochev, I could see as the first-round goalies of this class. Though, Borochev maybe, I think, a little bit more likely, even if Trebel could be the first goalie off the board, either way. Swami Gabe, thank you so much. Welcome to the member gang, dude. Great to have you in today. Yeah, it seems like LA could be making something happen. LA is trading down. Utah is trading up to 17th overall. LA goes to number 19. Interesting. So a couple picks. We do get a trade here. LA goes to number 19. Utah to number 17. So they must have their guy in mind here. A Belchats, a Novotny I could see for Utah. Savanto? Oh boy, things could get real interesting here. Belchets on Utah, though, would be pretty nice. Pretty nice. David Pagnotta is saying that Dallas has expressed serious interest in Zach Werenski. Oh, man. Flyers remain in talks with teams about moving pick 21. Kings are trading down to 17. And the Canadiens seem very interested in Marchenko, according to David Pagnotta. Dallas. So, yeah, LA trades 17th to Utah for 19th and 82nd in this year's class. I mean, I think that's just fine for LA. I'll take that all day. For a couple of spots in this range of the draft, I mean, Belchets might have been enough for me to not trade down, but I don't know. You can still get like a Savanto and Adam Novotny. I'm curious. I feel like they got to go for a Belchets or a Novotny, I think. That's what to trade up like this. I feel like they have to. Robertson for Marchenko. I wouldn't be completely mad about that. I wouldn't be completely mad. It would be a downgrade, but not by a massive amount. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got 2,000 in the chat. Trade action is upon us. LA trades 17, goes from 17 to 19 in exchange for a third-round pick. Utah is now on the board at number 17. Let us know. Who are you predicting down for them? I mean, I feel like I'm a broken record at this point, but I got to go Belchets, right? Like, surely. Surely, right? Surely. Like, I feel like this is a no-brainer. It has to be. It has to be. But thank you guys so much for coming in. We've had 2,000 plus people in this stream the entire time. You guys are incredible. It has been so much fun tonight. This draft has been unexpected in ways, and other ways has come up about as I expected. But in general, we are about to see a wave of surprises, I think, here. Villeneuve. If Utah drafts Villeneuve, I will run out of this room right now. That's how little confidence I have in Utah selecting Villeneuve. There's no chance. I'll tell you right now, 0% chance. 0. But hey, you never know. You never know. Even though I don't quite think it's gonna happen personally. I'll say that. One minute to go as the Mammoth are still on the clock. Why is it taking them this long? Okay, this is what I don't understand. I'm wasted watching great content. Hey, Tank, that's awesome, man. This is what I don't understand. You trade up to 17th overall. You know exactly who you're going to pick, and you still run out the clock? Like, are you waiting for, like, a trade or something again? Like, what's happening up here, Utah? Like, what's happening? You're gonna use all 3 minutes, even though you traded up and know exactly who you're gonna select? Like, get real. Get real. It's refreshing to watch the draft of a guy who knows hockey and not reading off a script. Trolls, that drives me nuts, man. You don't even understand. People that'll just like pull up, oh, what does the Elite Prospects Guide say? They'll have it on their second monitor or something and just read off of that. There's some people saying like, oh, EP said this in the comments. I don't care. I'm going off of what I've watched of these guys, which is a lot. You can ask my girlfriend. She would vouch. All right, Utah at number 17. It's like video in like a gymnasium. I don't know what's happening here. Come on to the Devils is solid. I think he's going to be a good player there. I don't think he's going to be overwhelmingly good, but I think it's a really good third line C. I could see it. I could see it. As a Finn, it's sad to see Finn's going to mid-teams. Yeah. I mean, you never know. You never know. Columbus, though, I mean. But, I mean, if they keep dropping, they have a better chance of going to a better team. Hope my Devils draft Pavel Sidorov mid-rounds from SK Red Army. Bonnie, thank you for the $5 donation. You're doing a great job. Thank you. It's my first NHL draft. Your explanations help a lot. I appreciate that, Bonnie. Thank you so much for the 5. Very generous of you. And we're going to keep up with it throughout the entire first round.
Thank you. It's my
I appreciate
NHL
it.
draft, and your explanations help a lot.
First NHL draft is a good one, though. It's great to have you. All right, all right, all right, all right. Hope Calgary takes the Ruck Twins. That'd be a good spot for them, honestly. They have a good amount of centers, too. Why has Blale not been taken yet? I think there's a defensive floor there. I think also, from what I heard, a lot of teams were kind of like miffed about him going to the QMJHL again next year, which I kind of can agree with. I get that he wanted to go to Michigan State, but like, surely you could play on the middle pair behind Reed. Like, come on, let's get real. I don't know. I think going back to the Q isn't going to like destroy his career, but I do think it's not the step up I wanted to see him take. I'll say that, especially after how good he was in the QMJHL this year. Yeah, on to Utah here at 17. I don't know why this pick has taken so long for how... Like, Utah, why did this pick take so long? You traded up. You know exactly who you're taking. It's not like you traded up to 17 and you're like, oh, who do we pick now? Look, if that's the case, then you should get fired. I don't know. Very curious what's happening here today, folks. Who do the Pens take? I think Ryan Lynn, man. He's slipping so far. We'll see if he continues. Slip. I feel like this was always the range he was going to go, to be honest. High floor, full ice player with Novotny. Real potential there for sure. Real potential. No, New Jersey made a huge mistake. So did Nashville, too. Overdrafting on both. Lawrence, Hemming, Malte, all way better than Cullen. I would not say that Hemming is better than Cullen, personally. But, I mean, maybe there's a route where the physicality difference makes a difference. By the way, folks, we're almost 5 hours into this live stream, and you guys are still kicking with us. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. It's been a blast so far, and we'll keep it going as long as we can. GMBA is making another trade. Imagine. Why does everyone think Suvanto is good? A bit facetious, but I mean, Suvanto had a solid season in the Liga. Was one of the youngest players, the youngest player in the Liga, one of the youngest players in this draft class. He doesn't have, I'm not going to tell you that he has top 6 skill. I don't believe that really, but as a perfect third line piece that just brings intense physicality, great forechecking, sound defensive play. Like, he's a really smart player all over the ice. I just think he is he's something that I think is really adaptable. And Utah does it. 17th overall is Ethan Belchetz, and they make the pick that should have been made a couple picks ago. Belchetz is a fantastic selection for Utah at 17. That's a good pick. That is a good pick right there. Utah, doesn't surprise me they like the big wing, but the goal scoring is really the name of the game for me. He is an electric shot. One of the best in this draft, if not honestly the best. He is so good on the power play. Rarely makes too many mistakes. He's just something that I think with his skill set on the rush, even though it won't be his forte because his speed isn't quite there, he has some great handles. He has some magical moments. It's just kind of about bringing the consistency and putting it all together in the case of Belchetz. Because he has the size, doesn't really use it much outside of puck protection, though. He's not really a mean player, and I feel like teams wanted to see a bit more bite out of his game. That just wasn't quite there this season. But I think there is potential to find that in Utah, and I think Utah will be just fine trying to unlock that with another player like a Daniel Boot, who's pretty similar in that way, I would say. So a pretty intriguing pick, I will say, and 17 I think is great, strong value for Belchetz. Andy, thank you for the vibe. Been watching you for a year. Hope the Pens go goalie. Oh. Interesting, Andy. I mean, I wouldn't go goalie in the first round, but if they trade up in the second, I wouldn't be mad about that. Thank you for the 5, though, brother. I appreciate it. A little bit more than I was expecting Belchetz to fall, though. That is pretty surprising. But that makes more sense that the Mammoth traded up to get Belchetz. That makes so much sense. So much sense. Okay, let me get back to the to the stream chat here. All right, guys, see you in 45 minutes for the next pick. Whoa. Thinking we're going to get into in 45 minutes? No. 50 minutes to go at least. At least. If we're being real with ourselves. Suvanto is hands down the best player available, I would think. Yeah, he's up there with Villeneuve, I would say. In terms of my best players available here for the Capitals at 18, you have my number 13 in Xavier Villeneuve, my number 14 in Oliver Suvanto, my number 15, Tommy Blale, still on the board. I think he could be really good in Washington Capital. Adam Novotny still available, though I wouldn't be surprised if the Caps picked him. Mathis Preston, Ryan Lind, Juho Piparainen, Simas Ignatavicius still on the board as well. Though I will say the only one I'm surprised that hasn't been picked yet. Actually, no. That's kind of the thing. I'm looking at my board right now, and with Belchet's gone, there's nobody that I'm really shocked is still available at 18. That's interesting. That's not usually the case. Usually I have a guy who I have like 5 that goes like 23 or something. But this is quite interesting. All of the players in my top 12 have been selected. And even the guys like Villeneuve, Suvanto, Blale, I understand why they haven't been picked yet. So, pretty interesting first round. GM's kind of somewhat agreeing with what I've been saying, which is interesting. Why is Villeneuve being avoided? Simply put, very turnover prone, and he's small. And he's not like the most amazing skater in the world, which is a bit of a rough combination. But I also think that he has so much skill and so much confidence that I would take the bet on him personally. But there's reasons why. Small and has some decision-making issues that can kind of rear its ugly head at times. Sokolowski to Philly? I think so, Reeser. I think it's just going to happen. I've locked it in. Kings traded out as a red flag. Yeah, I did mention that. I did want to mention that. And that's a good point, because I mentioned it beforehand. Before LA traded that pick, was that if they didn't take Belchet's, they would have gotten a first-hand account on with Liam Greentree, who they eventually traded. That's kind of a bit of an indictment, no? A bit of a red flag? That the Kings didn't want him, especially for what they like to draft, too, which Belchet's feels like it would have been a perfect player for them. But no, they don't take him. So that's quite curious to me. Quite curious. Does he or Sheila fall to the Flames? I could easily see that. Yeah, low defensive floor, so I could see some teams not loving him. As a Caps fan, I'm thinking we're drafting Morozov. Yeah, let us know. What do you guys think the Caps are going to do here? I'm thinking Blale. I'm thinking Blale. I just have a feeling about it, though he could also be somebody that I could see dropping a bit more than this also. It is 4:26 right now in Finland, but I have to see where my Tapara guys, Suvanto and Piparainen, will go. Hopefully soon for you, Tide. I'm hoping so. Though I could see a Piparainen falling a bit in this class. I will say that. Jason with a $10 donation. Thank you, dude. Coming through. My man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Pens fan here. 100% want Piparainen. Need a definite DFD emo rather than a more offensive guy.
And I can see that. Piparainen, I think, is a rock-solid defensive D. So I think he'd be a pretty good fit for the Pens, honestly. And I think at that range, 22 overall, I would think about that quite a bit. I mean, Piparainen, for me, where is he on my board? Piparainen is 21 on my board. So same range. Same range right there. By the way, first-round picks traded on draft day in the last 7 years. We have seen 8 picks already traded. 8 trades total. So a lot of action so far. But Washington at 18 with a lot of potential here. A lot of potential, I'll say that. Hey, Danny with another dono. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that big time. Coming in with a 5. Do the Sharks trade?
For a Goldie at 27.
I don't think so. I don't think so. They got a scare off. They got Ravensburg, and I just don't think there's a reason to, you know? That's I think the issue. Is that they've already kind of locked themselves in with who they've been going for recently. So I'd be kind of shocked if it went that way. Oh, man. Good pick, though. Good pick. Oh, is that Suvanto? There it is! Washington takes Oliver Suvanto, my 14th ranked player on the board. He goes to number 18 and Washington, which is interesting considering how much they got him for high profile, high skill. Suvanto is the opposite player. The opposite. Suvanto is rock solid maturity and physicality. This guy is looking to bang and crash, looking to forecheck, looking to apply pressure defensively. He is somebody that I just think is such a smart player, but an intense one. And that motor rarely stops. For how big he is, for how much reach he has, and for how young he is in this draft class, I think there's quite a bit of opportunity here. I don't think he's going to be a top 6 guy, but a perfect third line glue piece that stitches everything together and makes it easier for your offensive players to fly. Suvanto will allow them the space to breathe. That, I think, is a pretty solid pick. Number 14 on my board, he goes number 18 to the Washington Capitals. And suddenly, Xavier Villeneuve, still my best player available by a pretty clear margin now. Tommy Blale also still available at number 19. But yeah, Suvanto, solid pick for the Caps. I like it a lot. Again, I don't think you're getting more than a third line piece here, but a really good one. And for how much the Caps have added to their top 6 recently with Kyrou, with Tuck, you get a player in Suvanto who I think could play in the NHL next year. He might, I don't think he should, nor will he. But I think he could do it with just how much of a physical floor there is. But in a year's time, after next season, give him another year in the Liga, and I think Suvanto could be a really intriguing piece. Maybe, heck, put him in Hershey. Put him on Hershey next year. Honestly, I think he could be a really good fit in 2028, as an example. All right, let me get a little bit smaller here and refresh the board now. Maybe is the Suvanto pick in? Okay, Suvanto is in. There we are. There we are. Let's get it. Let's get it a little bit more to the left here, shall we? There we are. Plus, now it's small enough we can put the point totals on the board so you guys can get an idea of some of these guys, though league dependent, very much so, with a lot of these guys. But yeah, I think that's just a solid pick overall for Washington. I think especially at 18, it's a lower floor or lower ceiling pick, but still, this is something I think could be a massive component to your middle six. Kings need skill. Might be time for Herminator. I could see it in this range, honestly. Heck, I think Novotny would also be a good ad. Again, maybe not with Belchets. I might not have traded down, but also you get some real intriguing options here by trading down just a couple picks and you get an extra third rounder. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for them. Out of the remaining centers, which do you think has the best chance of becoming a 1 seed? The remaining centers? The remaining centers. The only one that I could even see possibly even coming close to a first-line center projection is like Jack Hextall, maybe, but I don't see that at all. I see him more as a third-line C. Like, maybe like Igor Shilov, if like everything possible goes his way, but I don't see that either. Like, the next best center to me personally is Ilya Morozov. And I think he's a bottom 6 guy. And I would say third line C is a bit generous too. Like, I think he could be a good third line C, but I think it's still going to take a bit more on his puck handling ability to get there. So I think that's what you're seeing in a class that is as starred for centers. After the Alexander Command pick, you don't really have a lot to work with. And that's, I think, a big reason why those guys went so high. But yeah, 19 and the LA Kings. I feel like Novotny just makes a lot of sense. I feel like Novotny just makes a ton of sense for the goal scoring, for the speed of his game, the physicality. I think that'd be a good pick at 19 for sure. Alu, just join in. Any surprising picks so far? Rudolph 4 for sure. Outside of that, though, nothing's been crazy. Klepov 15 to Anaheim, a bit of a surprise. Dagenet, a little bit of a surprise. But yeah, outside of that, I would say it's gone pretty fine, honestly. In terms of big surprises, at least. I knew this draft was going to be all over the place, but it's honestly a little bit less all over the place than I thought. Hope Ottawa drafts that 6'7" kid. The, Brooks Rogowski? That would be a fun pick. Thoughts on Klepop, Grav? I think the offensive toolkit is great. Great sense of the game, especially on the power play. He's able to find space, weaponize that space really well, really quickly. I think most of his value, though, comes on the power play, and he kind of needs that space to create. Because I don't know if there's much of a defensive floor, and I think physicality can kind of be inconsistent, kind of come and go. So I think him more as like an on-puck guy, you kind of shelter a little bit. I could see that. But a high upside swing pick for sure. Bad Boys King, what's going on? How long has it been since we started? It started at 6 p.m. Oh God, it started at 6 p.m. or like 6:20. Jesus. Maybe JP can move to C. I doubt it. I doubt it, Boston. Oh, I doubt it. Was that a good impression of that fish from SpongeBob? I thought I did pretty well there. I thought maybe I was cooking with that one. You guys know that clip I'm talking about? The Kings pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. 19th overall. Grav, let us dream. I'm sorry. Oh, I doubt it. Oh, the Kings go Hermanson. Okay. You know what? High upside swing here at 19th overall, man. If you're going off of just pure skill, Hermanson has a case to be made, be top 5, top 10 in this class. Had a solid offensive output in the Allsvenskan this year. But this is somebody that has size, just doesn't really use it that much. I think that's a component that I think could hold him back. But the hands and the offensive tools are just unbelievable. The shot is great, but it comes down to the hands. I think are the most interesting part of Hermanson's game. He can just make you look so silly on the rush. So for a Kings team that I think is kind of desperate for real skill on that top 9, I don't hate it. Now, Hermanson was a little bit lower for me on my personal board at 24. That's just because I think the risk in his game is pretty prevalent. But I think the skill set is undeniable. I think especially for a Kings team that, again, needed some pace, needed some actual skill at the top. I don't hate it. I don't hate it for them at all at 19. Though I am surprised to see the Kings skip out on Novotny. They skipped out on Belchets and Novotny. They were like, we don't care about you OHLers. Bruins should trade for a pick. I mean, it seems like they could have some pretty good options at 23. Like, could a Novotny fall? Could a Blale fall? It's not out of the question right now. I mean, Buffalo at 20 could get Blale on top of Rudolph. That would be nutty. Those two together would be kind of ridiculous, I will say. Oh, man. Oh, man. But yeah, I think at number 19, it's a nice swing to make. It's a nice swing to make for sure. Do you think any of the rucks are getting picked? I mean, they will at some point. I don't know. I think Liam in like the 23 to 28 range is pretty likely. But we'll see about Marcus. That'll be the curious part for me. 20th to Buffalo. I mean, Novotny could also be... Novotny, I think, would be a fantastic pick. Like, Novotny, I think, for Buffalo, with his physicality, his speed, his goal-scoring ability, I think that would be a sexy pick. If the Sabres can land him, of course. I'm jumping out the window if we draft Sokolowski, Hextall, Ruck, bro. I don't love Sokolowski, so I might join you. For the Flyers, they got a lot of talent on the board. Xavier Villeneuve is still there. Tommy Blale would be an exceptional pick for them, I think. On top of that, Adam Novotny would be great. Mathis Preston would be a fun upside swing if they go for him. But we'll see. Biggest reach of the draft, come on, at 12. I would say Rudolph at 4, personally, but it was a slight reach. I don't think it's going to be detrimental, but a good third-line center of the future. Joel Eriksson-Ek, coded, but I don't know if he has quite the offense. Thoughts on the Bruins-Utah trade? I think it's a good fit, Peterka in Boston, but I don't know about the asking price. That was, I think, quite a bit for him. If the Flyers take Novani, that'd be hilarious. If you know, you know. Calgary plotting on getting the Rucks. They like Vancouver, man. I think they're jumping at the bit. Ryan Lynn wouldn't surprise me for Buffalo, but it seems like they wanted to go bigger on their defense. So I'd be a bit surprised, but they did just go for Olin Zellweger, so who knows? I'm so disappointed that the Kings get Hermanson unless Ken Holland is actively trying to ruin the team. I mean, Hermanson brings a lot of skill. I mean, I'm not maybe not the best player on my board, but I don't hate it for the Kings that kind of need a bit more of that skill infusion. Sabres already picked a D-man, so Novani would be good for them. I agree. I think that'd be better diversity, but you never know. David Pagnotta is also reporting that Utah is kicking on the door for Marchenko on top of Montreal, interestingly. So, Utah could be in the mix. Could be in the mix. That doesn't surprise me. I feel like Marchenko is so Utah-coded. Grav, you think the Islanders going to get a big name? I hope so. They got to do something, man. They got to do something. Like, they've been so boring this offseason. They said St. Louis. They said Calgary. Where do the Rucks really go? I'm still saying Vancouver, man. I'm still saying Vancouver. If anybody has the balls to do it, I think like it's the Canucks. Plus, just the story of that would be insane as the BC guys. But Turco was trashed in the playoffs, so 2 first-round picks. The Bruins are blind. Yeah, I think his game doesn't really translate well. They're very one-dimensional, and that's kind of why I like the trade a lot for the Sabres at the time, honestly. All right, pick is in here for the Sabres at 20th. We'll see what they go here with their second first-round pick. Sharks are such an interesting team now. Yes, they are, Marcelo. What a draft, man. Plus, they still have, 27th overall. So it's like they still have another pick on top of this. Like, does Lynn drop? Does Blale drop at this point? You never know. You never know. Oh, is that Morozov? Yes, it is. Morozov goes number 20 of the Buffalo Sabres. Very interesting pick. I mean, Morozov is something I'm not surprised is going in this range. Incredibly refined defensively. And he's somebody that likes to jump into play, even if he doesn't quite have the skill to necessarily be a game breaker. He had a solid NCAA season this last year for Miami. Started off fantastic. Did kind of fluster a bit in that second half, or at least didn't put up the production as much. But I think this is something that just fits out really well as a bottom 6C. I think I'm not going to say that he's like this perfect third line C. I don't quite see that, but I could see solid third line center, elite fourth line center here. But I do think the Sabres see a bit more in Morozov in that case, and I can understand it. He was super young for the NCAA this year, and I think you were seeing the skill at times. I just don't quite see game breaking skill, especially against pressure. But I think just as a defensive guy, somebody that uses body well, has a good passing game. I think there's like stuff to like about Morozov. I think at 20, it's around the range that I would start really considering him too. I mean, I had him at the 28 spot in my rankings. So at this range of the draft, who the heck knows? Yeah, Sharks still have 27. Man, they can make a splash there too. I mean, if I'm the Sharks right now, I trade up and get Blale. If I'm the Sharks right now, I call the Flyers. I'm like, I want Tommy Blale. Get me on that phone right now. And trade as many picks as you want to get Blale at 21. That, I think, would be... If the Sharks land Blale, genuinely might be the best first round I've seen in my life. I'm not even being hyperbolic about that. Like, and that's just a possibility. Who knows if it even happens. If it does, I think that is, on draft day, maybe the best first round I've ever seen. It would be just that good. Like, you get the second best player in this class for me at number... Or you get the first best player in this class for me at number 2. You get the fourth best player in the class for me at number 9. And then you get, like, the 15th best player in this class at, like, what, 27, if it happens, unless they trade up. Like, that's just consistent value across the board. But again, if it happens, who knows? Quite like that pick for Buffalo. Early 20 seems reasonable for him, and centers are clearly being reached on a little here. Exactly, Jacob. I mean, he's, I think, the best center available which for the Sabres, I think that third line center spot is a position they could lock up pretty well here with Morozov. So I understand it for sure. Would love Beitel or Lynn for the Flyers. Yeah, I mean, Beitel would be exceptional, I think, for Philly. Like, I think he would be a stellar pick. They got options. They don't have to take Sokolowski. They don't have to. But I feel like they are going to take... I think they are going to take Maxim Sokolowski, man. Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think about the Flyers? What are you thinking? What are you guys thinking? Beitel over Lynn? Absolutely. Absolutely. Lynn, I think, has a bit of an identity problem. He doesn't have any special traits to me. He's pretty smart, but that's his best trait. He's smaller, doesn't have a ton of muscle on him, and I just think he's not refined enough defensively to project him as a defensive defenseman, and I don't think he brings the skill necessary to be a top power play offensive D. So I think he's just kind of in that weird no man's land. At best, does he become like a Jordan Spence type? Maybe, but I think that's kind of what you're looking at. I think for Philly, they have a real chance here to strike big, though, man. Go for Beitel. Go for Beitel. I mean, Navani would be a great pick, too. But I don't know if they need wings as much as they need right shot D, who brings the offense as much as Beitel does. Like, he would be... Oh, he would be so good. He would be so good on Philly, man. I'd love it. But I think it's going to be Maxim Sokolowski. They're going to see 6'8" defensemen put up 8 points this year, but it doesn't matter to them. What is a realistic outcome for Ryan Lynn on the Pens? I mean, realistic, I think you're looking at like a number 5, maybe number 4 defenseman if he does pan out. Just incredibly smart puck mover. And you're just hoping that he's just an efficient guy that goes under the radar, right? That's, I think, what you'd be hoping for. And around this range, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I just think there's a less sure bet that that's going to come true. Any trades notable yet? Well, we did see JT Peterka traded. Mason McTavish is traded to St. Louis. We had the trade down between Utah and LA. Noah, thank you for the 5 Canadian. I appreciate that, man. The Spence comparison is money out. Yeah, I just think that's probably the best you're hoping for, I think. Same issues as well.
I'm pissed RN. Hughes is incompetent. He ain't doing shit and everyone in the Atlantic is getting better.
Whoa!
Hashtag shit GM. We need
Whoa! No, I didn't even realize the text-to-speech didn't censor that. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. I will say this. If I'm Montreal, I'm standing pat, dude. JJ Peterka just landed 2 first-round picks. And I feel like at that point, I'm like, that's hard. That's hard, man. That's hard. To get the second-line center you need, that's hard. When JJ Peterka is out here getting 2 first-round picks, it's brutal out there. So I think for Montreal, I don't hate that they're standing pat right now, as much as it might be tough in the moment. But thank you, Noah. I appreciate the donation, my man. We still got 1,800 in this chat. You guys are freaking beautiful. You guys are here for pick 21 of the draft because you are hockey fans at the end of the day. And you want to see some damn good analysis. And I'm going to give you that as much as I possibly can. I appreciate you guys all dropping by. Spencer with the 279. Where is Yzerman?
Grav, where is Yzerman?
I'll tell you. Where is Steve Yzerman? Where is he? That's where Steve Yzerman is right now. You think he's awake right now? Ain't no chance. Ain't no chance. All right, 21. What are you going to do, Philly? What are you going to do? Are they trading down? San Jose, please. Please, San Jose. San Jose, please, please, please. Please, 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 please. San Jose, please be trading up. Please. I beg of you. I beg of you. Please, please, please. The dynasty will be created right here if you trade up. I swear to God. I swear to God. Come on, baby. Come on. Give it to me. What's the over and under? Sokolowski gets picked. Also, don't think Ottawa passes him if he falls to 25. I think that's the over-under. I think there's no way he gets past 25 to me. I don't know what to think about this. San Jose? Is somebody trading up here? This is so strange. This is so strange. Please, Detroit. Yeah, who are we thinking? Who's trading up here at 21? You got Tommy Blale and Novotny. Xavier Villeneuve if some team wants to get real fun. Mathis Preston, Ryan Lynn. I could see Pittsburgh, maybe. If they really want to secure Ryan Lynn. But I don't really know why they do that. Let's see. 21. We got a trade to announce, folks. The Sharks! The Sharks! No way! No way! San Jose, take Tommy Blale and I am yours, bro. Philadelphia trades 21 for 27, 62nd, and 120. I like that pick. I like that for Philly, honestly. Pretty good exchange there. You get a second-round pick. You got, what, like a fourth-round pick on top of that? Guys, are they taking Blale? San Jose! I called it! I called it! San Jose, take Tommy Blale, and I am yours forever, bro. I am yours forever. Take the right shot. Unbelievable QMJHL season. So much offense to give you. You got Keen Bearhoff as your middle pair D. You got Blale as your power play quarterback. Give it to me. Give it to me, man. Now, it will depend on who they pick here, how I feel about that trade up. But even if it's like an Adam Novotny, like, I'll still take that. That's still fine. Juho Piparainen? Could be a Juho Piparainen if they do want a more defensive right D. I could see that. Bro, Greer, Mikey G. The San Jose freaking Sharks, dude. I love this team, man. I'm a Stars fan and I love this team. Are you kidding me? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh man, San Jose. Oh, Riker, don't even say this could be Sokolowski. That would. I mean, if they really wanted to get him, that would do it. Oh, come on, San Jose, come on. If you pick Tommy Blale, even a Juho Piparainen, that would still be good. Bro, they're laughing their asses off in the Sharks GM meetings right now. They're laughing their ass off in the scouting room. They know the heist they're about to pull. Are you kidding? The pick is in, boys and girls. Once again, 21 is traded for 27, 62, and 120. Oh, Ryan Lynn! They go for Ryan Lynn out of Vancouver. That's not a surprise either. That's not a surprise. The right shot D, Lynn to San Jose for 21. Wow. And you know what? Here's the thing. I'm not even the biggest Ryan Lynn guy, but at 21, that's actually positive value. I had Ryan Lynn ranked 20th on my board, which I thought was low compared to the consensus. He goes 21 to the San Jose Sharks. Wow. San Jose trades up, and they get the right D on top of Verhoff. Lynn, with just his smart puck handling ability and just a smart playmaking all over the ice. He's someone that sees the ice so well, knows how to step into lanes, carve through pressure. I like the option here. I like the possibility. I don't personally see top end upside nor a huge defensive floor, but again, we talked about it earlier. I think the comparison to Jordan Spence is quite apt. Somebody you just kind of hope is so efficient that it doesn't matter that he's not exceptional in any one category. That's kind of what I'm hoping Lynn is able to become for this San Jose team. Will take some time, but he's going to University of Denver, and we'll have an opportunity there, filling the Pole Camp role that Pole Camp just left onto San Jose. So Lynn is keeping on that tradition. But I think that's very strong value at 21st overall, and I don't hate the idea. I would have gone for Tommy Blale personally, but I don't hate going for Lynn either. I'll say that. Better than Maxim Sokolowski, I will say. That is a good pick, man. There's your right side. There's your right side. I mean, if Lynn is able to become a Jordan Spence type, you have your middle pair, you have Veerhoff as your top pair right D. This is what I was saying, Sharks fans. You didn't need to pick Chase Reed second. You didn't need to. You get the best player in the draft in Ivar Stenberg, and you get 2 right D with your next 2 picks. It's over. Pack it up. San Jose. It's all Sharks, baby. 20 wasn't that low for Lynn. He just spent too much time talking to Mike. That is true. Mike was especially high on Lynn. I think my range was more what NHL teams were thinking, but I'm pleasantly surprised with that, for sure. Hey, Matt with a $2 donation. Who called it? Yeah, did anybody call it for San Jose? For them to go for Lynn instead of Blale? But hey, still, solid pick.
Who called it?
And I can see also how Lynn fits their system, too. I still think they're kind of missing that power. That's I think, the only issue I see with San Jose's defense going forward, is that I think they're just missing that game-breaking power play guy. Because I think Veerhoff will be a strong power play guy, but not, like, undeniably he has to be your number 1 of the power play. Lynn, same thing goes. Dickinson, same thing goes, too. Dickinson maybe is the power play quarterback of that group, but that's my only issue. Blale, I think, could have been that easy number 1 power play guy for you. That's where he would thrive. Lynn is a bit more of like an all-around D in that case. So that's my only worry with San Jose. But then again, with how stacked the forward group is, who the hell cares? Just run 5 forwards on the first power play unit. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh.
Ryan, Lynn, Mike, Greer, we want the cup, go Sharks.
What a first round. What a first round for San Jose, man. I mean, they have to be the winners at this point. Like, even if they took, like, some bum-ass Marcus Ruck at 21 or something, I still think they would have been the winners of this first round. But that cements it for me. Like, that is just another solid pick on top of what they've already had. Western Canada Sharks, it seems like it. Danny, Ryan Lynn, Mike Greer, we want the cup, go Sharks. Not a bad combination right there. Thank you for the donation, Danny. I appreciate it. My man, back on the last dono board. Whew. Is Novotny going to Utah after all that anyways? That would be an exceptional pick too. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked about it. Though, I don't know, maybe they go for a D in like a Juho Pepperinen. I could see them going D here, since they already went for a wing in Belchets. Polkamp is that guy. I like Polkamp quite a bit too. So I think, but that's the thing. I think him being a number 1 power play guy, I like Polkamp a lot. It's just, I think, wishful thinking. Like, I think he'd have to outshoot his projection, I think. But still, I think he could be good. I just see him as more of like a third pairing guy, personally. But still. Insane. What a first round, man. What a first round. I can't... The San Jose freaking Sharks, man. San Jose freaking Sharks. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right, I can fit all the first round picks so far right there. There we are. Eric, thank you so much for subscribing, dude. Sorry, guys. We're... What is it? 5.5 hours in? My voice... might need some medical emergencies. The Pens go after Liam Ruck. Ain't no way. 22, the Pens go after Liam Ruck. Okay, the next Penguins pick is 39th overall. I could see it. But that doesn't really surprise me from the Pens, because they've consistently drafted high IQ guys, and that's I think the biggest strength of Liam's game And he's just a smart player. Similarly like a Klepov, who we talked about earlier. Great at finding lanes, getting through pressure, and just finding a little bit of extra space to get a shot off. Good goal-scoring instincts, though. And I think that, especially around the net, is, I think, going to be an interesting part. 22, wouldn't have done it this early, but I can see where the Penguins are coming from in this position. I'm just interested, like, do we see a trade-up after this? Like, are we gonna see more on top of this? But Liam Ruck, 22, on to the Pittsburgh Penguins. Liam Ruck over Adam Novotny is a little insane for me personally, but who knows? Who knows? Hey, Insane Clips, chill the hell out, dude. My God. If you want me to answer your question, that's not the way to do it. My prediction of day 2 for both Rocks was wrong. I mean, I had him in this range. I think I had him in Vancouver 24. Yeah, that's what I had him at. Same range, 22 to 26-ish. Yeah, the Penguins don't surprise me. I will say that. Utah, please. I need to check calling to expand. Yeah, it seems like the Novotny to Utah game plan could happen here. And now we have next up at 23, Utah via the Boston Bruins. I still feel like a Pipparainen. I'm going to go Pipparainen, personally. I think that's going to be my pick for Utah. I could see them going for Blale, but I think he's a bit small. Like, he like... Okay. It's stupid, but he was like a quarter inch below 6 foot at the combine, I'm pretty sure. And I feel like that could make Utah not want to draft him, as stupid as that is. Who the Habs pick? I think Casey Mutrin could make sense. Simas Vicious, I think, would make sense too. I'm thinking like a heavier wing in this range. Like a Gleb Pugachev, I could absolutely see. If somehow Aidan Delaney falls, that would be a miracle pick. Yeah, Mutrin, Pugachev, maybe Victor Plant, but especially like a Simas Vicious, that's what I would see that's especially what I could see happening. Okay, I'm going to get some more water real quick. See you guys in a second. We'll see who the Utah Mammoths select with their second pick. Be right back. All right, let's get it going. I'm thinking a D here. I'm thinking a D here for Utah. The more I think about it, I just think Pipparainen makes sense as that big defensive D for the right side. Sokolowski wouldn't surprise me. Pipparainen to the Ducks, I wish. He'd be a good fit, honestly. I think he'd be a good fit for that bottom pair. Habs need size. If you're going for size, then Simas Ignatavicius, great forechecker, good physicality to him. Gleb Pugachev, same thing. Pence are taking Marcus then. Yeah, but that's the thing, is that 39 is intriguing. I could see Marcus falling that far, but that's also a heavy bet to make. What is the draft on, like, I don't know why Danny would trade with San Jose. Me neither, to be honest, but I also don't think that was a bad trade for Philly. Like, Ryan Lynn would have been a good flyer, but, like, in the position the Flyers are in, go for the more draft picks. Get the extra second rounder. Like, that's a no-brainer for me. But it's also a no-brainer for San Jose, because, like, it's like, you probably would have taken another right D at 62nd overall, but, like, go for Ryan Lynn if you can. You might as well. Alexander Karmenov? That would be brutal. That would be so brutal, dude. Utah has two of Blale's line mates. Time for him to join it. That is true. Gabe Smith, Caleb Denoye. They do like Moncton over in Utah. I literally stayed up until 4 a.m. just to see Novotny pick because he's from my region. Got to be dedicated. Yeah, from Czechia. Good to see it. Hey, I'm hoping soon. Hoping soon for Novotny. Penn's thinking of trading Liam Ruck for draft capital. That would be wild. No, I don't see it. Is this pick getting traded? Are we seeing another one? Guys. Or no, I guess they're on the board, but I don't know why it took so long. Who do you got for the Canucks at 24? I could see Preston here at 24 for the Canucks. Outside of like, if, I'm just going to assume that Adam Novotny is the pick for Utah. I think. I mean, Beitel would be exceptional for that team, but out of the players that make the most sense, I could see. Man, it's really starting to thin out now. I could see JP Hurlburt. I could see a Gleb Pugachev, but I think it really comes down to like it comes down between like a Preston, Novotny, Beitel, and Villeneuve if they want to go crazy. I mean, they have Hockey. I gotta time you out, dude. I gotta time you out. You can't be spamming, man. But yeah, I think Preston would be what I would target for Vancouver, but like Xavier Villeneuve would be awesome. Tommy Beitel would be awesome too. They probably need more of a Beitel as a right D, but Xavier Villeneuve would be exceptional. Trade the pick to Detroit? They said this pick was moving. Oh, we got a trade to announce, folks. Is Utah trading down again? Interesting. Detroit! 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 Steve Yzerman woke up! 23 for Sebastian Cossa. 23 for Sebastian Cossa. Wow. Wow. Steve Yzerman did something. And it's a good trade, I think. Possibly. Depends on who they take, but if it's like an Adam Novotny, Xavier Villeneuve. Xavier Villeneuve, Steve. You have no chance, but Xavier Villeneuve. Come on. Tommy Beitel. Though they already have Axel Sandy Plika. I'm thinking this is Novotny. I just have a feeling about it. 23rd, and Detroit gets into the first round. Sebastian Cossa goes to Utah, which doesn't surprise me. We know that the Utah had interest in Cossa. Big size, and they love that in their goaltenders. And just on that team in general. If it is Novotny, I like that. But it really depends on who's taken here. Really depends. Kossa's their best goalie. I'd take Augustine every day, personally. If Detroit takes Rubric, that would be such an L. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no way. That would be wild to me, man. That one guy said he would donate all his money if Detroit makes a trade. Oh, that is true, was good. Where is he? Where is my man? Yzerman woke up from his nap. He did. I had to roleplay him taking a nap for him to actually wake up. He was like, oh, I guess they're catching on to me. Yeah, this feels very Novotny coded, but also they do have some trauma over Zadina, I could see, as another Czech wing. But I think Novotny is a lot different. One name I do want to throw out here as a potential option. I could see JP Hurlburt. I could see JP Hurlburt here. Probably about as soon as he would go, but I would not be surprised, actually. I would not be surprised at all. I'll donate $100 if Montreal makes a trade. Kent, wake up! Wake up, Kent! Cossa for a 23rd pick. Yzerman in full effect. Yeah, I mean, you downgrade from 15th overall to 23rd. Cossa should have never been drafted that high, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm thinking Novotny, but also, I think Hurlburt. I think Hurlburt could be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. 23rd overall. For Sebastian, basically a 1-for-1. Sebastian Cossa for this player. Hextall for Detroit would be funny too. Could be an interesting fit. Is that Callie? Oh, I called it! JP Hurlburt! Holy crap! Ain't no way! Ain't no way! That was a Hail Mary from deep court! Holy! I didn't actually expect that to be the pick. I thought it was going to be Novotny. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Let me get JP Hurlburt. Bro. from downtown. Are you kidding me? The Texas-born stud, JP Hurlburt, is off the Detroit Red Wings, 23rd overall. Had a massive season production-wise in the WHL this year, 97 points. I'm shocked he actually went this high, to be honest. But 97 points this year, unreal release, great goals, just great offensive instincts in general. I have my issues with him. He's something that I had in my early second round, so this range is fine, but I wouldn't have picked him this high. I think there are some issues with the skating speed, especially for how much his game flows through transition. I feel like that's something that could limit him in the NHL. But when the offensive cycle gets going, he is such a great visionary player. He feels the ice well. His passing game, especially under pressure, is pretty refined. I just don't think there's exceptional two-way effort or speed in his game, which I think could limit it. But Hurlburt is a fun swing. I think that's a fun swing at 23. I just can't believe I called that. That was that was crazy. So Hurlburt for Kosa 1-for-1. Huh. Now that I'm thinking about that, I'm like, I don't know if I would have done it if it was Hurlburt for Kosa 1-for-1. But still, man, loves to see the Allen, Texas native drafted into the first round. Even if I have my issues with his game, Texas representing on the big stage here in the NHL draft, baby. You love to see it. You love to see it. That's just beautiful, man. That's just beautiful. All right, let me get the scoreboard back up here with all the picks as they come. Liam Ruck, 22 to Pittsburgh, and JP Hurlburt, 23 to Detroit. Yeah, I don't love it in terms of, like, I'm trading up to get JP Hurlburt specifically, but going to Michigan next year, he will be with Detroit. Nice little connection there. Texas hockey, baby. Texas hockey, Matt. Absolutely. So happy for him, man. So happy for him. Dude, Novotny is still available. I'm kind of shocked by that. Vancouver is now up at 24th overall. Novotny would be... Pick Novotny. Or Xavier Villeneuve. He would be awesome. Xavier Villeneuve would be awesome. Tommy Blale would be awesome. Vancouver's got a lot of good options here, I think. A lot of good options. His skating looks very odd. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. If it does look odd, it's because it is a bit odd. His stride is a bit... And I'm not one to talk him a crap skater, but compared to the rest of this class, I feel like Hurlburt is just a bit of a funky skater. It's not as efficient as you'd want it to be. But you never know. You never know. I will say this, though. Now that we know what it was, Kosa for Hurlburt, I wouldn't have done that if I were in Detroit. I wouldn't have done that. But let us know. What do you guys think Vancouver is going to end up doing? I think Novotny is going to be the play for them. I would go Villeneuve here. I think Vancouver should be in a position to just take upside. But Villeneuve's falling to the second round. I don't see it happening. I think Novotny is like a good middle ground. Something that's slipping, but could be a really useful piece. Good, like, second line goal scorer. As Vancouver kind of fills that roster out, I think he'd be a good one. This was such a Danny Philly move. Bet they see their guy and decide to pick up another pick. This looks like more like Sokolowski or Hextall. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd rather them get an extra second rounder if they're going to pick Sokolowski anyways, which kind of seems like it's going to happen at this point. I will say, Sokolowski being available still is kind of surprising to me. He was talked up as such a big riser, man. And I believed it. I believed it. Jesus Padildo wore my Pavelski jersey to bar. It worked. Oh, man. Love to see it. Love to see it. Thank you for the donation, though, brother. And yeah, that's a good one to wear. That's a good one to wear for sure.
Pavelski jersey to bar. It worked, rolling on the floor, laughing loud,
I'm guessing
crying sleepy.
Preston would be real nice. I'll say that too. Preston is who I would take if you're going for like a high upside swing. Make it happen. Give me Preston. Preston or Villeneuve. Go for the upside, man, if you're Vancouver. You already went for a bit of a lower ceiling, I think, in Malhotra compared to the options available at 3. Go for the upside swing, man, while you have the chance. Do it. Do it. Vancouver will be drafting first in 2027 is what they'll be doing? Yes. Well, if they win the lottery, which don't have a great history of that. Novotny's ceiling and floor. I think Novotny's ceiling is like a perfect complementary second line wing. Somebody that could get like 65 points or so, brings good physicality, good anticipation of the game. His floor, I think, is more like a fourth line goal scoring wing. Somebody that maybe is like a, I don't even know, like a Kiefer Sherwood type, but maybe a little bit less pure energy. Something like that. And maybe not the Kiefer Sherwood of now, like Nashville Kiefer Sherwood, something like that. But I mean, the floor, I think, is pretty solid for him. There's just sometimes where the lack of engagement can kind of catch up to him. Villeneuve Ambuum? Nah. Why not, Patrick? Why not? Like, get the crazy offense. I want to see it. I go for Villeneuve at 33 if he was there. That's fair. And I think he could fall into the second round. So I think that's maybe more of a realistic pick for them. Go for Blale. Screw it. Get Blale and Villeneuve. Imagine. Near cried tears of joy when Lynn got drafted. That's great to hear, Audrey. I think he's going to be a solid San Jose Shark for sure. Was out for dinner, now back. Well-deserved award for Billy Guerin. Yeah, I think that big Quinn Hughes push was what needed to happen. His defense is absolutely non-existent. McKenna has never impressed me. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, the defensive engagement isn't there. Greer in San Jose ate his Wheaties today. Beast. True. Beast mode right there. Yeah, I'm still thinking Novotny, but go for the upside here, Vancouver. Make it happen. Make it happen. I'm very curious, though. Very, very curious. I want Chicago to trade up and draft Brooks Rogowski. I think they could get him in the second round, honestly. Oh, Adam Novotny is the pick for the Canucks at 24. Solid selection. Very solid selection there. I mean, I guess we've gone through the gambit of him so far, but I think he projects really well as a middle six goal-scoring wing. Great anticipation of play. Is able to flow through an offense really well. Just able to strike in the right times. I think with his physical base, too, there's a lot to work on. And with his speed in his game in general, he brings a lot of intrigue. I don't think that his effort level is always there 100% of the time. I think there's moments where you want to see a bit more out of him, a bit more just effort or consistency. Sometimes he can kind of flow out of the game, but he is something that I think just brings some really intriguing skill. And for Vancouver, you get your center in Caleb Malhotra, you get a forward here in Novotny on the wing. I don't hate that. 24th overall, I think is a solid pick for them. Very, very solid. Like, for him, just to give you guys reference, Novotny was 18th on my board. He goes 24th overall to Vancouver. So even though they could have gone for, like, a higher upside swing into Villeneuve, he was my #1 ranked forward, still available. So that just leaves Mathis Preston now. But yeah, very solid pick here for the Canucks at 24. Good blended tools, good physicality as well, which I think for the Canucks is something that they could be using more in the future. So I don't hate that one bit. I wonder if Finney had something to do with Detroit drafting him. Oh, Hurlburt? I mean, Hurlburt's first year in the WHL was this year. He was close to Ottawa. Yeah, very, very close. I mean, the thing is, Ottawa still has a ton of options here. Xavier Villeneuve, I'm just saying. No, they want to do it. Left D, but Tommy Blale would be kind of sick, even though they don't need a right D. They really don't need a D in general, which is a bit unfortunate because that's, I think, the best players available right now. But I could see a Juho Piparainen for that third pair. Maybe Simas Ignatavicius. It's going to be Simas. It's going to be Simas. I just have a feeling. 25, Ottawa's going to take. They're going to take him. They're going to make it happen. The Lithuanian. Grav, are you going live tomorrow? Yes, for the second and third rounds, we'll be live tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm ready. Sokolowski is the pick. We all know this. Probably. But you know what? I'm going Simas. I'm going Simas. I'm going screw it. We're going to go for a forward. Oh boy, now Ottawa picks, and I get the feeling it's going to be Sokolowski or they traded. Honestly, at least Sens fans, you guys are very self-aware. I love you guys. Because, yeah, it's a little bit... I think it's a little bit telling. Yeah, 24th is now on the board. Adam Novotny to the Canucks. I like that pick a lot, man. Very solid pick there for Vancouver. We still got, what, like 8 picks to go? Ridiculous, man. If I was the NHL commissioner, I'd make the draft an hour shorter, and I'd instantly get hired. Wonder if the Sharks can still make a play for Schneider. I mean, they got a 2nd round pick. They got picks next year. I wouldn't be surprised. Blale, please fall to the Flyers. That would be huge for them, I think. Grav, don't get my hopes up at Sokolowski. Yeah, I probably shouldn't. I really wanted Novotny. It would be a perfect left wing for my Flyers. Danny Dummy does it again. I don't know, man. I feel like the difference between like Novotny and a Nodovicius wouldn't be massive. That's maybe where Philly goes eventually. I'm personally trade down though most of the time, so I'm a little bit biased in that case. Grav's draft streams are goated. Peace. Alan, thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate you, man. When do you think Casey Mutron will be picked? Probably like the 28 to like 40 range, I'd imagine. But I could see him as a late first rounder for sure. Grav, if you look at this message and don't read it out loud, your favorite team will be cursed this year. Don't worry. Don't worry. John Pork is calling the Sens? Oh, no. They're about to get fleeced, man. I want the Blues to figure out how to get back in and pick a Blale or Hawkinson. That would be fun. That would be fun. That's what's crazy, dude. That's what's crazy. Oh, it would have been so... You guys want to know what would have been so sexy? And San Jose could still do this. But imagine they get Beierhoff, Lynn, and Blale. Insanity. What do you think about Novotny? Strong power forward for the future, good goal scoring instincts, has a great anticipation layer, knows how the game is flowing, is able to adapt on the fly. Not the quickest player in the world, but has a good skating stride to him. But I think it'll really come down to how much physicality he puts on, because I think he's something that can kind of come and go at times, but can really wow you with his puck protection and the way he's able to glide through pressure. So I think he's something that the Canucks have as a lot of potential here, but I still think rounds out as an NHLer at the very least. Calling it the Senators pick Preston. That would be magical. I would love that if I'm Ottawa. They need some more offense in that pool, man. So just pure skill. The pick is in though for the Sens. We'll see what they go for here at number 25. Come on, Sokolowski. Oh, they took Tingus Pingus. The Sens took Tingus Pingus. Ottawa. Jonas Langenberg-Hohen out of the junior 20. Dog. In my final NHL draft rankings, I ranked Jonas Langenberg-Hohen 79th. 79th. Now, granted, I had heard a lot more chatter that he could be like a really late first rounder. 25 is insanity to me. Good goal scoring instincts. Like when he did play this year, I think he was like a goal per game in the junior 20. Like fantastic goal scoring instincts. But I'm very cautious about that because he played so little this year. He allegedly will be back at an intriguing spot for next year. But That is... That is wild. I like how he uses his frame. He's someone that especially puts himself in good goal-scoring spots. I think his game, though, is just very individual right now. And I don't quite see that as somebody I would have made a bet on, considering I think the maturity is a bit of an issue for me. And he missed so much of this year, so you have games lost to kind of tune that up a bit. 25. Good luck to the Ottawa Senators. We'll see how it goes. Again, I'm not willing to say that it's a horrible pick necessarily, because I think the skill is an interesting bet to make, but I wouldn't have made it in the first round. It's just such a heavy risk. It's just such a heavy risk that man. Granted, I don't think many people have heard of this guy, let alone 25th overall. I've heard of this guy because I'm like deep into this stuff. Like I'm a absolute nerd with this stuff. So that's why I know the name Jonas Lagerberg-Hohen. But again, let me like he was great in the junior 20 this year, but he's pretty old for the class. Put up a goal per game in the junior 20, but like that's mostly where he played. That is wild. That's all I gotta say. That is, bro. Jonas Lagerberg-Hohen went before Tommy Blale. That's fascinating. I'm not willing to call it a bad pick right now, but that is a little bit insane. Okay, insane clips. If you're just going to spam the entire time, I'm going to time you out. I'm not answering your question if you're going to spam 1,000 messages in the chat, dude. Come on. Come on. Oh, the Habs trade up. The Habs trade up to 26th overall for Vegas. Are they just getting pick 26? According to NHL Puck Report, the Habs are getting pick 26 from the Vegas Golden Knights. A trade is in the works. Do they move up from 26 to 28? Or is there more of this deal? Armpit lover, 9 games played, 33 penalty minutes is such a John Bork pick. True. True. Oh, man. Montreal trading up. Yeah, 2 spots. So Montreal. Okay, so Montreal trades 28 and a 2027 third round pick in exchange for pick 26. Interesting. They must have their eyes out on somebody. Tommy Blale? Tommy Blale? What is Ken Hughes cooking? He's awake, apparently. Blale? Bro, they wouldn't do it, but Villeneuve and Lane Hudson on the same team would be hilarious, and I kind of need to see it happen. But outside of that, Montreal trades up in the draft, 26th overall now. We will see who they select here. I could see Preston, maybe. But no, I think Samash Ignatavicius makes sense here as well. If they want to go for size, Ignatavicius, Gleb Pugachev I could see. I could see Casey Mutrin, though I think he'd go a little bit lower than this. I'm thinking it's Ignatavicius or Pugachev. I think Pugachev could also be a factor here, just realistically. I feel like they'd probably want to go for a big wing. They have the opportunity to go for a Q guy, though, if they really want to. If they really, really want to. Yeah, somebody said earlier they would give $100 if Montreal made a trade. It's not the biggest trade in the world, granted, but somebody owes me money. Though I didn't even make a bet, so I don't know why I said that. Noah, Boucher 2.0. I mean, honestly, it's not that far off. I think I liked both Boucher and Lagerberg-Hohen. Like, they're both, like, very injured in their draft year or didn't really play much. Goal-scoring guys. They have some physicality to them, but it's not, like, the name of the game. Though in Lagerberg-Hohen's case, I think he's less physical. Or, like, outright physical, I should say. But Montreal, what are they cooking? What are they cooking? My money is on... Dagenet's already gone to St. Louis. Gollier tops out as, like, a number 4. Yeah. But similarly, like a Jordan Spence, I guess, a pretty efficient one, I would say. Imagine they jump Flyers for Sokolovsky. That would be really funny. That would be really funny, I gotta say. Danny with a $5 donation. Screw it, boys. Let's trade all our picks for right now. Go get Blail. Honestly, at this point, do it, man.
Let's trade all our picks for right now to get Blail Go Sharks.
It's just interesting, like, who would they want to leapfrog the Flyers for? And I feel like Sokolowski is the only name I can think of. Maybe Philly would like a Juha Piparainen too, on top of that. I don't know. What is Tingus Pingus? Oh, that was when Kristaps Porzingis of the NBA was drafted. One of my favorite videos is the guy calling him Tingus Pingus. That's pretty much what that pick just was for Ottawa. All right, Montreal, what'll it be here? Gary Bettman making the selection. Come on, Habs. Come on, Montreal. What do you got in store for us? Gleb Pugachev. Gleb Pugachev is the pick at 26 of the Montreal Canadiens. And you know what? Solid pick there for Montreal. Very solid pick. I called it either Ignatovicius or Pugachev is who I saw as the fits. Pugachev as just a pure physicality wrecking ball. Probably the most physical player that'll be taken in this first round. He is looking to bang and crash, make your life difficult. He is just such a great package of speed and physicality. And I think he has some pretty raw tools. That's kind of the question. The big issue for me with Pugachev is that there are so many moments where he'll be in transition and the puck will just like slip off his stick. And you're wondering like what even happened there. But then there are moments where he puts together a stretch of play and he's undeniable. He puts up like just insane. He just goes beast mode out of nowhere. But I think from Montreal, you're getting a really intriguing third line, forechecking piece that brings unrelenting physicality, speed to his game, is willing to just put all the effort in to make it happen. Even though he knows that the greatest skill ceiling, he is going to bring top tier effort to that Montreal middle six. So I think for what the Habs kind of needed, especially if you're getting rid of Josh Anderson in the future, makes sense that Pugachev is somebody that can come in eventually and be a Habs pick. Then it is interesting for how much the Habs know from Russia. They picked Pugachev, so they must have some pretty good intel there. Yeah, I think that's a solid pick. Solid pick. To give you guys a bit of insight, Pugachev was 27th on my board, so they only go one pick extra. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Yeah, this is somebody that's going to bang and crash. He's going to make life difficult for the other team. If you're wanting some intensity, if you're wanting some physicality, Pugachev is up there. Who's more physical, Pugachev or Dagenet? I would say Pugachev. Dagenet maybe has bigger pure hits, but I would say Pugachev is more consistent in it. Blail has to go soon, right? You'd think so, man. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I mean, Philly is still here. Vegas has a first round pick. Imagine they get Tommy Blail. That would be ridiculous. I don't really see a scenario, though, where he gets past, like, Carolina or Ottawa. Especially Carolina. But who knows? Who knows? Crazier things have happened, man. Crazier things have happened. Did Mikey Greer cook? You know it, JC. You know Mike Greer cooked. Are you kidding? Of course, man. Yeah, Philadelphia with the opportunity here at 27. Still some great players on the board. From Pierre LeBrun, there will be at least a dozen teams who will acquire over time, but some early teams monitor of interest in Zach Werenski. Dallas, Carolina, and Philadelphia. Danny Briere in the Zach Werenski sweepstakes in Dallas, potentially in it. That's interesting. Sharks about to be the first team to win an entire decade. Not wrong. I feel like Sokolowski, though, is the pick, right? Like, he just makes so much sense. But thank you guys for joining me for the 2026 NHL Draft Stream presented by Prize Picks. It has been one heck of a time so far. We are like 6 hours in, and you guys have been absolutely insane. Just unbelievable. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going as much as we can. Blail's floor and ceiling. I think Blail's ceiling is a number 2 power play quarterback. So much speed to his game. So much skill. There's just a lot to love. With the floor, though, I could see more of like a AHL All-Star. But I feel like his skating is good enough where he'll still be like a third pair D. That's what's interesting about this slide to me with Beitel. Like, do teams really hate that he's going to the QMJHL next year? Like, more than I thought? I would love it if I was Philly, though, and got Beitel. I think he's a great fit. We'll see here. Oh, they go for Maxim Sokolovsky! 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8", 6'8". 6'8". Oh, did you know that he's 6'8"? Did you know that he's 6'8"? Oh, please, 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 he's 6'8". Did you guys know that he's 6'8"? Did you guys know? Did you guys see that he's 6'8"? Sorry, I kind of needed to get that out of my system. Guys, did you know? Did you know that he's 6'8"? Did you know? Did you know this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you saw this? Have you heard this? Do you guys know this? Maxim Sokolovsky, man. Oh. By the way, I'm going by the Elite Prospects listing about 6'8". That's all I'm going to show. Okay. I'm being facetious. Sokolovsky, really refined physically. Like, obviously, he's 6'8". But he's a good hitter. He's out there making look some big hits on the power, especially on the at 5-on-5. He can make some big ones. Defensively, he has a great reach. Uses it well. That's kind of it. BWG, thank you for the $2. As Steve would say, beef. BEF. Yeah, I mean, it's true. You can't teach 6'8". You can't teach it. Many people are saying this. It's just impossible. But for me, at least, I just think it's a bit disappointing. Like, he is taller, yes, but I just don't really see a scenario where I would take Sokolovsky over Juha Pepperinen, William Hawkinson. Like, the difference in terms of defensive detail with these guys, I think is pretty different. I get he had a solid season solid series versus Brady Martin. He had some good moments there, but I don't think he's like a game breaker defensively. He's just as a big hitter, man. Like, at this stage, that is what he is. There might be some more potential there, possibly, but I wouldn't bet on it. By the way, he's 6'8", freshly goes. Apparently, Sportsnet is saying he's 6'7.25". Apparently, but I just don't see offense. I just don't see where the offense is coming from. Slow, he's a good skater for his size, I guess, but he's a slow decision maker. I think he can really make basic plays that are a bit too basic for my liking. Very predictable guy offensively. Like, I think there's potential where he's like a defensive D on your bottom pair, but I truly do not see a situation where he's more than that. And that's kind of my issue, is that it's like, is he going to be more than like a number 6 defenseman in the NHL? I don't think so. I truly don't think so. And maybe that take goes back to bite me. I'm willing to stand on business. I've watched him. I thought he was fine. In the games I watched, I thought he was fine. He didn't move the needle for me defensively. Had some big hits here and there. That's pretty much it. But it's the Philadelphia Flyers, and the Flyers never change. So 27 is Maxim Sokolovsky. And of course it had to be. Of course it had to be. I will say this, at the very least, they didn't take him at 21. I'll say that. Better pick than taking him at 21. But still, you're not winning the brownie points for me personally. For Sokolovsky, he was ranked 76th on my board. So 76th goes 27, 79th goes 25. So a couple of picks I don't quite agree with over the last couple, let's just say. But hey, that's just the name of the game right there. Vegas at 28. Let's see what they end up doing here, folks. 54 seconds left on the clock. I mean, Vegas wouldn't surprise me if they traded now, potentially. Sokolowski gives me Logan Stanley vibes. Possibly. Logan Stanley is ass, though. This is what I don't understand. You can be truly generationally ass and still get millions of dollars in the NHL because you're 6'7" or 8. Like, give me the smaller defenseman that actually plays the game every time instead of a Logan Stanley who, my God. I'm not saying there's not a physical element that is valuable. I love the glove Pugachev, who's maybe the most physical player on this entire first round. But there's a limit to valuing that as the be-all, end-all. And I feel like in Sokolowski's case, you're valuing that as the be-all, end-all. As a first-round pick. That's just how I see it. I'm willing to give Jonas Lingenberg-Hohen a chance for saying he sucks. Yeah, I mean, all these guys. You don't want to make definitive statements on them necessarily. Casey Mutrin pick coming. Oh, Vegas is trading. Anaheim is moving up one spot. Vegas gets 117 for the move. So another pick swap. Anaheim jumps up. Tommy Blale? Tommy Blale? Anaheim is now on the board as they jump up one spot in the draft. And then Vegas moves back one spot as well. But we'll see. We'll see what Anaheim has up their sleeve, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Anaheim can make sense for Casey Mutrin. For sure. Tommy Blale? Though, Tommy Blale? In terms of best forwards available for me, Mathis Preston would be the number one. After that, Simas Ignatavicius, which I'm kind of surprised he hasn't been picked yet. Victor Plante. Casey Mutrin, Jack Hextall, Ryder Cali, who I could see sneaking in, maybe even as this pick, honestly. Jackson Cover, Adam Valentini, those are the next group for me. More thoughts on Ottawa's pick? There's potential there, but I just think it's such a risk with the injuries he had. I don't know. I don't know. The problem is there's just not much to say. He played 9 games, like 9 junior 20 games this year. He played 2 SHL games where he got like 5 minutes of time on ice. Like, he's probably the player of my top 80 that I got the least amount of a read on just because of the injuries. So maybe Ottawa's making that bet because of what they've seen before this year. It's just a first round pick. Like, especially when you have 32, it's like, what's the rush? What's the rush, man? I could see Juho Peparainen as well at 28. Ryan Rubrick, maybe? I don't know if he's as physical as Anaheim would want, even though he's a tall guy. Yeah, stop, guys. The worst way to get your thing read is to spam it. Jack, I'll put one thing in the chat and I'll maybe read it next time. Still trying to Google the guy that Seds picked up from Nikki. Yeah, I mean. Whoa, the Ducks go for Marcus Nordmark. This has been a very interesting first round for the Anaheim Ducks. They are going for pure skill. Which is not what I was expecting the Ducks to do. Especially since I wouldn't have expected Vegas to take Nordmark, even though he's a bit of a fire cracker, so maybe that's something they would have liked. Anaheim gets Marcus Nordmark, though, who is another player like Hermanson that is just pure skill all the time. This is somebody that has a wicked shot, though. Just unbelievable in transition. I personally don't love him. He's somebody in my second round at 41st overall. A lot of what I've heard is very mixed things about his personality, let's say. And I'm not going to throw the guy in the dirt, but he's just a little bit harder to work with, a little bit more of a hothead. To give you guys an idea, he was asked at the NHL Draft Combine, who do you think is the most underrated player of the class? And Marcus Nordmark's answer was Marcus Nordmark. To give you an idea of what this guy's personality is like. Now, granted, some teams can love that, some teams might not. But to just give you an idea of the confidence let's just say, of Marcus Nordmark, and he's a confident player. I just have some issues when it comes to the off-puck play, and just a bit selfish, I think, as a player in general, which, again, not necessarily a horrible thing, necessarily. He has the skill to back it up at points, but there are red flags for me personally. But I wasn't expecting him to not go in this range. Like, the 28 over, like 35th overall range, that was where I was expecting Nordmark, honestly. I had him to Carolina at 31, I believe. Meta with a $5 donation. Vegas could be even more of a villain if they take the other Ruck twin. Love my. That would be really funny. That would be really funny. Thank you for the donation though, Meta. I appreciate you. Yeah, in terms of skill, I can absolutely see where the Ducks are coming from here, and if they can kind of rein him in a little bit, make his playstyle a bit more team oriented, then I can understand the value here. Because yeah, in terms of talent, like top 15 guy. In terms of just pure skill level, top 15 guy. So I can understand it. It's just some of the things I've heard were a little bit concerning, I will say. Wanted him for the Canucks at 31. Or I mean, honestly, for the Canucks, like he would have been a good pick there too. Though I think them taking Novotny would have made it a little bit less likely, but still. Vegas now at 29. As we get into the last few picks of this first round, ladies and gentlemen, cheers to everyone, especially those that have been in this stream for the whole time, by the way. We've been live for almost 6.5 hours. You guys are unbelievable. Next, Yakupov. I mean, Yakupov went first overall. Nordmark's expectations, I think, are a bit more reasonable, I will say. So, I'm skill level, though, and personality and playstyle-wise, not that far apart. Watch Vegas make a third trade down. Dude, that would be really funny, I will say. The pick is in, though, for Vegas. We will see who they go for. You know what? I'm going to predict William Hawkinson for them. I don't know why he's calling to me. And he probably doesn't even go in the first round, but I'm thinking William Hawkinson here for Vegas. Oh, Juha Pepperainen. Okay. That's a really good pick. Gosh, dang it, man. That's a really good pick. I think Juha Pepperainen has gone undervalued in this draft in general. He was my 21 ranked skater. He comes in at 29 for the Vegas Golden Knights. Just such a translatable defensive D here. Great skating stride. And under pressure is able to find outlets and ways out of it pretty effectively. Played big minutes in the Liga this year as a draft eligible guy, which is very hard to do as a defenseman. He's something that put up just good numbers in general. You're not going to be getting much offense here, but I do think he has a lot of confidence from his own blue line, which allows him, or his own defensive zone, which allows him to be more of a transition piece than I think people give him credit for. Not going to be putting up massive point totals, but just a really rock-solid bottom pair defenseman for the Knights. I could pretty easily see that. And for Vegas, they had a bit of a issue for when it comes to their right side of the defense. So he has that third pair right D. He pretty perfectly slots in there. So I think for the Knights, pretty good pick. Honestly, pretty good pick. VW Frazzy with a 5. Thank you so much, man. No message, but you're still going in my heart. Appreciate that a ton. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream, my man. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's really good value for the Knights, guys. Really good value. Vegas drafting in the first round. Never thought I'd see the day. Yeah. Again, I'm surprised they didn't trade down again. But Pepperainen, I like that a lot. I liked it a lot for Vegas. So yeah, we only have a couple picks to go in this first round. Calgary at 30, Carolina at 31, and Ottawa at 32. Let us know below. What are you guys thinking? Loving your draft cast. Thank you, VW. I appreciate you, man. What are we thinking for Calgary here, folks? What are we thinking for Calgary? Xavier Villeneuve? Craig, please. Xavier? Preston would also be really good. I think Preston would be exceptional. But Xavier. Come on, get the power play complete. Dude, the defense, if Calgary got Xavier, you get man. I don't know who we would play with because both Perek and Nemets are really high tempo offensive D, but have Have Villeneuve and Perec and just have the craziest shifts of all time. But I would love Preston here as well at 30. He would be a really good value selection here for the Flames. And they need a bit more pure skill at the top end of the lineup. And I think Preston could fulfill that. Could see Simoshik has some size also. They like their European size wings. So I could see that. Could see Shilov, though I think he's more somebody they take with their first, second rounder. Could see Jack Hextall, though I don't know if they need a center. Who else? I could see Hawkinson as a bottom pair option. Mutrin, maybe. Ryder Cali, I'm kind of shocked hasn't been picked already. I thought his name would have been here already, but hasn't been. Adam Valentini, I wouldn't be... I feel like Calgary's one of the teams that would do it. Cyber Dum Dum, I'm out. Thank you, Ref, for answering my questions. Everyone else's, we'll appreciate you and your interaction. See you tomorrow. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it a ton. By the way, after this video, I'll be putting out a grade for every single first round selection. So even after the live stream, even when the live stream ends, we'll still be having content later tonight. Pick is in here for the Flames. What'll it be? Give me Preston, man. Give me Preston. Make a splash, Calgary. Come on. Bringing Lanny out. Let's make a splash. Give me some fun. Let's get some fun in here, man. Let's make it. Preston would be awesome. We'll see. We'll see. 30th overall after already taking Carl's at number 6. Very intriguing. I'm already mentally preparing for the Ottawa pick. They're doing something so random it'll make me feel like an expert. I don't even know what Ottawa does after that Legenberg-Hohen pick. That was wild. All right, 30. What'll it be, Calgary? What'll it be? Biggest winner, the Sharks. Not wrong. Not wrong. Oh, Jack Hextall. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I didn't expect him to take another center, but I think Hextall as a third-line center for the future does make sense if you're thinking a player like a Reshny is your second-line C. But Jack Hextall, really solid player. Had him 31st on my board. He goes 30th to the Flames, so similar range. Just a really smart player. This is somebody that just drives play well. Defensive detail is there, just picking apart lanes and getting in front of players. And he might not have the biggest body in the world, but he makes an impact defensively. And I think he's somebody that just had so many offensive moments that left me wanting, but times where he would flash massive potential here. So I think he's somebody that most likely fits as a third line C, but I think if he's able to kind of bring that confidence to a higher level and be a bit more engaged on the rush, could bring a lot more offense to the table. So I think for 30 in Calgary, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine at that stage. Brayson, how tall? I think he's like 6'1". Let me double check. He's not huge. I think he's like 6 foot, 6'1". Yeah, on EP, he's listed at 6'1". Going to Michigan State University next year. So not massive, but like perfectly fine. All right, next couple picks are in Pipparainen and Hextall. Love to see Hextall get into the first round. That'll be an intriguing one to look back on. Solid pick, though. Solid pick. When can we expect the grade to go out? I work at night. I'm going to be waiting for it. Probably... I'm hoping for, like, midnight Central. Same here. Very light. Thanks for the stream, Grav. Had a great time. Trolls, I appreciate you big time, man. And yeah, for the people that are going to bed now, wait until you can wait until tomorrow, potentially, for the grades video. Highly recommend that one, though. Highly recommend it. And yes, we will be live for rounds 2 and 3 tomorrow, Mike. Basically, the plan for the next couple days after this, grades for every single pick in the first round. Tomorrow, we're going to be streaming rounds 2 for 3. And then afterwards, we're going to be ranking every team's drafts, as well as doing the biggest steals of the draft. Not many major ones in the first round. I would say, like, besides a couple of reaches, there hasn't been many, like, absolute steals, I don't think. But very intriguing so far, I will say. What are your thoughts on Beitel Jakobsen from Jack? Just very refined, second pair defense for the future. Great skating ability, fast in his own zone, escapes pressure well, and grew a lot offensively throughout the year. I think he has a lot more untapped potential with the puck on a stick that he wasn't quite able to show, but I like it for the Islanders for sure. And I want to 31 to the Carolina Hurricanes. I can't believe Tommy Blale's still available. Like, genuinely. Like, genuinely, this is insanity to me. Insanity. Like, Blale still being available is just wild. Like, the fact that the second round could happen and Blale is still on the board. I expected Villeneuve to drop, but Blale is a different story, man. Completely different story. I could see Carolina taking a goalie here, honestly. That wouldn't shock me. But they're like the only team that I don't see Ottawa taking a D. So I feel like Carolina's the last chance for a Villeneuve or a player like Blale to end up actually going in the first. Man, I'm really shocked that Simas Ignatavicius didn't go in the first. Maybe there's more there than I don't know, but really effective third line piece for the future, I thought. But yeah, in terms of the other guys that will likely fall, Victor Plante, not much of a surprise, not the tallest guy, so his game maybe brings some question marks. Mathis Preston, if he does fall, he's somebody that I can see as a pick here for Carolina. But also not much of a surprise if he falls. Villeneuve, not much of a surprise. Blale would be, I think. Let's see, who else? Hawkinson wouldn't be, I don't think. Mutrin, no. I mean, the only players in my first round, and we'll see with the next two picks what happens there. But out of my first round, 1, 2, 3. Out of the players I ranked in the first round, I should say. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them aren't, from what I can tell right now, not going to be drafted into the first round. Though we'll see with these next two picks how many of those 7 could be there. I expect at least 1. We'll see with Carolina, but you never know. But generally, that's actually better than usual. I'm usually a little bit more off consensus than that. Give me Trable. I could see it for Carolina. Borchev would also make a lot of sense. They love their goaltenders, especially on the Russian side. Undersized D always dropped to the second round. Yeah, makes sense. Especially in the case of Villeneuve. Was Dagenet a reach at 16 for the Blues? A little bit for me, but not by a massive amount. I mean, picking him over Belchets and Novotny is a bit of a choice for me, but the range isn't massive, I wouldn't say. Jonas Lartpoen, let's go. A lot of people are going to be hearing that name for the first time tonight, I will say that. Grav, how much caffeine have you consumed to power for this draft? Dude, only water. Straight water, baby. That's all I need. I'm just vibing out now, guys. Sorry.
Trading Casa with a mistake Yzerman is a bad GM, loudly crying, pouting.
Thank you for the 279. Red Wings is a mistake. Yzerman is a bad GM. Yeah, I mean, especially since it was Hurlburt. I don't love it, personally. At least for me. But thank you so much for the donation, Red Wings. I appreciate it. Good luck to this Detroit team this offseason. This is going to be an interesting offseason for them for sure. Carolina, we all know you're trading down. Come on. We all know you're trading down. Just hurry it up already, okay? Hurry it up. Come on. Come on. Put the trade down in the bag, okay? Blale, I had it 15th in my rankings. Would be a heck of a pick if Carolina gets Blale falling all the way to them. Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. When and who shall be the first goalie? Likely Tobias Trable. I still think he goes in like the 40s. I just have a feeling that the goaltending teams aren't high on it this year. But in the early 30s, especially with the new trades that we've seen, like New Jersey at 35, I could see taking a goalie. Seattle potentially at 38. But I think that run between like Florida, Vancouver, and New Jersey again. Yeah, another trade here for 31st overall. Nashville. Nashville is trading up to 31st overall.
My Wings made the playoffs when I was 16. I am 27 now.
Oh, that's brutal, Red Wings. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. They will get back there again. Just might need to get rid of Yzerman at this point. Nashville is trading 42nd overall and 57th overall for 31. I don't know if I love that, but it'll depend on who they pick. If it's like a Villeneuve or a Bleill, sign me up all day of the week, baby. I'll take that every day. Nashville needs D. I mean, especially for where they're at, Nashville could really use that D help. So I don't know. Could be enticing here. Especially after taking Cole, and I would imagine a D, right? Like a William Hawkinson, perhaps, as an option. I could see them going a little bit more of a swing, like a Nikita Sherbakov. I could see as an option. Ben McBeth, maybe. Samu Alalari would kind of shock me, but not a crazy amount. Brek Liskey, maybe. Georgios Pantelis, I could see. I feel like they got to go D here, or at least they're going to. They don't have to, obviously. Presto would be sweet, but I feel like they're going to. Which Sharks first round is better? Celebrini, Dickinson, and Chernyshov, technically 33rd overall. Oh, well, when you put it like that, I mean, hard to count against Celebrini. And I also really like Chernyshov a ton. And I like Dickinson a lot. So, if we're counting 33rd overall, then I'd probably pick 2024s. Hard to beat Celebrini, man, as much as I love Stenberg. Sherbakov would not surprise me. Like, for what Nashville likes out of their D, big, great skater. But it would be so awesome if they took a Villeneuve or a Bleill, man. It would be so awesome. The draft tomorrow, I believe, starts at 11 a.m. Eastern. Let me double check that while we got time here. Eleven Eastern, so there you go. We'll be live a little bit before that, though not that much before that. I gotta get some sleep tonight, guys. Tommy Bleill! Oh, baby! Boy! All right, Nashville. Okay. Tommy Bleill, 31st overall to Nashville. I like the trade actually a lot more now. I will say that. My 15th ranked skater goes 31st. Wow. Not where I expected him to go, I will say that. I know that there was some concerns that maybe he could slip into the 20s, but I didn't expect this drop. But still, I think that is a fantastic pick by the Nashville Predators, man. If you're looking for high-octane offense, passing ability, transition skating, Bleill is your guy. I think he's one of the best skaters of this class, right up there with Chase Reed. How much space that affords him is unbelievable. This is somebody that can just control the play because of just how quick he can make decisions and how quick he can move and how much just he's able to dictate the pace of the game. I think will be massive for him long term. Now, granted, there is some issues when it comes to the defensive detail. I think he can sometimes kind of get lost in the play in his own zone, and that can kind of affect, especially the pressure he's able to provide. And he's not the biggest in terms of muscle. So there is going to be some concerns in terms of what that projectability looks like. But I think the skating is so good where I don't have the concerns over it. That is a really good pick by the Nashville Predators, man. Really good. Oh my goodness. What? That is a solid selection. Wyatt Cullen at 10, Tommy Bleill at 31. The Preds are bringing some skill to the table, man. Okay. I see the vision. That's another team I think did really well here. Really, really well. Bleill at 31, I think is just an exceptional pick. Exceptional. Not only do they get him 16 spots below where I had him, but just in terms of the trade up, the place that he fits on that blue line, how much he's able to just... Because I think they needed right D. They have a lot of left D in that system. They needed right D that are sure things. Bleill is going to give you so much potential. So much potential, man. Oh, baby. By the way, most points by a rookie defenseman in QMJHL history, Bleill is at the top by 4 points. Not bad. Not bad. Did Islanders miss out on Belchets? I mean, Gustin, I think, is going to be a great player. And I had him ranked ahead of Belchet, so I wouldn't say so. Yeah, man, Nashville. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. Whew. All right, Ottawa. This is your time to select Alexander Karmanov, okay? This is your time. And yeah, Ottawa isn't allowed to trade 32nd overall, so we won't see any move up or anything, which is a reason why I'm sure Nashville moved up now to 31st overall. Man, what a pick. What a pick for Tommy Blale. He just gets into the first round. I'm happy for him. It would have been a damn shame if he wins to the second, I think. Grav, give me your some hope for the 32nd pick. Who's the best available? For me, it's Xavier Villeneuve, but also Mathis Preston if you're looking for a forward, which I'm sure Ottawa is. Will be an awesome high upside swing. But still, you got Simas Ignatavicius, who I think would be a good fit. Victor Plante would be a good fit. Casey Mutra would be a good fit. Like, they still have guys that fit their brand of Ottawa that I think would be really nice options. Again, I just don't really understand the urgency for Jonas Lagerberg-Hohen. I don't know if I see it, but how do you feel about Preston for the next at 33? That would be an exceptional pick. I would adore that. The high upside would be awesome to see. Especially after you get Novotny already, like a little bit more translatability into Novotny. You get Mathis Preston, who can be a bit more of like a high tempo, high projection. I don't hate that one bit. It is curious to me, though. A lot of people were saying that the Rucks were going to be drafted back-to-back, and we still have not seen Marcus drafted. And I feel like Pittsburgh's got to go for it at 38, right? Or, well, 39 is it? Yeah, 39. But they could also trade up. Who knows? Thoughts on the Ducks picks? Looking at them, Klepov and Normark, yeah, just high offense. I mean, not the most translatable guys in the world, in my opinion, but they bring some intense deception, skill, play on the rush. So the Ducks are going for a bit of identity there. It's not something I hate, even though they're both guys I would have drafted a little bit lower than where they were at. 31st, though, man. What a pick for Tommy Blale. What a pick. The pick is in for the Ottawa Senators. The last pick in the first round is here, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, if you haven't already, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you do so. Lots more content coming up on this draft and free agency as well this week, so you won't want to miss that. I promise you. Ottawa, what do you got in store for us? Oh, Jackson Cover. Okay. Very intriguing pick. Somebody that has just started hockey over the last 5 years or so. At 32nd overall, a pretty raw prospect, but I think is a really intriguing blend of passing ability, and especially with how much he's been able to improve over the past year, a pretty intriguing option. Coming out of London, I still think there are quite a few things that are pretty raw with his game, especially when it comes to just his overall processing. But I think this is somebody that gets in the right spots, has a good layer of skill on top of it. A little bit higher than where I would have drafted him, but I think that's a solid pick still. I had Jackson Cover. Where did I have him? I had him 36th in my rankings, so a 4-point boost. Not really all that major. Solid pick by the Sens at that point, I think. Okay, so the last pick has been made in the first round. I gotta go record my grades for all these guys and all these players, all these teams. We're gonna see you in the next one for that. Hopefully you guys had a great time watching. I had a great time with this. You guys showed up. You guys were freaking amazing today. And thank you so much. It was such a fun first round stream. By the way, a great time to get the main theme from Mario Kart 64. Very, very good time. Just a fantastic stream, and I want to thank each and every single one of you for that. Lots more content to come, so hit that subscribe button, hit that like button if you haven't already, and I will see you guys in the next one, 6.5 hours later. Goodbye, y'all.